In the 7th year following the apocalypse, the earth lay ravaged and desolate. Humanity's survivors, beset by the threats of zombies, aberrant beasts, and mutated species, struggled valiantly to establish 5 major survival bases across the globe, fighting for the last vestiges of human existence. Just the day before, a sudden global meteorite shower triggered immense upheaval among the 5 survivor bases. Zhao Chongqing, an elite soldier of the Special Operations Team 3 from the southern region's 2nd survivor base, received an urgent mission from the base to journey to Luocheng in the southern province, survey the core area of the meteorite impact, and collect its core energy. That afternoon at 5 o'clock, he, along with 7 comrades led by Captain Qin Zhan, swiftly boarded an armed helicopter en route to Luocheng. Little did Zhao Chongqing anticipate that this mission would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life, transforming it into a legend amidst the apocalypse. Team 3 comprised 6 elite soldiers, a vice-captain of the spiritual evolution level, Chen Sheng, and Captain Qin Zhan, a master-level evolver, placing them among the most formidable special operations teams across the 5 bases. The following day, the aircraft arrived in Luocheng. Upon landing, Team 3, under Qin Zhan's command, promptly advanced towards the core impact area. Along the way, they vanquished countless aberrant beasts and zombies, including dozens of elite-level zombies and 3 lord-level zombies. By evening, they finally reached the vicinity of the meteorite's core impact zone. As they approached the core area, Zhao Chongqing and his companions sensed a vast and peculiar energy emanating from the center of the impact, almost tangible in nature. However, upon reaching the heart of the impact zone, they found no source of the anomalous energy, but instead encountered a crater, measuring several dozen meters wide and deep. Vice-Captain Chen Sheng swiftly retrieved an energy detection device and descended into the depths of the crater for analysis. Yet, when the detector returned, it displayed remarkably low energy fluctuation data. Just as the members of Team 3 pondered this anomaly, Captain Qin Zhan suddenly shouted, "Scatter!" Chen Sheng, lead the brothers in retreat. Although Zhao Chongqing and the others were unaware of the unfolding peril, their instincts as elite soldiers kicked in, prompting them to swiftly follow Chen Sheng's lead and withdraw from the core area of the crater. Standing opposite Qin Zhan, Zhao Chongqing glanced back at his captain. At that moment, Qin Zhan had activated his master-level combat state, his body radiating a palpable blue energy. He gazed upward, and Zhao Chongqing followed his gaze. In that instant, he felt his pores dilate, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and the world before him blurred, nearly causing him to stumble. Hovering nearly 100 meters above the crater was an unidentified humanoid entity, radiating intense red energy. Zhao Chongqing distinctly observed the entity slowly lower its head, its eyes piercing with a chilling light, fixating on the 8 individuals below, ultimately locking its gaze on Qin Zhan. It uttered a gravelly voice, uncharacteristic of human speech. Interesting, elite, spiritual, and master-level human evolvers? Such splendid energy bodies. Fortunate to encounter this king. You shall all remain here. Hearing this terrifying, hoarse voice and its implications, everyone realized the nature of this being. It was a mutated variant among zombies. Yet, they had never heard of a zombie capable of conversing in human language. While Lord-level zombies had begun to exhibit rudimentary consciousness, even the strongest of them could only display a semblance of lives' wisdom, incapable of true communication with humans. What then was this creature? In response to the collective bewilderment, Qin Zhan, sensing the formidable energy radiating from the creature above, slowly addressed the unknown zombie. Have you truly transcended the Lord-level threshold to attain kingship? He then bellowed to all members of Team 3 brothers. This mission is over. Follow my command and retreat at once. Return to the base swiftly and inform the highest authorities that a king-level zombie has emerged. I will hold it off. Chen Sheng, lead everyone to evacuate. Ha ha ha. Try to flee? Do you think you can withstand me? From the moment you set foot in Luocheng, I sensed your energy fluctuations. Coincidentally, I was at a critical juncture of evolution, too preoccupied to notice, yet you have walked into your doom. I shall send you on your way, starting with you. The gravelly voice echoed once more. In an instant, a flash of red light illuminated the sky, followed by a piercing scream. The team members turned to witness a gaping wound suddenly appear in Captain Qin Zhan's chest, penetrating through his body. At that moment, The red energy radiating zombie held Qin Zhan aloft by his throat, its back turned to the others. A sickening crack resounded, sound of a neck snapping. Zhao Changqing's heart swelled with panic. Zhao Changqing was acutely aware of Qin Zhan's strength. He was a master-level evolver, renowned among the survivors, yet he had been effortlessly slain in a single blow. Before he could process the enormity of the situation, Vice Captain Chen Sheng's voice rang out, "Split and retreat. Brothers, fulfill the captain's final command. Survive and return to base." With that, he charged towards the king-level zombie, brandishing an energy bomb. He sought vengeance for his captain, yet he understood the futility of his endeavor. With Qin Zhan, the master-level captain, dispatched in an instant, he resolved to confront the king-level zombie, embracing the notion of mutual destruction. If he could not achieve that, he would at least buy precious time for his brothers to escape, even if it cost him his life. This was all he could muster. With a thunderous roar, a violent beam of energy shot skyward. The 6 soldiers swiftly retreated, their eyes reddened with emotion. Zhao Changqing, tears brimming, glanced back at the explosion's epicenter, fully aware that Qin Zhan and Qin Sheng had sacrificed their lives to provide them with a chance to escape. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted onward, only to be met once more with the despairing sound of the gravelly laughter. Is this what you call camaraderie? Unfortunately, all I perceive is your weakness and ignorance. None of you will escape. Zhao Changqing lamented the overwhelming power of the king-level zombie, which had withstood even the energy bomb. Then came a series of explosive detonations. Zhao Changqing recognized that each blast marked yet another comrade making a final stand with their lives, buying precious time for the remaining brothers. After 5 explosions, he saw the red figure hurtling towards him. "At last, is it my turn?" Zhao Changqing murmured. He halted, turned around, and resolutely grasped the energy bomb, removing the safety pin, quietly watching the rapidly approaching red figure. No longer fleeing, he resolved to become a hero, he thought to himself. Accompanied by a final deafening roar, a blinding white light cleaved through the darkened sky, and Zhao Changqing vanished. At that moment, the entire Team 3, comprising 8 members, had met their demise. Chapter 2. Back to before the catastrophe. Changqing, what time is it? Hurry up and get out of bed. Zhao Changqing slowly opened his eyes, then suddenly sat up bewildered. Where am I? Didn't I already die? Just then, the door swung open, and a middle-aged woman in her 50s entered the room, saying, "Changqing, get up and freshen up. Breakfast is on the table. Aren't you going to work today?" Zhao Changqing stared at the woman in confusion and hesitantly asked. "You are, Mom?" The woman, equally puzzled, replied, "Son, did you have a nightmare?" At this moment, Zhao Changqing recalled many things and needed to confirm. He quickly inquired, "Mom, what year, month, and day is it?" Zhao's mother, perplexed, responded, "It's March 3, 3033. Has this child lost his mind in his sleep? Hurry up and get ready. I'm off to play mahjong." He instinctively replied, Okay, Mom." Zhao Changqing was utterly astonished. How had he returned to the world before the apocalypse? He vividly remembered that March 13, 3033, was the day the apocalypse began. His father had perished 5 years prior in a car accident, and on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, his mother was taken by a zombie. After that, he was left all alone, joining various survivor organizations, struggling to survive the onset of the apocalypse. Ultimately, after 3 years of the apocalypse's first phase, humanity's survivors established 5 mature survival bases, and he had the fortune to live on, entering Base 2 in the Southern District and gradually becoming an elite warrior of evolution. All of this flashed rapidly through his mind. He realized he had been reborn 10 days before the apocalypse. In his previous life, before the apocalypse, he had opened a moderately sized fighting gym in Los Angeles with the inheritance left by his father, leading a simple yet affluent life. After the apocalypse struck, he, like most survivors, struggled to survive in the harsh new world. Weak and powerless, he could change nothing until, during a mission in the 3rd phase of the apocalypse, he and his comrades were all killed by a king-level zombie. Thus, he quickly reviewed his life before his rebirth. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he would tread a different path. Protecting those around him, he could not prevent the apocalypse, but he could live fiercely and grow stronger. Regaining his focus, Zhao Changqing realized that the first challenge he must confront was the impending apocalypse in 10 days. In this life, he aimed to save his mother and alter her destiny, ensuring her survival during the catastrophe. He understood that for the vast majority of unturned survivors, the greatest challenge in the first phase of the apocalypse was not merely the threat of zombies. The strongest zombies in this phase were merely those that had just mutated to elite level, and modern firearms could adequately deal with them. After some contemplation, he rapidly began his plan for the apocalypse. To save his mother, his most direct thought was to have her move to the core area of Base 1 in the northern region, Longqing, becoming a native of the base after the disaster. Longqing had been the heart of the Dragon Kingdom before the apocalypse, and it was not difficult to explain that 3 days after the catastrophe, formal organizations began establishing the preliminary Base 1, allowing many natives to survive. Moreover, Base 1 was the only one globally that had never been breached by zombies, continually evolving into the strongest of the 5 global survivor bases by the 3rd phase of the disaster. He sprang into action. Zhao Chongqing immediately went online to find a real estate agent in Longqing, the future core city of Base 1, requesting assistance in locating a 3-bedroom apartment with low occupancy. Few units, and as large as possible, fully furnished and ready to move in. He demanded the agent find a suitable property within 3 days, promising an additional reward of 50,000 yuan for their efforts. After contacting the real estate agency, he began executing his plan for the first phase of the apocalypse. This time, he would not struggle to survive. He intended to utilize his past experiences to grow stronger. As the apocalypse unfolded, he would gain the ability to change some outcomes and protect certain individuals. If he had been strong enough before, the incident that led to the annihilation of Team 3 would never have occurred. Zhao Chongqing understood that in the first phase of the apocalypse, the most crucial resources were weapons, food, and medicine, and if possible, he needed to swiftly organize or join a robust and mature survival team. He recognized that surviving alone in the early stages of the apocalypse was nearly impossible, no matter how strong one was. First and foremost were weapons. Zhao Chongqing thought long and hard. As the owner of a fighting gym, he could obtain cold weapons like swords and clubs, but firearms were the most challenging. Before the apocalypse, firearms were heavily regulated by formal organizations, and there were virtually no legitimate channels to acquire them. He recalled knowing about the dark web, where a plethora of illegal goods were traded. With a mindset of giving it a try, he registered an account and posted a request to purchase firearms. Soon, a seller contacted him, offering 2 automatic rifles and 2 high-precision handguns, along with 2,000 rounds of ammunition for 500,000 yuan, promising delivery to Los Angeles within 3 days. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chongqing made the payment. Next, he began to renovate and reinforce his fighting gym, intending to use it as his first survival base in the early stages of the apocalypse. His gym was a standalone unit on the ground floor, approximately 600 square meters in size, with 3 offices and various training areas. 10 days were hardly enough time for significant changes. He first posted a notice about the renovations and gave the staff time off. Zhao Chongqing focused on fortifying the doors and windows to bulletproof standards, expecting the work to be completed within a week. Amid Zhao Chongqing's intense preparations, 3 days passed swiftly. On the morning of the 4th day, he received a call from the real estate agent in Longqing, confirming they had found a property. Upon hearing the details, he was pleased to learn that it was a 2-unit layout with another unit vacant on the same floor. Perfectly matching his requirements, he immediately paid the full amount, and the agent handled all the transfer procedures that day. Once the paperwork was completed, he ordered over 200,000 yuan worth of food and water to be delivered to that address. That evening, he informed his mother about their future move to Longqing, stating that he had purchased a home and asking her to travel there the next day to help oversee the property, assuring her he would join her in Longqing shortly. Without much surprise, his mother agreed. Zhao Chongqing did not intend to keep his mother in the dark. Discussing rebirth and the impending apocalypse seemed too fantastical, and he feared she would struggle to accept it. At 9 p.m. that night, he received a mysterious call from an unlisted number, informing him to pick up the weapons within half an hour. The news exhilarated him. Zhao Chongqing quickly arrived at the designated location, retrieved the firearms, and placed them in one of the offices at the gym. After a brief inspection, he was very satisfied. The following morning, Zhao Chongqing drove his mother to the airport, and on the way back, he glanced at his phone, which displayed the date as March 8. In 5 days, the apocalypse would descend, and his hands unconsciously tightened around the steering wheel, unsure if it was anxiety or anticipation. Chapter 3: The Return of the Apocalypse. Initially, upon returning to the world of the apocalypse, Zhao Chongqing considered entering Base 1 alongside his mother and becoming one of the first native residents of the base, perhaps ensuring their survival. However, Having experienced the brutal reality of the apocalypse and witnessed the helplessness of the weak, he had seen firsthand the emergence of king-level zombies during the third phase, monsters capable of breaching the base. In this life, he was unwilling to merely survive, so he resolutely chose a more arduous and uncertain path, even if it ultimately led to death. Zhao Chongqing procured 300,000 yuan worth of food, water, and essential medications with disinfectant properties, as well as antibiotics for treating injuries, storing them in the gym's former equipment room. By this time, the gym had been fully renovated. Excess equipment had been removed, transforming the gym into a large warehouse for storing weapons, food, and a hiding place. 3 more days passed, and tomorrow marked the day the apocalypse would arrive. After finishing a phone call with his mother, he urged her not to go out for the next couple of days due to unusual weather conditions. He then prepared to meet an important friend, Lin Cheng, his best buddy before the apocalypse, a boy raised by neighbors after losing both parents. He remembered that, in his previous life, when the apocalypse struck, Lin Cheng was engaged in wholesale business in East City, South Province. After they exchanged messages of safety on the day of the disaster, he had heard nothing more from Lin Cheng, who likely perished in the early days of the catastrophe in this life. He was determined to save his best friend. On the second day after his rebirth, he contacted Lin Cheng, urging him to return to Los Angeles as soon as possible for an urgent meeting. At that time, Lin Cheng was extremely busy with his business and could not find the time to return. Zhao Chongqing persisted with daily calls, and eventually, Lin Cheng agreed to return to Los Angeles. This afternoon, Zhao Chongqing received a call from Lin Cheng. "Hey, you finally made it back. Come to my gym." Lin Cheng casually replied. "Chongqing, what's up? Why the rush? We brothers can talk over the phone. Why do I need to come back to discuss it in person? I have a shipment that needs to come in urgently. If I miss it, prices will rise." Zhao Chongqing, not wanting to waste words, replied, "It's good that you're back in Los Angeles. No more chit-chat, De Chengzi, hurry to my gym. By the way, don't stay at a hotel tonight. Just stay with me." Having traveled around for business for many years, Lin Cheng no longer had a fixed place to stay in Los Angeles. Each time he returned, it was to visit those who had helped him in his youth and, of course, to see his best friend Zhao Chongqing. Staying at his place had long become a habit. Lin Cheng simply responded, all right, I'll be there in half an hour." When Lin Cheng arrived at Zhao Chongqing's gym, he noticed the newly reinforced windows with closed for renovation signs and the heavily fortified doors, leaving him quite astonished. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, Zhao Chongqing's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly took a few steps forward and embraced his good brother, genuinely exclaiming, "De Kingzi, it is truly wonderful to see you again." Lin Cheng, taken aback, replied, "Oh wow, Zia Kingzi, let go of me first. I can't breathe." Zhao Chongqing, standing at 183 centimeters and possessing a robust physique from years of combat training, indeed squeezed the slender Lin Cheng quite tightly. Once he released Lin Cheng, Zhao Chongqing murmured, "It's so great to see you again." Lin Cheng, puzzled, asked, "Xiao Qing, what on earth has happened? Why are the doors and windows so heavily secured? Were you robbed or something? And you, why are you acting so strangely today? Speak up about what brings you back. If you can't explain, I might just knock you out and leave you unable to get up for 3 days." Zhao Chongqing, without further elaboration, burst into laughter and said, "De Kingzi, come with me for a moment. I'll explain everything as we go." He guided Lin Cheng through the training hall, showing him everything except for a few firearms and ammunition he had procured from the dark web. Pointing to the first office on the left, he declared, "De Kingzi, this will be your room from now on, and all the facilities inside are brand new." As they chatted, the two friends spent the entire afternoon within the martial arts hall. Later that evening, a sumptuous dinner that Zhao Chongqing had ordered in advance at the finest hotel in Luoqing was delivered on time. He pulled out a case of beer from supplies he had previously gathered and invited his good brother to sit down for a drink. Sitting across from him, Lin Cheng glanced at Zhao Chongqing and remarked, "Xiao Qing, setting aside your odd behavior today, it seems you've undergone some changes." Zhao Chongqing chuckled. "Oh? Do tell." Lin Cheng continued, looking into your eyes now. "I sense you have experienced a great deal. How is it that at such a young age, your gaze is filled with such depth, more mature than that of the big bosses I met in East City? You haven't encountered some dreadful ordeal, have you? Share it with me. I will do everything I can to help." Zhao Chongqing, his smile fading, responded, "Brother, I am well, especially now that I see you again. It is better than ever. Let us drink, and by tomorrow, you will understand everything." Thus, The brothers engaged in a lively exchange of conversation and drinks, and before they knew it, night had fallen. By then, Lin Cheng was quite inebriated, and Zhao Chongqing assisted him to the room that now belonged to him. As they reached the door, Zhao Chongqing pulled down the iron curtain and glanced outside again, murmuring, "When I open my eyes again, the world will have changed." Shortly after they fell asleep, at 1 o'clock in the morning, a crimson fog began to envelop Luoqing, Nan Province, and the entire world. The fog thickened, and the blood-red hue grew increasingly sinister. The apocalypse had arrived. The following morning, Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng were awakened by the piercing screams and the sounds of car explosions echoing through the streets. Lin Cheng shouted, "What is that noise? What is happening outside?" Zhao Chongqing calmly replied, "Take a look through the peephole." Lin Cheng hurried to the window, and the scene that met his eyes left him utterly petrified. The outside world was shrouded in a pale red hue, remnants of the crimson fog that had yet to dissipate, with the sun nowhere to be seen in the sky. The streets, which should have been bustling during the morning rush hour, were strewn with vehicles in disarray, some overturned, with flames flickering from the engines. The pedestrians outside were equally bizarre. Some were frantically running, while others pursued them in a grotesque, uncoordinated manner. Suddenly, Lin Cheng spotted a well-proportioned woman in professional attire sprinting towards him, only to trip over the curb and fall right in front of his view. Almost immediately, a corpulent man pounced on her, biting into her face, leaving it a gruesome mess. As he raised his head, chewing on her flesh, Lin Cheng could see his face clearly, a visage lined with veins and pure white pupils, utterly terrifying. The woman continued to struggle, but soon, several more of these monstrous figures descended upon her, and the blood on the ground increased as she gradually ceased her resistance. In a panic, Lin Cheng turned back to Zhao Chongqing, shouting, "Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing, outside, something terrible is happening." Zhao Chongqing slowly rose and walked towards him, saying, "Indeed, the apocalypse has come." Chapter 4. Scheming and expedition. The apocalypse had finally arrived. Zhao Chongqing steadied his mind, exhaling a deep breath, and approached the still-shaken Lin Cheng, gently patting his shoulder. He gazed into Lin Cheng's eyes and spoke deliberately. "Good brother, the apocalypse is here. We must brace ourselves and survive." After a considerable time had passed, Lin Cheng gradually emerged from his shock and, looking gravely at Zhao Chongqing, said, "Xiaoqing, thank you." Zhao Chongqing did not respond but merely nodded slightly. He chose to remain in Luoqing, despite the absence of a base in Nan Province, for several crucial reasons. First, he was intimately familiar with the city. He could navigate nearly every area and locate essential supplies with confidence, which would aid him in weathering the various stages of the apocalypse. Second, he aimed to recruit 2 future powerful evolvers, the wise goddess Lin Qingwei and the medical expert Wang Shuyi, both of whom could significantly alter the dynamics of any base in the future. Most importantly, this location was where elite-level zombies first emerged in his previous life, as well as the site of the appearance of king-level zombies in the 3rd stage. He was determined to uncover the reasons behind it. As time slowly passed, fear spread rapidly. Announcements regarding the apocalypse began to echo throughout the skies of Luoqing. "Citizens of Luoqing, disaster has struck. Please do not venture outside, protect yourselves, and await rescue from the organization." This message was incessantly broadcasted in various languages across Luoqing, Nan Province, and the entire world. Those who remained alive began to realize that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Lin Cheng approached Zhao Chongqing. Worry etched across his face, filled with questions he longed to ask, but before he could speak, Zhao Chongqing preemptively said, "Chengzi, adjust your mindset. I have cold weapons and firearms here for you to familiarize yourself with. We will soon need them. For the next 3 days, we will not go outside or pay attention to any sounds. Once the fog dissipates, we will have to confront these zombies. I will do my utmost to protect you. But to survive in this apocalypse, you must grow stronger." Lin Cheng was momentarily speechless, then looked at Zhao Chongqing and nodded heavily. Zhao Chongqing understood that at the onset of the apocalypse, the zombies spawned by the blood mist were primarily ordinary mutated ones, their strength, speed, agility, and physical endurance not much different from that of an average person. However, due to their lack of consciousness, they could only be killed by destroying their heads or hearts, making them challenging to defeat. Furthermore, for ordinary survivors, zombies posed a significant risk of infection. Being bitten or scratched carried a high probability of turning into a zombie. The disaster had struck unexpectedly, People were ill-prepared, leading to a rapid increase in the number of survivors infected and transformed by zombie attacks. It would not be until the blood mist cleared and the natural mutations subsided that those survivors could genuinely be called survivors. Soon, the first day of the apocalypse passed. On the second day, the sounds of biting and chasing outside persisted, and Lin Cheng hardly slept, sitting in a daze. Zhao Chongqing knew this was a crucial process for him. Lin Cheng needed to overcome his fears and adapt swiftly to the harsh realities of the apocalypse. A challenge beyond Zhao Chongqing's control. That night, the sounds of banging and crashing echoed outside the doors and windows. I in fear. Lin Cheng looked at Zhao Chongqing and said, "Xiaoqing, I now understand why you reinforced the doors and windows. But is it safe?" Zhao Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement and reassured him, "De Kingzi, trust me. Get a good night's sleep tonight. The fog outside should clear by tomorrow." With that, Lin Cheng forced himself into the room, pulling the covers over his head, uncertain if he could sleep. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongqing approached the window and peered through the peephole at the street. At night, the streetlights flickered dimly, the ground stained with blood, and the occasional zombie wandered past, with no sign of living people. Currently, Zhao Chongqing was merely an ordinary survivor with slightly better physical prowess, a far cry from the elite warrior he had been in his past life. He had become an elite warrior during the second phase of the apocalypse, missing the most dangerous yet opportunistic early days of the cataclysm. All the powerful evolvers in the future had gained their abilities during the first phase, and this time, Zhao Chongqing would not let the opportunity slip away again. Zhao Chongqing was aware that ordinary zombies in the first phase of the apocalypse had a slim chance of possessing energy crystals within their hearts. The first batch of evolvers had accidentally killed zombies carrying energy stones and successfully absorbed them, leading to their evolution. Zhao Chongqing's subsequent goal was to seek out such zombies and rapidly evolve into an elite-level survivor. The next morning, Zhao Chongqing once again peered through the peephole, and he noticed that the blood fog had dissipated, revealing a gray sky. He knew it was time to take action. Lin Cheng did not object. After 3 days of adjustment, he had come to terms with the reality of the apocalypse and began preparing alongside Zhao Chongqing. Zhao Chongqing quickly armed himself, strapping a large axe to his back, slinging a combat pack filled with hundreds of rounds of ammunition and a high-precision handgun, and carrying an automatic rifle. He wore a form-fitting combat training suit underneath a camouflage uniform and sturdy hiking boots, donning a pair of anti-slip tactical gloves, exuding the appearance of a special forces soldier. This ensemble earned Lin Cheng's admiration as he exclaimed, "You look like a future warrior." Subsequently, he too equipped himself in a similar fashion. An hour later, the two brothers, dressed like soldiers, set forth on their first expedition into the apocalypse. Due to Zhao Chongqing's prior preparations of food, medicine, and other essential supplies, the two brothers had minimal demands regarding necessities for survival. Zhao Chongqing had informed Lin Cheng before their departure that their mission did not entail venturing beyond the 5th district where their martial arts gym was located. Their primary objective was to clear the streets of zombies and reach the police station at the intersection to acquire additional weaponry. In the early days of the apocalypse, the most coveted resources were firearms. If a small team could amass a significant amount of firearms in a short span, their chances of survival would greatly increase, provided they did not encounter multiple elite zombies. Once they evolved into elite survivors, they would be largely immune to injuries caused by zombies, and their speed, strength, and overall capabilities would see substantial enhancements, thereby exponentially increasing their odds of survival in the post-apocalyptic world. The police station was approximately 800 meters away from Zhao Chongqing's fighting gym, along a straightforward road that featured a traffic light at its center, flanked by a myriad of shops, around 100 in total, offering a diverse range of businesses. 200 meters to the left of the traffic light lay a residential complex. After stepping outside, the brothers exchanged no words, opting instead for simple gestures as they made their way toward the police station. Although the blood mist had dissipated, the sky remained far from the brightness of pre-apocalypse days. Yet visibility was significantly improved, allowing the brothers to faintly discern the word police 800 meters ahead. This choice to travel during the day was deliberate. The stronger daylight diminished the zombies' activity levels, providing an added layer of safety for Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng at this stage. However, the apocalypse is unpredictable, and as they approached the halfway mark to the police station, an unexpected incident occurred at the entrance of a clothing store. Chapter 5. Navigating perilous situations. The street was eerily quiet as the two men silently advanced toward the police station, their progress unhindered. Just as they were about to reach their destination, Lin Chung suddenly spun around and, aligning his automatic rifle with the glass of the clothing store, unleashed a series of gunfire that shattered the silence of the street. Zhao Chongqing turned sharply to face Lin Chung, who, with a look of sheer terror, continued to fire at the glass, his mouth agape as if about to shout. Zhao Chongqing quickly stepped forward and clamped his hand over Lin Cheng's mouth. After a few seconds, Lin Chung gradually calmed down, lowering his rifle and ceasing fire. Zhao Chongqing slowly released his grip and hissed, "What's wrong?" Lin Chung, in a state of panic, stammered, There's a zombie." Zhao Chongqing immediately glanced toward the clothing store, where the window had been shattered by Lin Cheng's barrage, revealing a woman in a dress lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that her upper body had been mangled, and she had clearly transformed into a zombie. In his fright, Lin Chung had shot and killed the female zombie. Prior to their departure, Zhao Chongqing had given Lin Chung a series of admonitions, one of which was to avoid making loud noises. He had even equipped their firearms with suppressors. However, Lin Chung, overwhelmed by the encounter, had fired through the glass, the resulting noise ringing out sharply. Soon, the sound of shuffling feet and growls echoed from a distance, signaling that trouble was imminent. At this moment, the brothers were far from their gym, with the police station so close, yet the prospect of retreating could lead them to be cornered by zombies. Zhao Chongqing made a swift decision, disregarding the need to check if the fallen zombies contained energy stones. He slapped Lin Chung on the shoulder and whispered urgently, "Let us go," into the police station. With that, Zhao Chongqing took off running toward the police station, and Lin Chung, regaining his composure, quickly followed suit. Upon entering the police station, they promptly secured the doors and peered outside, witnessing nearly 100 zombies rushing toward the clothing store where the gunfire had erupted. Lin Chung leaned against the door, panting heavily, and lamented, "Damn it, Qingzi, this is all my fault. What do we do now?" Zhao Chongqing did not respond immediately. Instead, he ensured that the door was securely locked and checked the guard's office for safety before addressing Lin Chung. "Let us assess the situation inside the police station first. There are too many zombies outside. Although we are armed, it's too risky for just the two of us to venture out. We must wait for them to disperse." Lin Chung nodded in agreement and followed Zhao Chongqing further into the police station. This was a medium-sized facility situated at the intersection of 2 blocks, consisting of 2 floors and covering nearly 300 square meters. Typically, a dozen or so officers would be stationed here. The second floor housed the dormitories and cafeteria, while the first floor comprised the administrative area with 10 offices. As they walked through the guards area, they found the doors to the offices slightly ajar. Zhao Chongqing cautiously opened each door one by one, finding no signs of zombies within. Soon, only the equipment room and supply room at the end of the corridor remained unexamined. Zhao Chongqing approached the equipment room, pushing against the door with force, but it did not budge. He glanced down and noticed that it was locked. Without hesitation, he aimed his rifle at the lock and fired 2 quick shots, obliterating it. The door creaked open, and they entered the equipment room, swiftly selecting several usable handguns and ammunition to stow in their packs before heading to the supply room. The door to the supply room was unlocked, and with a gentle push, it swung open. Inside, they found what should have been neatly arranged supplies scattered across the floor. Just as Zhao Chongqing took a couple of steps inside, a sudden roar erupted behind him. It was the unmistakable growl of a zombie. Zhao Chongqing reacted instinctively, turning to fire, but his body was not agile enough for such a swift maneuver. Before he could fully turn, a tall male zombie in police uniform tackled him from behind, its jaws wide open, aiming to bite into Zhao Chongqing's back. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye, and Lin Chung, trailing behind Zhao Chongqing, quickly shouted, "Qingzi, watch out!" He rushed toward the fallen Zhao Chongqing and the zombie poised to attack. This time, he refrained from firing. Having learned from the earlier encounter with the zombie, Lin Chung was gradually undergoing a transformation. Instead of shooting, he delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's head, causing it to tilt and enabling Zhao Chongqing to narrowly avoid the bite, granting him a moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Chongqing shifted his body, half turning to face the zombie. He then swiftly drew his right arm back and delivered a series of elbow strikes to the zombie's head, forcing it to stagger away from him. With a roll, he created distance between himself and the zombie, stabilizing his stance before raising his rifle and firing 2 quick shots at the zombie's head. The sound of gunfire echoed as the bullets struck true, blackish-brown liquid gushing from the zombie's head as it convulsed and fell silent. Breathing heavily, Zhao Chongqing rose to his feet and aimed his rifle at the zombie's heart, firing a shot that penetrated its flesh without the sound of metal against metal. Zhao Chongqing was aware of the durability of energy crystals. Ordinary bullets could hardly inflict damage upon them, indicating he had not encountered one. Slowly rising, he turned to Lin Cheng and said, "Thanks, Chengzi." Lin Cheng exhaled a sigh of relief, replying, "Damn it, that was really close. Chengzi, we need to be more careful." This experience made Zhao Chongqing acutely aware that, in the face of the apocalypse, his rebirth did not grant him a significant advantage over other survivors. Had he not called Lin Cheng back to Luoqing, had Lin Cheng not accompanied him today, and had Lin Cheng not delivered that crucial kick, he could very well have been bitten by the zombie. In the early days of the apocalypse, a zombie bite nearly equated to a death sentence, with a staggering 99.9% of victims transforming within an hour. Zhao Chongqing cast another grateful glance at Lin Cheng, his desire to grow stronger intensifying. As the commotion subsided, the afternoon crept upon them, and the sky began to darken. The nights in the apocalypse arrived earlier, and every evening posed a life-or-death test for survivors. Realizing that nightfall was imminent, the brothers hastened to ensure the police station's safety, as it was highly likely they would need to spend the night there. Ascending to the second floor, they found only 2 large rooms. After a thorough inspection, they confirmed that the second floor presented no anomalies. Following a simple meal, the brothers reinforced the exterior door from the inside, barricading it with tables and chairs. As night descended, the power grid had long since failed, plunging the streets into darkness. After ensuring all safety measures were in place, the brothers retreated to the dormitory on the second floor, locking the door behind them. Exhausted, they quickly succumbed to sleep, their heavy breaths soon filling the air. Chapter 6: Survivors and Elite Zombies. The following morning, the sky was once again shrouded in a gray haze as Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng gradually awoke from their slumber. After a rejuvenating night's rest, both brothers felt their physical conditions had improved significantly. After a modest breakfast, Zhao Chongqing approached the police station's entrance and peered outside, observing that the horde of zombies had dispersed, with only a solitary zombie slowly dragging its decaying body through the shadows of the street. After a brief discussion, the brothers resolved to leave the police station and return to the martial arts gym for some much-needed recuperation. Moments later, they opened the police station's door and began their journey back. Drawing from their previous experiences, they easily dispatched the few zombies they encountered along the way, with Zhao Chongqing meticulously checking each one for energy stones, though none were found. As they reached the traffic light, Zhao Chongqing glanced down the street and noticed something unusual. To the left of the traffic light, approximately 100 meters away, there ambled a male zombie, making its way toward the entrance of the residential community. Indeed, it was walking, exhibiting a remarkable balance akin to that of a normal human. The reason for identifying it as a zombie was quite simple. In this apocalyptic era, it was nearly impossible to encounter a living person on the streets, especially one unarmed and strolling leisurely. A genuine survivor would likely succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie's meal within mere 20 meters. A fleeting glance at the creature sent a surge of tension and excitement coursing through Zhao Chongqing. Upon reflection, although the male zombie bore signs of bloodstains, its gait and arm movements were strikingly coordinated. Zhao Chongqing realized that this was likely an elite zombie of primal mutation, a rare breed whose presence in the early days of the apocalypse suggested a high probability of carrying energy stones, which were of significantly superior quality compared to those possessed by ordinary zombies. As he looked again, the elite zombie had already entered the community, vanishing from Zhao Chongqing's sight. He resolved to eliminate this creature to obtain the coveted energy stone. But first, he needed to return to the gym to replenish and regroup. The situation he would face upon entering the community would undoubtedly be more complex than the previous day's encounter at the police station. Upon swiftly returning to the gym and confirming everything was in order, Zhao Chongqing communicated with Lin Cheng, informing him of the elite zombie's discovery and their plan to track it into the community, while elucidating the significance of energy stones and evolution. Though Lin Cheng appeared bewildered, the trust cultivated over years of camaraderie prevented him from voicing any dissent. Thus, the two brothers readied themselves for departure, this time bringing along 2 additional packs of food, preparing for a more perilous journey ahead. As they set out, nearing the entrance of the community, they passed by a small supermarket where they heard a series of frantic knocks against the window. Turning to look, they spotted a survivor, an elderly man, gesturing and calling to them through the glass. In the initial days of the apocalypse, when order had not yet completely unraveled and resources were still relatively abundant. Most survivors, despite their fear, had not entirely lost their humanity. Having survived the bottom rungs of society during the apocalypse in his previous life, Zhao Chongqing had often been a mere bystander. Yet this very experience had unveiled the grotesque facets of human nature, the unending torment of the strong upon the weak, the amplification of humanity's malice and desires. At this stage, he was reluctant to engage too closely with survivors. He did not yet possess the strength to confront those with malicious intent, who could prove far more dangerous than encountering a zombie. Just as he intended to press on, ignoring the supermarket survivor, Lin Cheng had already approached and called out to him. "Qingzi, it's a survivor." At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a man in his 60s extending his hand to invite them inside. Lin Cheng pushed the door open and stepped in, with Zhao Chongqing reluctantly following suit. After a brief exchange indoors, they learned that only 2 individuals resided there. The elderly man, surnamed Wang, had lost his spouse and had served in the military years ago. His son and daughter-in-law worked far from home, leaving him to manage a modest supermarket at the entrance of the community, providing care for his grandson Wang Xiaoxiao, who was in middle school. The supermarket also housed 2 bedrooms at the back, where they lived. Fortunately, they had escaped infection during the disaster, and the old man, cautious from his military background, had refrained from venturing outside, relying on the supermarket's supplies to survive thus far. Initially mistaking the 2 for an organized rescue team due to their appearance, the old man opened up once he learned that Zhao Chongqing was the owner of the nearby gym. "Ah, young man, your mother is still my poker buddy. Is she well?" he inquired. "Seeing your attire, I thought you were sent by an organization to rescue us." Zhao Chongqing replied with a smile, "Uncle Wang, my mother has mentioned you. She is doing well in Longqing." "Longqing, you say? I've heard on the radio that it's south the safest place now, protected by an organized group, where people can still live decently. Outside Luoqing, there are nothing but man-eating fiends. I can't reach my son and daughter-in-law. My old bones can't last much longer, but my dear grandson is only 15. The old man lamented, wiping away a tear. Suddenly, he turned to Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng. "You have firearms. You've killed those monsters, haven't you?" Zhao Chongqing responded, "Old sir, we've dealt with zombies before. We acquired our firearms yesterday from the police station." The old man fell into contemplation, recognizing Zhao Chongqing and surmising that they might have a chance of survival in this grim world. Tentatively, he addressed Zhao Chongqing. "Xiao Zhao, I have a request. You don't need to concern yourselves with me. But could you take my grandson with you? He is still young. Please do everything you can to ensure his survival. I have nothing to offer you, but there are plenty of supplies and even some medications in the supermarket. I'll give them all to you, I beg you. Please." He began to kneel before Zhao Chongqing. Lin Cheng, unable to bear the sight, quickly supported the old man. No, old sir, we can't accept that. Rest assured. We will do our utmost to protect you both, right, Qingzi?" Zhao Chongqing glanced at the old man and then at Lin Cheng, first shaking his head slightly at Lin Cheng, then sighing as he addressed the old man. "Old sir, I'm sure you've witnessed the chaos of this apocalypse in recent days. The organized groups in Luoqing have no information at all. We are struggling to survive ourselves, and we truly cannot help you." Though Zhao Chongqing was not a malicious person, his experiences had instilled in him a cautious nature. With their survival still uncertain, bringing along the elderly and young would only complicate matters further. The old man looked at Zhao Chongqing, understanding in his gaze. "Xiao Zhao, I get what you're saying. Thank you for your honesty, and my sole wish now is to see my grandson survive. I don't know if we can wait for the organization's rescue." The old man, acutely aware of the importance of resources in this desperate time, realized that if Zhao Chongqing were to readily agree to exchange his supermarket supplies for his grandson's safety, it would be a gamble. However, upon hearing Zhao Chongqing's response, the old man genuinely believed in him, intensifying his desire to ensure his grandson received their protection. At that moment, Lin Cheng glanced at Zhao Chongqing, contemplating persuasion, yet seeing Zhao Chongqing subtly shake his head again, he suppressed his words. The old man opened his mouth, hesitating before asking where Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng were headed. Zhao Chongqing countered. "Uncle Wang, about half an hour ago, did you happen to see a male zombie wearing a blue cotton long coat and gray pants walking near your entrance? Did it enter this residential community?" The old man replied, "Indeed, I just saw the zombie you mentioned. Oddly enough, I've seen quite a few zombies from my window over these past few days, and I can tell they move quite differently from humans. But that one just now moved so fluidly, it was almost indistinguishable from a survivor. I nearly opened the door to invite him in. When he passed by my door, I caught a glimpse of the black veins bulging on his neck and cheek. But he seemed unaware of my presence and walked straight into the community. Are you planning to find him? I have a feeling he is quite dangerous. Zhao Chongqing refrained from elaborating, simply nodding in acknowledgement as he inquired about the community's living conditions before the apocalypse. The community had few residents, comprising 6 buildings with 3 units each, 10 stories per unit, and 2 households per floor, totaling 360 households. At that moment, a voice rang out from the back of the supermarket. Grandpa. Ive cooked the noodles. Let us eat. Following the voice, they spotted Wang Xiaoxiao, a 15-year-old boy, standing around 1.6 meters tall, appearing robust. As Zhao Chongqing gazed into the boy's eyes, he felt an inexplicable connection and smiled warmly at him before signaling Lin Cheng that they were ready to leave. Before departing, the old man cautioned the brothers to be careful and sincerely reiterated that they could come to him for supplies if needed. Zhao Chongqing regarded the old man thoughtfully, retrieving a handgun and 30 rounds of ammunition from his backpack, placing them before the old man. Having learned of the old man's military background through their conversation, he hoped this firearm would afford some protection to the elderly and his grandson. With no further delay, Zhao Chongqing stole one last glance at the boy before turning to exit. As they stepped outside and closed the door, the 2 brothers approached the community's main entrance. Lin Cheng sighed, "This damned apocalypse." Entering the community required passing through the property lobby, a spacious area of over 100 square meters. The 2 moved cautiously within, when suddenly, a legless female zombie in tattered formal wear crawled towards them from behind the reception desk. Snarling, Zhao Chongqing raised his firearm and shot her in the head, instantly dispatching the creature. As they ascended the staircase towards the second-floor office, they glanced upward but noticed nothing amiss, opting instead to proceed through the property lobby into the community. Upon entering, they were met with a large flower bed spanning over 30 meters, featuring a small gazebo in the center, surrounded by a lawn, with few trees obstructing the view, rendering the area's visibility excellent. A swift glance around revealed no sign of the elite zombie. Nearby, several undead creatures detected the presence of the 2 men and immediately began to shriek and charge towards them with fervor. They had no choice but to run while firing their weapons, realizing that trouble was imminent. The cacophony of the zombies' roars, combined with their own gunfire, attracted the attention of other zombies lurking in the corners of the compound. Soon, they found themselves retreating to the entrance of Unit 1 in Building 6. Zhao Chongqing was exceedingly reluctant to enter the unit. The narrow layout left him uncertain of finding a secure room, and the dense population within meant a higher likelihood of encountering more zombies. This scenario could easily lead them into peril. However, with dozens of zombies in pursuit, they were compelled to take refuge inside the unit. As they entered and secured the door, the number of zombies outside was insufficient to breach the entrance, though they gathered before it, howling. At that moment, Zhao Chongqing and his companion felt no confidence in making a dash for freedom. So they turned towards the staircase. Passing the elevator, they noted that the light was off, indicating a loss of power. The zombies at the door were unlikely to dissipate anytime soon, and all 3 doors on the first floor were firmly shut. They dared not knock, fearing it would attract the zombies in the corridor, putting them in a dire situation. Lin Cheng contemplated shooting the lock off one of the doors to gain entry, but was stopped by Zhao Chongqing. If they were to shoot the lock and enter, disregarding the potential danger of encountering zombies within, they would lack a safe haven. A room that could not be locked offered no guarantee of their safety. Left with no other option, they ascended to the second floor, where one door was slightly ajar while the others remained closed. Zhao Chongqing gently pushed the door open and gestured for Lin Cheng to follow. Inside the living area, the furnishings were in disarray. To the left, a bedroom door stood ajar, through which they glimpsed a patch of dried blood on the floor. Tension gripped them as they cautiously approached the bedroom. The sight that met their eyes was one they would never forget. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring a double bed, 2 nightstands, and drawn curtains. On the bed lay a female zombie, clad in a nightgown, her abdomen swollen, and her limbs bound to the bed's corners with strips of fabric. She struggled, black liquid oozing from her mouth. In the adjoining corridor, a male corpse lay slumped, one arm resting on the woman's belly as if still caressing something, while the other arm hung limply with deep lacerations at the wrist. the bloodstains presumably belonging to him. The two brothers exchanged a glance, both stunned. The female zombie had been pregnant before her transformation, likely over 6 months along. The deceased man was presumably her husband, who, upon discovering his wife's metamorphosis, had refrained from killing her and instead chose to bind her, perhaps in hope of rescue. He must have realized that once his wife transformed into a zombie, their child had also perished. Faced with hopelessness, he chose not to flee alone but to end his life, forever accompanying his wife and child. Zhao Chongqing understood that whether one chose to live or die, the decision to determine one's own fate required immense courage. He sighed quietly. This was the apocalypse. Setting aside his heavy heart, Zhao Chongqing ended the female zombie's existence, thereby eliminating the threat posed by the male corpse. In the process, he discovered that the female zombie carried an energy stone. This was a primal mutated zombie. After ensuring the safety of the room, the two brothers sat on the living room floor to discuss their next steps. Zhao Chongqing produced a milky white energy stone the size of a ping-pong ball and said to Lin Cheng, "Chengzi, this is the energy stone I mentioned in the apocalypse. Such objects will be of utmost value. 100 zombies might yield only one. Although this is the most ordinary type of energy stone, it is something that most survivors will never acquire in their lifetime, as it is the key to our evolution." Chapter 8. Lin Cheng evolves. Lin Cheng gazed intently at the energy stone, feeling as though it possessed a certain magic. Its reflective sheen imparted a sense of rebirth. Regaining his composure, Lin Cheng looked earnestly at Zhao Chongqing and said, "Qingzi, what are you waiting for? Quickly devise a method to absorb it. I'm eager to see how you evolve." Zhao Chongqing shook his head and replied, "Chengzi, this is for you. You decide whether to absorb it." It was not that Zhao Chongqing was unwilling to evolve and grow stronger, but he believed it more prudent for Lin Cheng to gain evolution first. Having survived for 7 years in the apocalypse, Zhao Chongqing understood the significance of the first evolution for survivors. He also recognized that the earlier one opened the door to evolution, the greater their future achievements would be. Particularly for the initial group of evolutionaries who absorbed energy stones from primal mutated zombies. Their opportunities in this apocalypse would multiply. While ordinary primal mutated zombies were abundant, those carrying energy stones were exceedingly rare. The first batch of evolutionaries would not only enhance their physical capabilities, but also gain immunity to zombie infections, thereby increasing their chances of survival and acquiring more energy stones, thus extending their lives in this grim world. Despite his desire to become an evolutionary sooner and grow stronger, Zhao Chongqing harbored greater ambitions, which drove him to seek out the elite zombie. The maximum number of energy stones that could be absorbed in the first stage was 3, with the first corresponding to the opening of the evolutionary door. Zhao Chongqing planned to absorb the energy stone potentially carried by an elite zombie for a more powerful evolution, albeit with greater risk. There was a 50% chance that he could directly mutate into an elite zombie. If successful, he would undergo a complete transformation. In contrast, absorbing an energy stone from an ordinary primal mutated zombie, while less potent, posed minimal risk and was thus the safest option for survivors. Zhao Chongqing could choose to take risks for himself, but he could not make that decision for those around him. He conveyed the advantages and disadvantages to Lin Cheng, explaining why he suggested Lin Cheng absorb the energy stone. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Cheng nodded and said, "All right, Qingzi, I will absorb it. Just tell me how." Lin Cheng made his decision swiftly, yet many thoughts crossed his mind. He realized that without his good brother Zhao Chongqing, he might have perished when the apocalypse struck and would not have survived to this moment. Zhao Chongqing had always protected him, helping him adapt to this new reality, giving him a chance to live. Though he had never expressed this sentiment, he yearned to grow stronger to safeguard his brother. The method for absorbing the energy stone was straightforward. Direct skin contact would allow it to enter the body through the pores over time. It could take anywhere from a few hours to 10 hours to fully absorb it, transitioning into a state of evolutionary slumber, from which awakening would signify the metamorphosis from survivor to evolutionary. As the afternoon waned into night, the brothers resolved to stay the night in this room. This evening would also mark the commencement of Lin Cheng's evolution. Amusing thoughts crossed Lin Cheng's mind about the absorption process. He pondered whether to place the stone in his underwear, jesting about how a female might absorb it. Ultimately, Zhao Chongqing advised him to hold it with gloved hands, assuring him that the absorption would occur naturally overnight. Discarding his frivolous thoughts, Lin Cheng began the absorption process. The night passed in silence. By morning, Zhao Chongqing awoke to find Lin Cheng already in a state of evolutionary slumber, filled with anticipation. He mused that perhaps Lin Cheng would be the first evolutionary in the world, eagerly awaiting his transformation. As Zhao Chongqing waited idly, time quietly slipped into the afternoon, and the sky began to darken at that moment. Lin Cheng subtly moved his fingers and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at his hand that had held the energy stone with gloves, he gently clenched his fist, feeling that the energy stone had vanished. Zhao Chongqing, who had been watching, was taken aback as Lin Cheng's gentle grip on the energy stone produced a faint tearing sound. His tactical gloves had been effortlessly shredded. Yet Lin Cheng remained oblivious. Lin Cheng sat up, grinning at Zhao Chongqing before exclaiming, "Qingzi, I have successfully ascended." Zhao Chongqing responded with a bemused expression, "Take a moment to assess how your body feels." Lin Cheng concentrated, stating, "I believe my vision has improved. I can see your pores and even count the hairs on your chin." He then looked out towards the property lobby, approximately 100 meters away. "I can clearly see the blue stripes on the butterfly wings resting on the lobby door. My vision has surpassed 10.0. Although Zhao Chongqing was astonished, he maintained a smile and inquired further, "What about other aspects of your body? How do you feel?" In his previous life, he too had undergone evolution, but his vision had not improved to the extent Lin Cheng described. Following Lin Cheng's gaze towards the butterfly, he could not spot any .at that moment. Lin Cheng stood up, and they both sensed something was amiss. Previously standing at 1.7 meters tall, a source of consternation for him, he now stood nearly eye level with Zhao Chongqing, who was 1.83 meters tall. "I've undergone a second growth spurt," Lin Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Chongqing was equally surprised. Thus far, Lin Cheng's changes were unprecedented. Lin Cheng approached the bathroom mirror, sighed with relief, and remarked, "Fortunately, fate did not deprive me of my handsome visage." Indeed, his appearance had not changed much. He still bore the same square face and thick eyebrows, maintaining his endearing charm. Zhao Chongqing remarked further, pondering the concepts of strength and physical resilience alongside other anomalies. Lin Cheng delivered a powerful punch against the bathroom wall, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. He intensified his efforts. Observing that the surface of the tiles had begun to show faint cracks, yet his hand bore no pain. It remained entirely unscathed. He believed that with continued exertion, he could breach the wall with his bare hands without suffering any harm. Zhao Chongqing, witnessing this, recognized that Lin Cheng's current strength and physical fortitude far surpassed his own from a past life. Previously, he had only heard tales of the formidable first batch of evolvers. But witnessing it firsthand was genuinely astonishing. He couldn't help but contemplate how remarkable it would be if Lin Cheng, as one of the first evolvers, could successfully absorb 3 energy stones at the pinnacle during the initial phase of the apocalypse. It seemed to align with the legends. The first batch of evolvers, as long as they did not act foolishly, was destined for an extraordinarily brilliant future. As for Lin Cheng's enhanced speed, the confined space of the room made it difficult to assess precisely. Yet speed typically correlates with strength, and given the tremendous increase in his power, his speed must also be formidable, in his previous life. Zhao Chongqing had experienced a speed that far exceeded that of the top sprinters before the apocalypse. Coupled with significantly greater endurance, Lin Cheng, brimming with excitement, looked at Zhao Chongqing with gratitude and exclaimed, "Qingzi, from now on, I will protect you." Chapter 9. The naturally gifted evolver. Lin Cheng remained elated, gradually acclimating to the transformations brought about by his evolution. As night fell, the two brothers refrained from venturing outdoors, opting instead to remain in hiding for another night, planning to set out at dawn the following day in search of elite zombies. The next morning arrived peacefully. After breakfast, the duo resolved to depart immediately, planning to scour the neighborhood thoroughly throughout the day and return to the gym before dusk. Most of the zombies that had besieged the unit door 2 days prior had vanished, and the two swiftly dealt with the few that remained. During this process, Lin Cheng showcased the might of an evolver. His enhanced speed, strength, and physical resilience subtly influenced his demeanor. Previously inept with firearms, he had completely embraced cold weapons, wielding a fire axe with one hand, cleaving zombies in two with each swing, akin to a harbinger of death in the apocalypse. Under Lin Cheng's relentless assault, they soon dispatched 1, 2, 3 zombies, nearly exterminating all the undead in the compound. Zhao Chongqing provided timely backup, covering Lin Cheng from approaching zombies. Through their seamless cooperation, neither faced danger or injury again. Thus, the morning passed, and the area was entirely cleared. After a brief rest, they proceeded to sweep each unit, having eliminated nearly 100 zombies. Yet, even Lin Chung began to feel fatigue, and despite their efforts, no energy crystals had reappeared. Nor had they encountered the elite zombie. As dusk approached, they decisively abandoned their search and headed towards the community gate. Upon exiting the gate and turning right, Lin Chung suddenly shouted, "Qingzi, something's wrong." Following the sound, they beheld the glass front of the supermarket they had previously visited shattered, with bloodstains ominously visible. The two hastened to investigate, noting that the window had been shattered more than halfway. Inside lay 7 lifeless zombies. Moving swiftly through the broken window, they ventured inside, only to discover, not far away, Old Wang clutching the handgun Zhao Chongqing had left for him, seated on the ground beside the checkout counter. He was missing a leg. Blood smeared across his chest, and a bullet hole pierced his forehead, a sight both tragic and harrowing. The path deeper into the supermarket was obstructed by collapsed shelves. The sight stirred a deep sense of melancholy within them. And then they noticed Old Wang's right hand gripping a piece of gray cloth. That was? Zhao Chongqing suddenly recalled. Could it be the pants of the elite zombie? Just then, a voice called from the innermost part of the supermarket. "Uncle Zhao." "Save me!" Lin Chung turned to see Wang Xiaoxiao, Old Wang's grandson, still alive, hiding beneath the bed in the inner bedroom. Quickly clearing a path, Lin Chung entered and carried Wang Xiaoxiao out. After a thorough examination, they found him merely shaken, with no physical injuries. Upon seeing his grandfather's tragic fate, Wang Xiaoxiao began to wail, and Zhao Chongqing comforted him by stroking his head. After some time, Wang Xiaoxiao gradually ceased his tears and, with determination, looked at Zhao Chongqing and said, "Uncle, can I follow you? I want to kill all the zombies to avenge my grandfather." The child's innocent voice resonated with profound hatred. Upon witnessing Old Wang's demise, and with Wang Xiaoxiao hidden away in the bedroom, Zhao Chongqing surmised the events that had transpired and resolved to take the boy with them. Wang Xiaoxiao recounted the details. Shortly after they had left, a zombie clad in blue with gray pants emerged from the community, and upon passing by, began to ram against the doors and windows. As this was a row of storefronts, the doors and windows were reinforced with tempered glass. Other zombies had attempted to break through in the past without issue. However, after a few impacts from this particular one, they heard a faint cracking sound, prompting Old Wang to shield Wang Xiaoxiao. Placing him in the innermost bedroom and instructing him not to emerge, no matter what sounds he heard or what transpired. Eventually, the window shattered entirely, and 7 white zombies, accompanied by 1 black zombie, entered and began to assault and tear at Old Wang. He fired several rounds, bringing down the white zombies, but ultimately succumbed, with the last gunshot echoing as the black zombie fled towards the hospital. Beyond his perception, having grasped the unfolding events, Zhao Chongqing and Lin Chung bowed in respect to Old Wang, murmuring, "Old Wang, may you rest in peace." Turning back, Zhao Chongqing looked at Wang Xiaoxiao, whose eyes were still red from crying, and said, "Xiaoxiao, from today onwards, you will follow Uncle Zhao and Uncle Lin. We will protect you." He then began to inquire further about how Wang Xiaoxiao had managed to see so far from within, how he could perceive such complex situations, and why he described the zombies in such contrasting colors. At this moment, Zhao Chongqing felt a bold hypothesis forming in his mind as he regarded Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao replied, "Uncle Zhao, I didn't actually see them, I can just feel all the movements outside, and the way they appear in my mind is as white and black. When you both entered, I could feel it too. You are white, and Uncle Lin is black." This revelation confirmed Zhao Chongqing's suspicions and validated why he had felt something special about Wang Xiaoxiao the first time he saw him. Wang Xiaoxiao was an exceedingly rare naturally gifted evolver in this post-apocalyptic world. In his previous life, there had been little explanation or description regarding evolvers, as their numbers were exceedingly sparse. Survivors who evolved to the spiritual master level during the apocalypse had a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening some abilities. Yet this paled in comparison to those with innate powers. Zhao Chongqing was aware of only a few names and legends concerning naturally gifted evolvers. Looking again at Wang Xiaoxiao, Zhao Chongqing couldn't help but marvel at the boy's potential for greatness in the future. Glancing at Lin Chung, he felt a sense of inadequacy. He could now surmise that Wang Xiaoxiao's abilities were likely psychic in nature, though he remained uncertain about the transformations that would occur as he evolved further. As they composed themselves, the trio, two adults and one child, gathered supplies from the supermarket and set off towards the gym. The evening had fallen, and although the distance was merely a few hundred meters, the path was fraught with danger. Zombies became more active at night, and without light, human visibility was severely hindered, especially with a defenseless child in tow. This return journey promised to be arduous. However, to Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng's astonishment, their return was remarkably smooth, allowing the brothers to witness Wang Xiaoxiao's extraordinary abilities firsthand. Wang Xiaoxiao trailed closely behind his two uncles, positioned between them. At opportune moments, he alerted them to the locations and distances of the zombies, as if providing them with an automatic targeting system. They merely had to pull the trigger in the direction he indicated to bring down the approaching undead. Lin Cheng's marksmanship, which had previously been mediocre, improved significantly following his evolution, enhancing his physical capabilities and control over force and direction, resulting in newfound precision. Zhao Chongqing, having survived numerous life-and-death encounters during the apocalypse, was not a master of firearms but was certainly proficient. With Wang Xiaoxiao's pinpoint guidance, the trio systematically cleared the zombies they encountered along their route, swiftly reaching the gym. Chapter 10. Adaptation and Mutation. Safely arriving at the gym, Wang Xiaoxiao immediately fell unconscious upon entering. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng supported him to rest, and after a brief respite, the two brothers began to recuperate as well. The following morning, Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng discovered Wang Xiaoxiao still in a comatose state. His breathing and vital signs were normal, yet they could not rouse him. They were filled with concern but felt powerless until the afternoon, when Wang Xiaoxiao weakly regained consciousness. After sipping some water and consuming a small bowl of instant noodles, Zhao Chongqing inquired about his condition and the cause of his fainting spell. Wang Xiaoxiao explained that each time he concentrated on sensing the outside world, he felt extremely fatigued. Last night, upon entering the gym and relaxing his mind, he suddenly lost consciousness and was unaware of what transpired afterward. Zhao Chongqing understood then that Wang Xiaoxiao's unique abilities as a naturally gifted evolver had their limitations and required moderation. He allowed Wang Xiaoxiao to rest a bit longer until his mental and physical state recovered sufficiently, after which he began educating him on survival in the apocalypse. Thus, Wang Xiaoxiao fully integrated into the survival team of Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng. Zhao Chongqing procured a set of training gear and outdoor combat attire for Wang Xiaoxiao, ensuring he was properly equipped. Subsequently, he guided Wang Xiaoxiao in familiarizing himself with the available weapons and gear. Having been well cared for by his grandfather, Wang Xiaoxiao was already robust, and once outfitted with weapons, he appeared notably more mature, looking far older than his 15 years, save for his slightly shorter stature. Perhaps due to the formidable psychic abilities of Wang Xiaoxiao, he possesses an exceptionally terrifying capacity for learning. In just one afternoon, he comprehensively absorbed all the knowledge and skills imparted by Zhao Chongqing, which greatly disheartened Lin Cheng, who had been feeling quite pleased with himself lately. The following morning, Zhao Chongqing convened the first official meeting in the training hall of the combat gym, with Lin Cheng and Wang Xiaoxiao seated in the center. Zhao Chongqing proposed that Lin Cheng and he collaborate with Wang Xiaoxiao to conduct operations to eliminate zombies and search for supplies and energy stones within a 1-kilometer radius of the combat gym, aiming to help Wang Xiaoxiao adapt to combat and, if possible, become an evolved being at the earliest opportunity. The three unanimously agreed, recognizing that cooperative combat would also enhance their synergy. After delineating their daily route on the map, Zhao Chongqing prepared a schedule for their outings, mirroring the structured routine from before the apocalypse. Lin Cheng would go out on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Zhao Chongqing on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Wang Xiaoxiao on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, with Sunday reserved for rest. Now, having entered the apocalypse for over half a month, the survivors' supplies were becoming increasingly scarce, and the pressure for survival was mounting daily. Due to the lack of essential food and water, many survivors were compelled to plan their excursions from relatively safe shelters to confront zombies and search for necessary resources. Additionally, after a drastic reduction in the number of survivors and a sharp increase in zombies, the bloodthirsty undead could no longer easily locate survivors. This led to the zombies gradually forming groups, searching for the living. Once a survivor was discovered, the zombies would howl and chase frantically, quickly drawing in large numbers. The daily outing plans of the trio progressed steadily, and their growth was evident. Now, when faced with typical situations, the trio's abilities allowed them to handle encounters with ease, and even occasional small-scale gatherings of zombies posed little threat. Lin Cheng primarily relied on cold weapons to eliminate zombies, resulting in gruesome scenes, while Wang Xiaoxiao practiced practical shooting with firearms, showing significant improvement on Saturday, when Wang Xiaoxiao ventured out with Zhao Chongqing. He predominantly utilized his psychic perception to provide radar-like assistance, greatly enhancing their accuracy and efficiency, albeit at the cost of some mental strain. During this period, Wang Xiaoxiao conveyed to Zhao Chongqing the concerning transformation of Lin Cheng, who had shifted from merely killing zombies to torturing them. Many times, he would cleave a single zombie into multiple segments with successive blows, and even after it was clearly dead, he would deliver a couple more strikes, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Zhao Chongqing understood that the apocalypse could profoundly alter a person's character. The daily encounters with slaughter, evasion, and even the treachery among survivors would inevitably instigate change, just as he himself had yet to fully emerge from the numbness of survival from his previous life. He paid little heed to Lin Cheng's transformation, which indirectly led to a significant event in the future, leaving Zhao Chongqing filled with regret. Time swiftly passed, and another half-month went by with their only regret being the continued absence of energy stones. One Sunday morning, while the trio was resting and enjoying their meal, Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly froze, then anxiously informed the others. Chongqing Gu, Cheng Gu, I sense a large group of white zombies moving slowly towards our district from about 2 kilometers away. Numbering over 200, this could pose a danger. What should we do? The three had long since referred to each other as brothers, and since Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng were both 12 years older than Wang Xiaoxiao, they collectively decided to alter their forms of address, which Wang Xiaoxiao gladly accepted. Through their days of collaboration, they had come to understand that Wang Xiaoxiao's perception of white indicated ordinary zombies, while black signified elite zombies, akin to a color coding for energy entities. Upon hearing Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Cheng excitedly glanced at his axe. The number of zombies in their vicinity had diminished significantly in recent days, sometimes encountering only a few throughout the day. However, Zhao Chongqing felt a jolt of alarm. Facing a horde of 200 zombies with their current capabilities was nearly a certain death sentence. If they remained holed up in the combat gym, discovering such a massive gathering of zombies would also spell doom for them. Zhao Chongqing set down his food and swiftly determined that the three brothers needed to depart immediately, temporarily abandoning the combat gym to avoid confrontation. Although Lin Cheng felt some dissatisfaction, he ultimately acquiesced to Zhao Chongqing's judgment. The trio hastily gathered their belongings, taking only essential equipment, food, and water. The sudden emergence of the zombie horde was perplexing to Zhao Chongqing at the moment, but later he would come to understand that the blood of zombies could trigger a response in other zombies. While this response was not driven by the same insatiable thirst for the flesh of survivors, it nonetheless provided direction for the wandering undead. The recent purges conducted by the trio had saturated their district with the scent of blood, drawing nearby zombies towards them. Before their departure, Zhao Chongqing pointed to the map, stating that their ultimate destination was the Shilong Logistics Park in the southern district of Luo City, a facility previously constructed by an official organization, vast in scale and rich in supplies, making it the largest logistics hub in Luo City and even the entire southern province. Shilong Logistics Park had long been Zhao Chongqing's target. However, since they were located in the northern district and the logistics park lay to the south, the quickest route would require driving through the city center, which was evidently not an ideal option given the high density of zombies anticipated in that area. They opted for a second route, navigating through the nearby second hospital and circling around to the southern district. Although this route might take slightly longer, the risks would be significantly reduced. The thought of the hospital rekindled Zhao Chongqing's memory of the elite zombie, prompting him to mutter, "Our fates are indeed intertwined." Chapter 11. Encountering survivors 10 minutes later, the trio, equipped with their essential belongings, exited and boarded Zhao Chongqing's business vehicle. After securely closing the gym's door, he swiftly drove away. The car sped towards the hospital without incident, but a complication arose as they passed the entrance of a vocational college. The surrounding vehicles were in disarray, with only a narrow path down the center allowing for passage. As Zhao Chongqing maneuvered the vehicle slowly, he suddenly spotted 3 figures blocking the road ahead. Fearing that honking the horn might attract a horde of zombies, he cautiously brought the car to a halt and surveyed the area. About 30 meters in front of them stood 3 figures. One was a slender man wearing a baseball cap and sportswear, wielding a baseball bat. Accompanying him were 2 women. One donned black leggings and a leather jacket, her figure curvaceous, holding a slender iron rod. The other was dressed in a black suit, carrying a black backpack, and was unarmed. Zhao Chongqing gestured for Lin Cheng to disembark and assessed the situation while he readied his handgun from within the vehicle. Lin Cheng opened the passenger door and approached the three unarmed. They, in turn, hastened toward Zhao Chongqing's parked vehicle. As Lin Cheng approached, the woman in the black suit stepped forward, her expression tense as she addressed him. Hello? Big brother. I am Zhang Min, a teacher at the school. These are my students, Qin Xiaojia and Zhang Hao. Lin Cheng scrutinized Zhang Min but offered no immediate response. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that she appeared to be around 30. Her fair oval face slightly dusty and looking somewhat haggard, with high cheekbones and bright eyes. Her short, tousled hair could not conceal her voluptuous figure beneath the black suit. Her lips quivered nervously as she spoke. Lin Cheng felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself, this girl is truly a gem. Turning his gaze to the two students, he noticed they were both in their early 20s. Zhang Hao had dyed hair. Standing at approximately 1.75 meters, his appearance quite ordinary, though he bore a somewhat rebellious air as he kept his head down. Beside him, Qin Xiaojia wore white sneakers and form-fitting yoga pants paired with a leather jacket. Her alluring curves accentuated by her long hair tied up, and her delicate features made her a first-rate beauty, each captivating in her own right. Snapping back to reality, Lin Cheng turned to signal Zhao Chongqing that there was no danger present. He replied, Hello, I am Lin Cheng. Please clear the road. We need to proceed. Zhang Min and her companions regarded Lin Cheng, noting his prominent brow and large eyes, clad in camouflage combat attire, his robust physique. Upon glancing at their business vehicle, hope surged within them. Zhang Min stepped closer, her voice softening as she recounted their ordeal. When the apocalypse struck, Zhang Min had been on duty at the school that evening, while Zhang Hao and Qin Xiaojia were students residing in the dormitory. As the chaos unfolded, they had remained in their rooms, avoiding the outside world. A week later, after the zombies had gradually dispersed, the survivors at the school had banded together. Initially, there had been 8 survivors, but with dwindling food and water supplies, they had ventured out in groups to seek resources, leaving only the 3 of them. Moreover, they had not eaten for 2 days, tears welling in Zhang Min's eyes as she spoke, her plight evoking sympathy. She then turned to Lin Cheng with pleading eyes, asking if he could take them along. Not even inquiring about their destination. Noticing Lin Cheng's silence, she stepped closer, her voice trembling as she implored, If you can just spare us something to eat, we will do anything, anything at all. The combination of Zhang Min's beauty and her desperate plea left Lin Cheng momentarily captivated. Without a second thought, he nodded and said, All right, get in the car. He turned and headed towards the business vehicle, with Zhang Min and her companions hastily following. Looking back, he saw Zhao Chongqing watching them with a puzzled expression. Lin Chengkai regained his composure, recalling the numerous admonitions from Zhao Chongqing, who had repeatedly cautioned him against placing undue trust in other survivors, particularly against the reckless act of bringing them along. Yet, he found himself utterly unable to refuse the earnest plea of a woman like Zhang Min. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his voice and urged Zhang Min and her companions to behave themselves, lest they risk being abandoned. Zhang Min immediately nodded in agreement, saying, All right, Brother Lin, we will heed your words. Zhang Hao remained with his head bowed, while Qin Xiaojia regarded Lin Cheng with an unusual gaze. Lost in her own thoughts, before long, the car door swung open, and Zhao Chongqing addressed Lin Cheng. Chengzi, who are they? Lin Cheng, steeling himself, replied, Chengzi, they are the remaining students and teachers from our school. They are rather pitiable, and I have just agreed to take them along. There is strength in numbers, and they have promised to be obedient. Upon seeing Zhao Chongqing, Zhang Min and her companion's eyes widened at the sight of his weaponry and the supplies within the vehicle. Zhang Min seized the opportunity to assertively state, Brother, take us with you. We will certainly listen to your orders. Whatever you ask, we shall comply. Zhao Chongqing scrutinized Zhang Min and her companions, then glanced at Lin Cheng, as if coming to an understanding. Although his good friend had evolved, he had yet to experience the treachery of human nature in the apocalypse. This time, it seemed that not only compassion had moved him, but perhaps something more. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Chongqing looked back at Zhang Min and her companions, ensuring they posed no threat. He did not wish to embarrass Lin Cheng in front of strangers and stated, Xiao Xiao, you can sit in the front passenger seat. Lin Cheng, take the seat behind me. He then gestured for Zhang Min to occupy the single seat behind Xiao Xiao, while Zhang Hao and Qin Xiaojia took their places in the rear bench. Upon hearing his instructions, everyone quickly boarded the vehicle and closed the doors. Zhao Chongqing turned to Zhang Min and her companions once more, reiterating, "I will say this once more. If you wish to survive, you must obey. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to leave you behind. I do not jest with strangers." The three nodded in unison. As the vehicle roared back to life, Xiao Xiao remained silent. While Zhao Chongqing, through the rearview mirror, observed the trio and asked Lin Cheng to distribute some bread, sausages, and bottled water. Gratefully, Zhang Min and her companions devoured the food, finishing it within moments. Qian Xiaojia, sitting in the back, burped and sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, brothers. I haven't had anything so delicious in ages." Zhang Min echoed her gratitude, while Zhang Hao remained reticent, his head bowed at a tea that moment. Xiao Xiao suddenly interjected, "I'm younger than you." A brief silence ensued, followed by Qian Xiaojia's playful laughter. "Thank you, little brother." The addition of three companions brought a newfound joy to the journey. Zhang Min's mature beauty and gentle words complimented Qian Xiaojia's spirited and cheeky demeanor, while Zhang Hao, the taciturn one, merely nodded or grunted. Soon, the two women formed a bond with Lin Cheng and Xiao Xiao. Although Zhao Chongqing remained focused on driving, he did not let his guard down. Continuously observing Zhang Min and her companions' expressions and movements through the mirror, as he watched them bond, he silently mused that perhaps it was time for a change in his way of life. He had lived too repressively in his previous existence. Chapter 12. Forced to abandon the vehicle under the perceptive warning of Wang Xiaoxiao, the van sped along, nearing the hospital with less than a kilometer to go. Occasionally encountering a few zombies along the way, Zhao Chongqing adeptly maneuvered the vehicle to avoid them. The afternoon had progressed, and dusk began to envelop the surroundings. The group frequently glanced at the darkening sky, and their chatter dwindled. Survivors of the apocalypse understood the implications of nightfall, and the atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly oppressive. Ahead, the hospital sign came into view, but an unfortunate sight awaited them at the entrance. Vehicles were haphazardly parked, completely obstructing their path forward. They were left with no choice but to turn back or abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot. Zhao Chongqing furrowed his brow and slowly pulled over to the roadside, the air within the vehicle falling into a heavy silence. Lin Cheng spoke up first. "Qingzi, it's blocked ahead. What should we do? Is there a way around?" Zhao Chongqing shook his head. "Qingzi, I traveled this route 3 months ago. There's no way around it. The only path to the southern city is right here, and a kilometer ahead, the road widens considerably. Turning back towards the city center would be far more perilous. The sun has yet to set, so we still have time. I suggest we all grab our belongings, abandon the vehicle, and quickly find a place to spend the night, searching for a suitable vehicle tomorrow." Lin Cheng agreed, and everyone promptly began to move. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng were the first to exit the vehicle, on high alert. At this moment, Zhao Chongqing approached Lin Cheng and whispered, "I've observed Zhang Min and her companions. They are not as simple as they appear, especially Zhang Min and Qian Xiaojia. Several times, their gazes have met mine." Zhao Chongqing cautioned Lin Cheng, "Do not be deceived by their seemingly friendly demeanor. We must remain vigilant with unfamiliar survivors. They may appear weak, yet they have survived this apocalypse just like us. We cannot reveal that we are evolved beings to them. We will proceed swiftly." Approximately 700 or 800 meters ahead, there's a hotel where we will spend the night. I've already informed Xiao Xiao. She will lead the way, and Chengzi, stay close behind us, keeping an eye out for both zombies and their movements. Lin Cheng nodded in understanding. Soon, the group followed Zhao Chongqing's orders, securing their belongings. The non-combatants, Zhang Min and Qian Xiaojia, primarily carried food, water, and medical supplies, while Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao took the lead. He handed Zhang Hao a fire axe, instructing him to stay with Lin Cheng at the rear. Once everything was in order, they set off cautiously, maneuvering through the narrow gap at the hospital entrance blocked by vehicles. Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao unleashed a flurry of gunfire, efficiently dispatching the approaching zombies, while the two women tightly clutched their supplies, following them at a distance of about 5 meters. Although they were anxious, they refrained from shouting, clearly accustomed to facing zombies by now. Lin Cheng's astonishing combat prowess erupted once more as he cleaved through the pursuing zombies with a single swing of his axe, creating a scene of chaos. Zhang Min and her companions were taken aback by the sheer ferocity of his actions, their minds reeling in astonishment. During this time, Zhao Chongqing noted that Zhang Min repeatedly glanced back at Lin Cheng, seemingly deep in thought. In contrast, Zhang Hao's performance paled in comparison. He struggled to keep up, missing several swings with the axe. Before long, the six of them broke free from the congested area at the hospital's entrance. Zhao Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief, but just then, Zhang Hao stumbled and fell forward. As he turned to regain his footing, a zombie lunged at him with an open maw, growling menacingly. Zhao Chongqing, Wang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Min, and Qian Xiaojia all turned back, witnessing Lin Cheng leap forward from 5 meters away, executing a powerful jump. With a sweeping motion, he brought his axe down upon the attacking zombie's shoulder, producing a sickening crack as the creature was cleaved in two. The upper half of its body collapsed onto the road, and an arm flew off, landing squarely in Zhang Hao's lap. Staring at the bloodied limb in shock, he momentarily lost his senses. Lin Cheng swiftly slapped the back of Zhang Hao's head, knocking off his baseball cap, and shouted, "Damn it, what are you dawdling for? Get rid of the arm and get up." "Move!" Zhang Hao snapped back to reality, stammering, Okay, Brother Lin, thank you." He quickly discarded the zombie's arm, scrambled to his feet, and bent down to retrieve the axe, hastily catching up with the others. In a flash, Lin Cheng had saved Zhang Hao's life. Zhao Chongqing and the others continued to run forward, silently processing the scene. Neither Zhao Chongqing nor Wang Xiaoxiao were surprised by Lin Cheng's actions. After their previous encounters, they were well aware of each other's capabilities. However, the reactions of the two women were thought-provoking. Zhang Min's gaze remained fixed on Lin Cheng throughout, never once diverting her attention to Zhang Hao, while Qian Xiaojia merely cast a fleeting glance before turning to press forward, displaying an unsettling indifference to the peril that their companion faced. Before long, the six of them spotted the large characters of the Dihao Hotel about 200 meters away, providing a much-needed surge of motivation for the exhausted group. They summoned their last reserves of strength to sprint toward the hotel. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoxiao stumbled, nearly falling. Zhao Chongqing, quick to notice her distress, rushed over and saw her looking pale and disoriented. She murmured, "Qingge, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. There are 3 white zombies on the first floor of the hotel, and 2 more on the second." Before she could finish, she swayed and collapsed against Zhao Chongqing. Without hesitation, Zhao Chongqing caught Wang Xiaoxiao, bending down to carry her on his back, one hand clutching his gun while the other supported her. He knew she had succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Qian Xiaojia, witnessing this, hurriedly asked from behind, "Brother, what's wrong with Xiaoxiao? Is there anything I can do to help?" Zhao Chongqing did not look back but replied tersely, "It's fine, just keep running." As the sky grew darker, the group drew nearer to the hotel, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, until finally, Zhao Chongqing stepped into the hotel courtyard, gently placing the unconscious Xiaoxiao against the wall. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to face the others, almost simultaneously, Zhang Min and Qian Xiaojia stumbled into the courtyard, leaning against the walls, panting heavily. Their chests rose and fell dramatically with each breath, a sight that was undeniably captivating. Prompting Zhao Chongqing to steal a few glances, with a resounding thud, Zhang Hao fell directly to the ground of the courtyard, gasping for breath as he lay on his back. His current appearance was utterly disheveled. The front of his athletic wear was smeared with blood, remnants of the severed zombie arm from earlier. His hat had been knocked off, and his face was marred with dirt and blood. It was sheer tenacity that had prevented him from lagging behind. Zhao Chongqing recalled his own experience during the early days of the apocalypse and realized that he could hardly compare to this taciturn lad, leading to a newfound admiration for him. Chapter 13. Memories. At this moment, only Lin Cheng remained unaccounted for. Aside from Zhang Hao, who lay on the ground wheezing, Zhao Chongqing, Zhang Min, and Qian Xiaojia were intently watching Lin Cheng, who was not far from the courtyard. 2 zombies were roaring as they lunged at him from either side. He took a step back, raised his fire axe high, and delivered a powerful horizontal strike. The blade smoothly severed the head of the zombie on his right, which rolled away for several meters before the body collapsed. Without pausing, Lin Cheng then angled the axe down upon another zombie, cleaving off half of its head, causing brain matter to splatter across the ground. The gruesome scene left Zhang Min and the others in shock. After dispatching the 2 zombies, Lin Cheng found himself free from further pursuit. He immediately turned and sprinted into the courtyard, his breathing steady, his face slightly flushed. Despite the blood and brain matter splattered across his clothes, he appeared anything but disheveled. Rather, he resembled a formidable figure of the apocalypse. Zhang Min quickly approached, producing a bottle of mineral water, unscrewing the cap, and tenderly handing it to Lin Cheng. whispering in a voice only he could hear, "Brother Lin, you are so amazing. I feel so safe with you around." At the same time, she casually brushed her ample figure against his arm. Lin Chung, initially grinning as he accepted the bottle and took a large gulp, was suddenly struck by her soft touch and the sweetness of her words, causing a rush of warmth to surge through him. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhao Chongqing called out, "Chengzi, are you hurt?" He had also noticed Zhang Min's subtle gesture and mused to himself that indeed, women in the apocalypse were far more direct in the pre-apocalyptic world. He and Lin Cheng would never have dared to entertain such thoughts regarding a beauty of Zhang Min's caliber. Yet now, it seemed that with a mere beckon, she would readily offer herself. Lin Cheng replied, "I'm fine, Qingzi. Are you and Xiaojia okay?" Zhao Chongqing nodded, signaling that they were unharmed. Qin Xiaojia quietly observed the scene, first glancing slyly at Zhang Min and Lin Cheng, then turning to Zhao Chongqing with a contemplative expression, yet she remained silent. Following this, under Zhao Chongqing's direction, they secured and reinforced the hotel's main entrance before meticulously checking the courtyard. The hotel was enclosed on 3 sides by walls, with a large gate at the front, and the courtyard comprised a parking lot and some greenery, housing over a dozen various vehicles. Once everything was confirmed to be secure, Zhao Chongqing began assigning tasks. He instructed Qin Xiaojia, Zhang Min, and the still breathless Zhang how to remain on guard and watch over the unconscious Wang Xiaojia, while he and Lin Qing entered the hotel to inspect it. As they observed Zhao and Lin's disappearing figures, Qin Xiaojia suddenly leaned close to Zhang Min and teasingly said, "Oh, am I mistaken? My stunning teacher Zhang seems to be smitten, resorting to her wiles?" Zhang Min's cheeks flushed, yet she met Qin Xiaojia's gaze unabashedly, replying, "So what if I am? Xiaojia, you should know that in this apocalypse, it's better for women to take the initiative rather than passively becoming men's playthings. I've set my sights on Lin Cheng. Have you forgotten our experiences back at school?" Mention of their school experiences during the outbreak silenced both Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia. They recalled how, in the week following the apocalypse, the campus was overrun with zombies, and survivors were mercilessly torn apart and devoured. Only a handful remained holed up in their dorms, too terrified to venture out. Days later, as the zombie presence dwindled, they communicated through the school's group chat to ascertain each other's conditions. One male student, on the brink of starvation, resorted to drinking urine and gnawing on wooden planks. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, he ventured out in search of food, only to be overwhelmed by 2 zombies just a short distance away. Zhang Min and the others watched helplessly from the window as he was attacked and devoured. Soon after, he too became a zombie, standing lifelessly and howling. Fear began to spread incrementally. Observing the gradual reduction of zombies outside, Zhang Min, as a teacher, took the initiative to gather everyone in the administrative office for warmth. By then, nearly all had run out of food, and they rallied together, arming themselves with wooden sticks, bedboards, and iron rods to head to the office. On their way, 2 female students tragically fell victim to zombies, becoming their next meal. Ultimately, only 8 survivors reached the office, 4 men and 4 women, including Zhang Min, Qin Xiaojia, and Zhang Hao. Initially united under Zhang Min's leadership, they scavenged for supplies within the office. They had faced and barely defeated 2 solitary zombies together. However, as days turned into weeks, their dwindling supplies became increasingly scarce, revealing the darker sides of human nature and desire. Among the 4 surviving men were 2 brothers, Li Hai and Li Jiang, who began to act inappropriately. They believed that as the only men among the 8 survivors, they should not only venture out for supplies, but also deal with the zombies near their refuge, all while demanding control over the distribution of resources. Zhang Hao remained silent on the matter, while the women, already in a vulnerable position, found themselves at the mercy of the brothers, especially after they had gained the allegiance of another male survivor, De Chong. Consequently, the trio became the de facto leaders of the group, ensuring that only they received adequate supplies, leaving Zhang Hao with mere scraps. The remaining 4 women struggled to obtain food, prompting Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia to confront the brothers multiple times, nearly inciting conflict. Rather than relent, the brothers grew bolder, taunting the women and even resorting to physical advances, with both Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia enduring harassment in silence. Gradually, they brazenly suggested that in exchange for food, the women must serve and amuse them. Initially, the 4 girls banded together, managing to resist. However, after a day or two, a girl named Xiaofeng, driven by unbearable hunger, secretly approached Li Hai and exchanged her body for a piece of bread. This act opened the floodgates, leading another girl, Xiaoqi, to succumb as well, leaving only Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia to continue their arduous resistance, surviving on scraps left behind by the men. Before long, the brothers began to openly torment and abuse Xiaofeng and Xiaoqi, persistently tempting and pressuring Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia. With their patience wearing thin, Li Hai and Li Jiang resorted to force with Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia, and after a failed attempt, the two women conspired to take a bold risk that night. While everyone slept, they quietly gathered the little remaining supplies and fled the administrative office, seeking refuge in a distant classroom. With the supplies stolen, Li Hai and his companions were forced to venture outside in search of food. During one such outing, Li Hai and Dechong encountered zombies, and in a desperate bid for survival, Li Hai pushed Dechong towards the zombies, escaping at the cost of his companion. Afterward, the brothers ceased their foraging trips, instead coercing Zhang Hao, Xiaofeng, and Xiaoqi to venture out. Ultimately, when Zhang Hao, Xiaoqi, and Xiaofeng were besieged by zombies in a supermarket, only Zhang Hao managed to escape, helplessly watching as the two girls were devoured. Frantically, he returned to the administrative office, only to find the door ajar. Peering inside, he saw Li Hai and Li Jiang sprawled on the ground, being devoured by several zombies. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, eventually being discovered and taken in by Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia. Thus, the three of them became the last remaining survivors of the school. Although he had not participated in the earlier incidents of humiliation, Zhang Hao's cowardice had never earned him the respect of Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia. Thus, upon witnessing his peril, their demeanor was one of calm indifference. Chapter 14. A night at the hotel. As the apocalypse persisted, the survivors' worldviews began to shift gradually to adapt to this harsh reality. That experience taught Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia a crucial lesson. To survive, one must be willing to sacrifice and even resort to desperate measures. Their refusal to submit to their previous group was not driven by any moral principle, but rather by the absence of hope there, leading them to steal all the supplies and abandon everyone else in the hope that such actions might allow them to continue living. As for Zhang Hao, he had neither colluded with the wicked nor bravely stood up for the weak. During a subsequent conversation, Zhao Chongqing had brought up the matter and directly asked him about his thoughts at the time. Zhang Hao simply replied, "I was scared. I just wanted to survive." Returning to the present, Qin Xiaojia turned to Zhang Min, her teasing demeanor replaced by a solemn silence as she sat down on the ground. Zhang Min, looking at her softly, said, "Xiaojia, don't miss your opportunity." Qin Xiaojia understood the implication behind Zhang Min's words. She was referring to Zhao Chongqing. Their encounters and observations, their harrowing escape from the vehicle, all recounted the formidable prowess and camaraderie of the three brothers. Initially, they had decisively refused to accommodate unfamiliar survivors, and as their group dynamics became clearer, their extraordinary combat skills when facing zombies instilled hope in both women. They were determined to align themselves with such a team. She also comprehended the wisdom behind Zhang Min's choice. Now, what value do they hold for Zhao Chongqing, Lin Cheng, and Wang Xiaoxiao? Are they merely burdens? How should she make her own choice? Zhang Min opted for Lin Cheng, having discerned the desire in his gaze from their very first encounter. However, he initially managed to restrain himself from bringing Zhang Min and the others along. Throughout their journey, Zhao Chongqing and the others exhibited nothing but caution and vigilance, devoid of the malevolent instincts that characterized the previous survivors. Therefore, she resolved to truly integrate into this group, fully aware that her greatest asset lay in her own body. On the ground, Zhang Hao finally regained his breath, no longer gasping for air, sprawled out in a starfish position, gazing up at the sky. He too pondered the fact that Lin Cheng had effortlessly saved his life earlier, and their escape had showcased their formidable strength. Perhaps, by staying with them, he could survive. After Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng entered the first floor of the hotel, they cleared away a zombie trapped in the door. According to Wang Xiaoxiao, there were still 2 more zombies on this level, and they proceeded to search each room. After thoroughly investigating the 20 rooms on the first floor, they indeed discovered the remaining 2 zombies. After easily dispatching these creatures, they promptly ascended to the second floor to continue their cleansing. There, they encountered and eliminated another 2 zombies, collecting 3 car keys from these 5 zombies, which would facilitate their search for suitable vehicles the following day. Once they confirmed the safety of the hotel, they beckoned the others outside to carry the still unconscious Wang Xiaoxiao into the hotel. They informed everyone that they would be staying the night, and after half an hour, Food would be distributed in the lobby. They could first go upstairs to find suitable rooms, and at dawn, they would set off again. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Chongqing, leading the group, placed Wang Xiaoxiao in the innermost room and tucked him in before turning to leave. He chose the room adjacent to Wang Xiaoxiao's, set his weapon backpack down, and sat on the sofa. Closing his eyes to rest, Zhang Hao opted for the room directly opposite Wang Xiaoxiao's. Soon after, Qian Xiaojia arrived, following closely behind the two men. She glanced around and chose the room next to Zhao Chongqing's. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Cheng walked towards Zhao Chongqing's selected room. He caught a glimpse of Zhao Chongqing, who was reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed, and opened his mouth to speak but ultimately decided against it, turning instead toward the room opposite Zhao Chongqing's. Just as he was about to enter, Zhang Min hurried forward, grabbing Lin Cheng's arm. The icy touch made Lin Cheng turn his head, finding himself less than a meter away from Zhang Min, who bore a beautifully bashful expression and a curvaceous figure. He was momentarily entranced, even feeling a stir within himself. Without waiting for Lin Cheng to inquire, Zhang Min gestured towards a distant room, indicating for him to go there. Lin Cheng grinned and nodded, striding towards the room she indicated, which was 8 rooms away from Zhao Chongqing's. Zhang Min followed him into the adjacent room. Half an hour later, Zhao Chongqing rose, stepped out of his room, and called out for everyone to descend for dinner. Due to the earlier searches conducted by Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng, nearly all the room doors had been forcibly opened and could no longer be fully closed. Ensuring that everyone heard Zhao Chongqing's voice clearly, soon, the sound of shuffling footsteps filled the air as everyone emerged to gather in the lobby. Except for Wang Xiaoxiao, all arrived promptly. They first examined the supply bags, noting that the remaining food and water were relatively abundant, enough to sustain everyone for 3 days. On the left side of the lobby bar, against the wall, stood a 3-meter-long, 2-meter-high food and beverage storage cabinet, containing instant noodles, bread, sausages, and various drinks. The group opened it to retrieve edible food and beverages, supplementing their original supplies. Once they had finished gathering food, Zhao Chongqing signaled for the two women to take their supply bags upstairs to rest. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng opened 2 cans of beer on the first floor, pairing them with sausages and peanuts, as well as a large piece of bread each, sitting across from each other to eat and chat. They invited Zhang Hao to join them, but he declined, stating he was exhausted and intended to head upstairs to rest immediately. Lin Cheng waved Zhang Hao off, indicating he should do as he wished. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng casually conversed about their experiences during the escape, touching on the elusive elite zombie that had yet to reappear, and voiced their concerns regarding Wang Xiaoxiao's condition, emphasizing the need for her evolution. Unbeknownst to them, each had already consumed 3 cans of beer. Zhao Chongqing remarked, "Chengzi, it's about time. Let's head back to our rooms and rest. We need to rise early tomorrow." Lin Cheng nodded, and the two concluded their meal and returned upstairs. As they reached the second floor, Zhao Chongqing noticed Lin Cheng heading towards a distant room and paused in surprise before quickly comprehending the situation. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he teased, "Take it easy, don't be late getting up tomorrow." Lin Cheng turned to Zhao Chongqing, chuckling. He understood his brother's implication, and the anticipation of what might transpire next filled him with excitement. After Zhang Min and Qian Xiaojia ascended the stairs, the two women reorganized and repackaged their supplies, resulting in a much neater arrangement. At this moment, both had finished their meals and were resting in their respective rooms. Upon hearing Zhao Chongqing's call, each had her own thoughts. Lin Cheng entered his room, first sitting on the sofa, then rising to pace the carpeted floor, occasionally pressing his ear to the wall, listening intently. Hearing Lin Cheng's footsteps, Zhang Min stifled a giggle, quickly covering her mouth. She then slowly stood, removing her suit jacket and pants, leaving herself clad only in a fitted white short-sleeve top and long black stretchy pants. She gazed at her alluring figure in the mirror, adjusted her hair, and resolutely made her way towards Lin Cheng's room. Chapter 15. Intensifying relations that night, the 6 individuals experienced 6 distinct states. As dawn broke, everyone gradually made their way to the lobby, exchanging silent glances for a time. Wang Xiaoxiao began to awaken around 5 in the morning, experiencing a brief amnesia similar to last time. He recalled faintly collapsing on Qing Ji's shoulder and, after a moment of clarity, pieced together the events that likely transpired during his unconsciousness. After surveying his surroundings, he located the food and water that Zhao Chongqing had left for him, consumed them, and slowly exited to await the others on the lobby sofa. Next came Zhao Chongqing and Qian Xiaojia. Qian Shaojia stealthily emerged from Zhao Chongqing's room, hastily descending the stairs in a hurried manner. 5 minutes later, Zhao Chongqing calmly followed suit. Less than half an hour later, Lin Cheng, stifling yawns and wearing a satisfied grin, made his way downstairs, trailed by a yawning Zhang Min. Wang Xiaoxiao glanced up, fiddling with his fingers, but did not engage with Lin Cheng and Zhang Min. While Zhao and Qian exchanged glances filled with subtle hostility towards the two, Lin Cheng awkwardly smiled and took a seat, while Zhang Min naturally settled beside him, greeting Zhao Chongqing with a polite smile before turning to Qian Shaojia and giving her a playful wink, as if inquiring, "Did you manage to succeed?" The previous night, Zhang Min had taken the initiative to enter Lin Cheng's room. Upon reaching the doorway, she was met with his penetrating gaze, which held an undeniable intensity. Lin Cheng fixated on Zhang Min for at least 3 minutes without moving, causing her to approach him and initiate a night filled with passion. According to Qian Shaojia's recollection, Zhang Min's melodic voice echoed through the hallway until at least 3 in the morning, and she vowed never to stay in a room without soundproofing again. Last night had been utterly blissful for Lin Cheng, as Zhang Min, a stunning beauty, had boldly sought him out. Initially, he had been transfixed, but ultimately it was Zhang Min who succumbed to his allure. On the other hand, Qian Shaojia's night had been rather awkward. Internally conflicted, she had initially planned to follow Zhang Min's lead, but upon observing Zhao Chongqing's lack of special attention towards her compared to Lin Cheng's treatment of Zhang Min, she hesitated. If she were to throw herself at him and it went well, that would be one thing, but if it didn't, the embarrassment would be minor, yet it might backfire significantly. As she contemplated this, Zhang Min and Lin Cheng embarked on an hours-long escapade, causing her to toss and turn, unable to sleep, pacing back and forth in her room, blissfully unaware that Zhang Hao had slept through it all. Qian Shaojia spent the night in a cycle of dressing and undressing, gazing at herself in the mirror, sitting on the sofa, lying down and standing up again, pacing every inch of the carpet, and tiptoeing to Zhao Chongqing's door no less than 10 times before retreating. Zhao Chongqing, too, was disturbed by Lin Cheng and Zhang Min's antics, feeling a surge of frustration. He often wondered why Qian Shaojia was so oblivious and didn't make a move. Finally, around 2 in the morning, utterly exhausted, he fell asleep. The last time Qian Shaojia approached Zhao Chongqing's door, she could hear his snores emanating from within. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she entered, drawing closer to Zhao Chongqing. Observing his ruggedly handsome face and the muscular physique exposed beneath the covers, her heart raced. Zhao Chongqing was fast asleep and did not awaken at her arrival, in a moment of boldness. She lay beside him, staring intently, and soon succumbed to sleep beside him. Upon waking, Zhao Chongqing was startled to find himself embracing Qian Shaojia, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Reluctantly, he attempted to extricate himself from her grasp. But as he moved his arm, Qian Shaojia stirred awake. Their eyes met, Zhao Chongqing's expression a mix of confusion and embarrassment, while Qian Shaojia felt equally flustered, having come to realize why she found herself in Zhao Chongqing's bed. Qian Shaojia awkwardly smiled at Zhao Chongqing and said, I'll head downstairs first. Zhao Chongqing scratched his head and watched as Qian Shaojia swiftly exited the room and made her way down the stairs. He then stood up, dressed, and followed her down. Half an hour later, the few individuals downstairs were having a simple breakfast when Zhang Hao descended, yawning. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Zhao Chongqing stood up to assign tasks. Lin Cheng, you and Xiao go to the hotel's main entrance and clear out the zombies outside. Zhang Hao and I will search for a vehicle, while Zhang Min and Xiaojia will organize the supplies in our backpacks. Once everyone is ready, let us meet at the main entrance before we set off. The group immediately sprang into action. As they ascended the stairs, Zhang Min turned to Qian Shaojia and remarked, "Oh, Xiaojia, you're making remarkable progress. Even this cold-faced warrior has fallen under your charm." Qian Shaojia huffed in response, "Compared to you, Sister Min, I'm still far behind. You were chattering nonstop all night. You should drink more water to soothe your throat." Zhang Min, unperturbed, simply chuckled as she joined Qian Shaojia upstairs to sort through the backpacks. After Lin Cheng and Wang Xiaoxiao exited, Lin Cheng first confirmed that Xiaoxiao had fully recovered, and then they began searching for and eliminating nearby zombies outside the door. With the sun shining brightly, they encountered only 3 zombies within a 50-meter radius, which they dispatched easily. They then awaited Zhao Chongqing and Zhang Hao at the entrance, alongside the 2 women who had finished packing. Zhao Chongqing and Zhang Hao made their way to the parking lot, retrieving 3 keys they had found the previous day. Fortunately, they successfully unlocked 2 vehicles, a 5-seat sedan and a 7-seat van. Upon checking the van's fuel gauge, Zhao Chongqing was pleased to see it was 3/4 full, allowing him to drive the van back to where the 4 were waiting. Once everyone was inside the vehicle, Zhao Chongqing pressed the accelerator, setting off towards the South City Logistics Park. Based on his calculations, if all went well, they would arrive before nightfall. The camaraderie among the 4 grew closer, with Wang Xiaoxiao, still a child, remaining blissfully unaware of any tension. However, Zhang Hao found the situation perplexing. Observing the jovial banter and even Zhao Chongqing's occasional teasing, he felt lost, unsure of what had transpired. Not long into their journey, Zhao Chongqing took the initiative to inform Zhang Min and the others that their destination was the logistics park in the southern district, where they planned to survive for a while. Zhang Min, without hesitation, declared, "Where Chengzi goes, I shall follow," casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Cheng, who merely smiled foolishly in response. Qian Xiaojia nodded gently, her gaze frequently drifting towards Zhao Chongqing. The moment their eyes met, Zhao Chongqing felt a wave of embarrassment and regret, realizing he had let an opportunity slip away. As they continued along the road in high spirits, Zhao Chongqing gradually recognized that he was being subtly transformed by the company of his companions and the survivors they encountered on their journey. He was slowly shedding the cold and numb exterior he had worn for 7 long years in the apocalypse, gradually returning to being a more human and empathetic individual. However, 2 hours into their drive, as they passed the entrance of the Luoqing Zoo, a sudden and perilous situation unfolded. Chapter 16. Highway robbery. As Zhao Chongqing drove past the zoo, several explosive sounds erupted, causing the vehicle to tilt to the left. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Zhao Chongqing managed to stabilize the vehicle, gliding for about 10 meters before coming to a stop without flipping over. To his alarm, 11 figures quickly emerged from both sides of the road, surrounding their van. The atmosphere inside the vehicle turned tense as everyone turned to peer out the windows. They were encircled by 11 individuals, all wielding machetes and clubs. Drawing ever closer, in front of the vehicle stood 2 men aiming shotguns directly at the windshield. One of the middle-aged men with a shotgun glanced at his companion, a young man with bleached hair, who stepped forward, rapping the gun barrel against the driver's window and shouting, "Don't move. Everyone get out of the car and squat down." Zhao Chongqing raised his hands in a gesture of compliance, signaling that they would obey. He then turned slightly and said succinctly, "Everyone, exit the vehicle, but do not act recklessly. They are armed. Follow my lead." The 6 of them swiftly opened the doors and exited the van. Once outside, Zhao Chongqing noticed that the left 2 tires were completely flat, with several centimeters-long steel nails scattered on the ground. This was no accident. They had been ambushed by this group. As they stepped out, the 10 assailants quickly closed in, shouting for Zhao Chongqing and the others to crouch against the vehicle. Seeing that Zhao Chongqing remained silent, the group gradually complied, leaning against the van. The lead middle-aged man, wielding a shotgun, approached slowly, sizing up the 6 of them. He briefly glanced over Zhao Chongqing, then narrowed his eyes at Lin Cheng. Recognizing the danger posed by the 2 men based on their attire and physique, his gaze swept over Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao before landing on Zhang Min and Qian Xiaojia. His eyes gleaming with interest as he smirked. "What are you all up to? Where are you headed?" he inquired, nudging Zhao Chongqing with the gun. Just as Zhao Chongqing was about to rise slightly, the young man with bleached hair kicked at him. Zhao Chongqing nimbly sidestepped, causing the young man to stumble and nearly fall. Before he could regain his balance, he cursed loudly, "Hey, you think you can dodge me? You must be looking to die." With that, he raised the gun stock to strike Zhao Chongqing. The middle-aged man intervened, stopping the young man's advance. The latter grumbled as he stepped back, while the middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Zhao Chongqing, signaling that he could now speak. Zhao Chongqing stood up, taking a moment to scrutinize the middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his early 40s, slightly shorter than Zhao, with a well-built physique and a prominent scar running from his forehead down to the tip of his nose. With courtesy, Zhao Chongqing replied, "Brother, we are survivors who fled the city due to a zombie outbreak. We were just passing through here and did not intend to offend. I kindly ask you to let us go." Zhao Chongqing recognized him. The man with the long scar was named Sun Chong, a notorious figure in Luoqing before the apocalypse, known as Scarface Chong. He was reputed to command over 100 subordinates, making him a significant player in the area. Scarface Chong grinned at Zhao Chongqing. "Oh, you speak quite well, little brother. I can see from your eyes that you know who I am." Zhao Chongqing paused slightly before responding. "I've heard of your name before the apocalypse, Brother Chong." Scarface Chong nodded, playfully patting Zhao Chongqing on the cheek. "Well then, it's rare for someone to still recognize me, Scarface Chong. I'll let you all go this time." But he gestured towards the various backpacks in the vehicle. Understanding his implication, Zhao Chongqing followed his gaze and realized Chong wanted their supplies. Then Scarface Chong's attention shifted to Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia, his expression taking on a predatory gleam as he said, "You can keep the supplies in the vehicle, but leave these two girls behind. The rest of you can leave now. What do you say?" "Little brother?" Before Zhao Chongqing could respond, Lin Cheng abruptly stood up, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? Are you robbing us?" Hearing this, Scarface Chong and his gang turned to regard the tall and muscular Lin Cheng, their expressions conveying disbelief, as if to say, "Are you tired of living?" One of the young men beside Lin Cheng struck first, swinging a club towards Lin Cheng's head. Unfazed, Lin Cheng extended his right hand and caught the descending club. Seeing this, the gang members instantly raised their weapons, preparing to charge at Lin Cheng. In that moment, Zhao Chongqing swiftly approached Scarface Chong, wrapping his left arm around him while drawing a handgun from his pocket with his right hand. Pressing the barrel against Scarface Chong's temple in one fluid motion, he barked at the gang, "Back off, or I'll blow his brains out." The sudden turn of events left the gang stunned. And seeing their leader threatened, they hesitated, cursing as they demanded Zhao Chongqing to release him. Lin Cheng and the others quickly stood up, retrieving weapons from the van, ready to confront the gang. Scarface Chong, momentarily taken aback, felt the gun pressing against his temple and realized these individuals were not to be underestimated. Although he had seen many confrontations in his time as a thug, he was not afraid. With a hint of suppressed tension, he advised Zhao Chongqing, "Friend, I urge you not to act rashly. We are many. If you shoot, you will all be finished. I have 7 or 8 more guns and a dozen brothers just down the slope in the houses. If you let go, we can talk this out." He then cast a meaningful glance at the young man with bleached hair. Zhao Chongqing pondered briefly, "You want your men to disperse so we can leave? Let us call it a day. Chengzi, check the vehicle." Scarface Chong signaled his men to back off, and Zhao Chongqing cautiously stepped forward, allowing space for Lin Cheng and the others to inspect the vehicle. Meanwhile, the young man with bleached hair discreetly turned away, sending a distress signal to the remaining unaccounted gang members. Before long, Lin Cheng and the others examined the vehicle and discovered the tires were flat, with the rear wheel rim deformed, rendering the vehicle inoperable. This revelation sent Zhao Chongqing into a state of frustration. Just as he was deep in thought, he noticed a group of over 10 individuals rapidly approaching from a distance. Wang Xiaoxiao was the first to sense it, immediately alerting Zhao Chongqing, "Brother Qing, there are over 10 people moving towards us from less than a kilometer away." Scarface Chong raised an eyebrow in surprise. How had the boy detected them from such a distance? In that moment, Zhao Chongqing realized that Scarface Chong's earlier chatter was a tactic to stall for time and summon reinforcements. He delivered a sharp jab to Scarface Chong's side, causing the latter to yelp in pain, prompting his gang to surge forward. Zhao Chongqing fired a shot into the air, causing them to freeze in their tracks. Immediately, Zhao Chongqing gritted his teeth, fiercely pressing the gun barrel against Scar Chong's face, asserting, "Scar Chong, are you determined to fight to the bitter end and refuse to spare us?" Scar Chong bared his teeth in response, retorting, "You've tied me up, so naturally, my brothers will come to rescue me. Release me, and I will let you go." Zhao Chongqing dared not place his trust in him any longer. However, with their vehicle disabled, continuing their journey had become a pressing issue. He realized they could not afford to remain entangled in this situation any longer. Moments later, a dozen thugs arrived at the scene, complicating matters further. He quickly organized Lin Cheng and the others, instructing everyone to don their backpacks, while he himself took up the rear, holding Scar Chong hostage. As they made their way into the zoo, Chapter 17. A fierce battle with thugs, Zhao Chongqing trailed at the back, clutching Scar Chong as a hostage. Lin Cheng and the others dashed ahead through the zoo's entrance, then swiftly turned back to assist Zhao Chongqing, shouting for him to release their leader. A group of about 10 reinforcements armed with shotguns soon arrived at the scene. The ranks of thugs swelled rapidly, all of them closing in on Zhao Chongqing from less than 20 meters away. Just as they were about to retreat to the entrance, a scrawny thug with greasy hair, who had arrived late, shouted, "You piece of trash, die!" He then pulled the trigger on his shotgun aimed directly at Zhao Chongqing. The sudden turn of events startled Zhao Chongqing, and Scar Chong could hardly believe that one of his underlings would so recklessly disregard his own life to shoot. Just as Scar Chong was about to warn his subordinate not to fire, the greasy-haired thug missed his first shot but quickly discharged 2 more rounds. Zhao Chongqing shoved Scar Chong forward and rolled to the side, taking cover behind a pillar at the zoo's entrance. Scar Chong was struck in the chest and leg, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Lin Cheng, concealed behind the entrance, emerged and squeezed the trigger of his automatic rifle, firing at the thugs, hitting several at the front who fell to the ground. The thugs, armed with nearly 10 shotguns and outnumbering them, immediately retaliated, firing wildly in the direction of Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng. The sound of gunfire erupted, filling the entrance with smoke and sparks. Wang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Hao, Zhang Min, and Qin Xiaojia, witnessing the chaos, turned back to lend their support. Zhao Chongqing shouted at them urgently, "Stay back. Find somewhere to hide." "We can handle this." The group quickly sought refuge, keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding situation. After 5 minutes of intense gunfire, Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng had taken down over 10 thugs. Zhao Chongqing sustained a minor shrapnel wound to his right calf, while Lin Cheng suffered a more serious scratch on his right arm, blood streaming down. The thugs, lacking precision in their aim, began to retreat after losing their comrades. The scene gradually quieted as Zhao Chongqing and the thugs distanced themselves from one another, both sides ceasing fire. Suddenly, eerie howls and roars echoed from the surrounding roads and within the zoo. Alarmed, everyone's first thought was the same. Zombies were approaching. Zhao Chongqing turned to inquire about the situation from Xiao Xiao, who, sensing the urgency, replied anxiously, "Qinggu, at least 300 zombies are converging from 2 kilometers around. We must flee." Zhao Chongqing's expression grew grim as he pondered their predicament. The thugs remained at the entrance. If they charged out, they would undoubtedly open fire. He quickly resolved to his group, "Everyone, run towards the inner part of the zoo. There's an exit." He then sprang to his feet and joined the others, sprinting frantically deeper into the park. The thugs, who had not pursued Zhao Chongqing's group, began to argue among themselves. Huang Mao raised his shotgun and shouted at the greasy-haired thug, "Alon, are you out of your mind? You killed the boss. I'll make you pay for it." The greasy thug, undeterred, aimed his gun at Huang Mao and retorted, "Damn it, if I don't shoot, they will. I'm doing this for everyone's sake. If you want to kill me, then come at me." The situation fell into a tense stalemate. At that moment, Scar Chong managed to rise slightly, weakly calling out, "Damn it, come save me." Huang Mao's face lit up with hope at the sight of his leader still alive, and he rushed to support Scar Chong. The greasy thug furrowed his brow but remained stationary, observing Huang Mao and Scar Chong. Huang Mao helped Scar Chong. The others finally saw the extent of his injuries. His shirt was torn and soaked in blood, his insides exposed, and his left knee shattered. His survival was nothing short of miraculous. Just then, zombies began to swarm in from the sides of the road, howling and charging towards the thugs. Initially, they managed to fend them off, but as the horde grew, some thugs were soon overwhelmed, tackled, and bitten. The greasy thug decisively called out to the remaining thugs, "Retreat. Head back to home." The thugs hesitated, glancing towards Scar Chong. The greasy thug continued to shout as he ran, "Scar Chong is too gravely injured to save. Don't throw your lives away. If you want to follow me in the future, hurry and go." The group of thugs began to scatter, leaving only Huang Mao still at Scar Chong's side. Huang Mao shouted angrily at them, calling them bastards and traitors. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at the 2 of them from behind, knocking Scar Chong to the ground and rolling with it. Huang Mao stepped forward and struck the zombie's head with the butt of his gun. After several blows, the zombie's skull shattered, its body collapsing. But at that moment, Scar Chong's face was a grotesque mess, having been bitten. Lying on the ground, he turned his head to glance at the greasy thug fleeing and then looked back at Huang Mao. Raising a hand and offering a pained smile, "Huang Mao, in this line of work, there comes a day like this, but I never misjudged you. Listen to me." Scar Chong entrusted Huang Mao with his final words, instructing him to find his older brother, Wang Hu, and to tell him everything that had transpired today, seeking vengeance on his behalf, and to follow Wang Hu from then on. Tears welled in Huang Mao's eyes as he nodded, then quickly took off into the distance. Meanwhile, within the zoo, Zhao Chongqing and the others raced towards the back exit when suddenly, 2 blood-soaked black dogs burst forth, more accurately described as mutated dogs. In this apocalypse, not only zombies mutated, but animals did as well. These massive, blood-red beasts stood about a meter tall and weighed over 100 pounds each, sprinting swiftly towards Zhao Chongqing and his group. They leapt high and pounced on Zhang Min and Wang Xiaoxiao. Zhao Chongqing was over 20 meters away from the front group, and by the time he saw Zhang Min and Wang Xiaoxiao being tackled, he realized he could not reach them in time. Zhang Min cried out for Lin Cheng to save her, just as Lin Cheng was less than 10 meters away. His eyes reddened with determination. He charged forward, closing the gap to less than 2 meters from Zhang Min. Seeing the dog about to bite her, he propelled himself with all his strength, launching himself like a cannonball into the dog. With a resounding thud, the dog was knocked aside, and Lin Cheng tumbled with it, saving Zhang Min in the process. The dazed dog quickly regained its feet and lunged at Lin Cheng, who was still disoriented from the impact and unable to rise. Just in time, Lin Cheng extended his arms, grasping the dog's neck, barely managing to fend off its snapping jaws. At that moment, Zhang Hao rushed in wielding a fire axe, raising it high and bringing it down with all his might onto the dog's back. The sound of its spine cracking echoed as the beast staggered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Cheng twisted his body and pinned the dog to the ground, straddling it and delivering a barrage of punches to its head. After a relentless series of blows, the dog's brain splattered, and it lay lifeless beneath him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Xiaoxiao remained calm despite being knocked down. Thanks to the training he had undergone with Lin Cheng and Zhao Chongqing, he had made significant progress in both physicality and combat awareness. As he fell, he instinctively raised his arms and curled his legs. When the dog lunged at him, he exerted all his strength, surprisingly flinging the creature off him. Qin Xiaojia, not idle, quickly retrieved Wang Xiaoxiao's handgun, which had fallen when he was tackled, and began firing at the disoriented dog. Chapter 18. A night in the park. Qin Xiaojia had never before used a real firearm, having only participated in outdoor shooting games, yet she managed to operate the gun. She fired several rounds, 3 or 4 bullets striking the dog, which immediately turned its attention towards her. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Chongqing crouched down, aimed, and pulled the trigger, landing 2 precise shots to the dog's head, causing it to collapse instantly. Zhang Min and Wang Xiaoxiao narrowly escaped death, but Zhao Chongqing's leg was now seeping blood, and Lin Cheng was in the worst condition, with his sleeve soaked in blood from a bullet graze, compounded by the recent struggle with the mutated dog. The time had slipped into the afternoon, with darkness beginning to descend. After the fierce gunfight, their rapid escape, and the sudden emergence of the mutated dogs, the group had narrowly avoided casualties. Exhausted, they had managed to eliminate the beasts. Now, their overall condition was far from ideal. And as nightfall approached, danger loomed ever closer. Nevertheless, they persevered, supporting one another as they continued towards the exit. As they neared the park's exit, they spotted a large wooden building on the right, marked as the park office. Given the fading light and their current state, Zhao Chongqing proposed they spend the night there to recuperate and set off in the morning. Everyone agreed unanimously. Revitalized, Zhao Chongqing, Lin Cheng, Zhang Hao, and Wang Xiaoxiao led the way towards the park office, traversing the short distance without encountering any zombies or other mutated beasts. Pushing open the office door, they found 4 rooms and 2 restrooms, with no immediate threats in sight. However, the building's simple structure lacked beds, containing only a few tables and chairs. After careful consideration, Zhao Chongqing suggested that 2 people take turns keeping watch through the night while the others rest. Zhang Hao stepped forward, volunteering to take the first watch, having sustained no injuries and remaining in good condition. Zhao Chongqing nodded in agreement. One individual was still missing, and at that moment, Wang Xiaoxiao stepped forward, glancing at Zhao Chongqing to express his willingness to keep watch through the night. Wang Xiaoxiao was an extraordinary individual endowed with special abilities, and his presence would undoubtedly enhance the safety of the entire team during the night. However, utilizing his powers in such a manner seemed somewhat wasteful, and overexertion of his mental faculties could easily lead him to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Given the current circumstances, the group was not in a position to tend to an unconscious Wang Xiaoxiao, prompting Zhao Chongqing to decline his offer. Subsequently, both Lin Cheng and Zhao Chongqing volunteered to take on the night watch, but they were met with refusal from the others who pointed out their injuries. Everyone recognized that the 2 of them were the core combatants of the team, and it was imperative to ensure their well-being. Eventually, Qin Xiaojia stepped up, asserting her capability to participate in the night watch. At this point, only Zhang Hao and Qin Xiaojia were uninjured. Yet due to Qin Xiaojia being a woman, there were concerns about her ability to handle unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Chongqing pondered for a moment before preparing to decline her offer. But Qin Xiaojia looked at him and said, "Don't underestimate me. I can handle a gun," as she made a gesture resembling a firearm. The others chuckled, and considering that Zhang Min had also sustained some fright and minor injuries, there were truly no more suitable candidates. It was finally decided that Qin Xiaojia would guard the first half of the night, while Zhang Hao would take over during the latter half. The group then moved some tables and heavy objects to barricade the doors and windows, placing a chair at the entrance of the room where the others were resting, designated for the two night watchers to use for their respite. After a simple dinner, the two women retrieved some bandages and medication from their supplies to disinfect and dress the wounds of Lin Cheng and Zhao Chongqing. Following the harrowing encounter with the zombie dogs earlier that day, Zhang Min and her companions had fully earned Zhao Chongqing's trust. At Zhao Chongqing's signal, he, Wang Xiaoxiao, and Lin Qing each produced a handgun along with several rounds of ammunition, distributing them among Zhang Min and her companions while briefly instructing them on usage and safety precautions. The basic operation of the handguns was relatively straightforward, and soon the three had mastered their handling. Securing the weapons, as night descended, the group commenced their planned activities. Qin Xiaojia took her position for the first half of the night, clutching the newly acquired handgun as she ventured outside to sit on the chair. Lin Cheng and Zhang Min naturally linked arms as they entered a room, and just as Wang Xiaoxiao was about to follow, he was pulled back by Zhao Chongqing, while Zhang Hao sensibly remained in place. Thus, the group had divided their resting quarters. As they entered the room, Zhao Chongqing playfully remarked to Lin Cheng and Zhang Min, "You two, don't make too much noise tonight." Lin Cheng chuckled, while Zhang Min tightened her grip on his arm. Once inside, Zhang Min immediately embraced Lin Cheng, whispering, "Cheng, thank you." She gently caressed his injured arm. Holding him tightly, Lin Cheng merely smiled sheepishly, replying, Zhang Min, it's nothing. I'm fine." Zhang Min's head nestled against Lin Cheng's chest, her body pressing closer, overwhelmed with gratitude towards him, and relieved by her earlier choices in this post-apocalyptic world. She felt fortunate, believing that few women could boast a better situation than hers. Through the events of that day, she sensed that Lin Cheng's feelings for her encompassed not only desire but also love. The image of him leaping to save her was etched deeply in her mind. That night, Zhang Min was particularly fervent yet adeptly maintained boundaries, turning down Lin Cheng's numerous advances. Qin Xiaojia, once again besieged by Zhang Min's enchanting allure, gritted her teeth, contemplating Zhao Chongqing, then glancing at the handgun in her grasp, pondering that perhaps it could empower her to become a valuable asset. Within the room, Zhao Chongqing, Zhang Hao, and Wang Xiaoxiao exchanged silent glances, and soon the noise from next door subsided. Zhao Chongqing turned to Zhang Hao and said, Hao, you've got some real guts. Tell me, what were you thinking when you decided to chop that creature with an axe?" Zhao Chongqing referred to Zhang Hao's brave act of cleaving the zombie dog to save Lin Cheng. Zhang Hao chuckled, scratching his head. "Brother Zhao, to be honest, I was terrified at that moment, but then I remembered how Lin Gu saved my life. Without him, I would have been devoured by zombies, so I wasn't afraid anymore. I just wanted to kill that dog." Zhao Chongqing nodded in understanding, patting his shoulder and encouraging him to get some rest since he would need to keep watch later. The transformation in Zhang Hao was evident. He had evolved from a quiet, timid boy who hid beneath a baseball cap into a brave and decisive protector willing to face danger for his friends. This change had earned him Zhao Chongqing's trust, allowing him to genuinely integrate into the team. Sometimes, it only takes a modicum of courage for a person to undergo such metamorphosis. Zhao Chongqing then regarded Wang Xiaoxiao. Recognizing him as a resilient yet unfortunate soul, in Zhao Chongqing's heart, the pain of losing his grandfather would likely never be alleviated. Without his grandfather's care, Wang Xiaoxiao was compelled to mature, striving silently to keep pace with the others. His numerous fainting spells serving as testament to his efforts. Zhao Chongqing was also contemplating another matter. Since Lin Cheng's evolution, they had dispatched numerous zombies, yet they had not acquired any energy stones. He could afford to wait, but he needed to secure elite-level energy stones before choosing to evolve himself. However, with the team now comprising 6 members, the frequency of encounters with danger was escalating as they left the gym. Becoming increasingly precarious, he would need to devise a strategy to seek out energy stones to facilitate the evolution of the team members. Chapter 19. The baboon attack the first half of the night passed uneventfully. Zhang Hao emerged from his room to relieve Qin Xiaojia. Upon entering, she noticed Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao sound asleep and found a suitable spot to doze off herself. Just as dawn approached, an unexpected incident occurred. Zhang Hao sat on a chair outside, leaning against the wall with his eyes half closed. Around 4 in the morning, when the first light began to filter in, he vaguely heard a cacophony outside. Instantly alert, he sat upright and peered through the window beside the door, scrutinizing the situation but seeing nothing amiss. The strange cries grew nearer and clearer, unlike any sound a human could produce. He quickly knocked on the door to awaken the resting group, succinctly informing them, "There are strange noises outside, resembling some kind of wild beast." The others swiftly rose, donning their outer garments and arming themselves. Zhao Chongqing approached the door and peered out through a small window. The light was still too dim to discern anything, but the eerie sounds were unmistakable. He turned back to Wang Xiaoxiao, who had closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. There are more than 10 white creatures around the cabin, each about 1.2 meters tall, and they are agile in their movements. Before the others could respond, Zhang Min interjected, "Could it be baboons?" She recalled their escape from the zoo the previous day, having passed by a sign indicating the baboon enclosure, and given the description of the creatures, she made a guess. Upon hearing this, the group was gripped by unease. Other animals might have been manageable, as typical beasts like the zombie dogs from yesterday, though fierce, were ultimately not as swift or cunning. With their ample firearms, they could contend with a limited number of mutated beasts. However, baboons were different. As primates, they were far more agile than other creatures, capable of using tools and demonstrating cooperative behavior, making them particularly troublesome. Contemplating this, Zhao Chongqing furrowed his brow and stated, "The light outside is too dim. We can't see anything clearly. We cannot venture out in a couple of hours. It will be light enough to assess the situation. So for now, we must hold our ground here." He then began to assign defensive roles to the group. The cabin had only one main entrance, with 2 windows beside the door assigned to Zhao Chongqing, Lin Shang, and Zhang Min for joint observation. The corridor had 2 large windows, each monitored by Qin Xiaojia and Zhang Hao. Wang Xiaoxiao positioned himself centrally behind Zhao Chongqing and the others to relay information, while Qin Xiaojia and Zhang Hao stood close enough to the center that Zhao Chongqing and Lin Chang could provide support if needed. Once everyone understood their roles, they swiftly took their positions. Remaining vigilant. At the left window, Qin Xiaojia stood about a meter away, cautiously holding her handgun and watching the window intently. Moments later, a shadow darted past the window, and with a series of loud bangs, the glass shattered. With astonishing speed, the figure leapt into the room. Qin Xiaojia reacted swiftly, aiming her weapon at the intruder and firing multiple shots. One bullet struck the creature's head, causing it to collapse inside. Upon realizing it was indeed a baboon, she quickly turned to report the situation to the others. A few minutes later, Wang Xiaoxiao shouted, "Brother Hao, there are 2 over there, for at the front door, and 1 by Qin Xiaojia." Just as he finished speaking, a baboon shattered the glass of Zhang Hao's window, prompting him to shoot at the outside. An creature immediately entered, but just as he was about to investigate further, a mutated baboon suddenly lunged through the window into the room. Startled, Zhang Hao raised his gun to shoot, but the baboon rolled and swiftly grabbed his left leg, pulling him down. Almost simultaneously, another mutated baboon leapt inside, baring its teeth as it lunged at the fallen Zhang Hao. However, undeterred, Zhang Hao quickly adjusted his position, striving to maintain his balance, and began firing at the attacking baboon. His shots struck true, taking down the creature before it could reach him. Following this, 2 more shots rang out as Zhao Chongqing, who had been monitoring the situation at the door, provided cover fire, obliterating the baboon that had been clutching Zhang Hao's leg. Zhang Hao quickly rose, wiping the sweat from his brow, and resumed his vigilant watch over his designated area. On the other side, where Qin Xiaojia was situated, a newly emerged baboon hesitated to leap inside. Instead, it flitted back and forth outside the window. Qin Xiaojia fired repeatedly at the window, yet failed to strike the baboon's vital points. Observing this, Zhao Chongqing shouted loudly, "Xiaojia, take a step back and refrain from firing for now. Wait until it comes in before you shoot." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaojia realized that the baboon's actions were merely a probe for dangers within the window. She quickly retreated a few steps, halting her fire and aiming her weapon toward the window. Perhaps sensing the absence of immediate danger inside, The baboon made several more jumps before finally leaping through the window. The moment Qin Xiaojia saw the baboon enter, she aimed and fired. At this juncture, the distance between the baboon and Qin Xiaojia was about 5 to 6 meters, preventing it from effectively attacking her immediately. It could only rush toward her in a hurry. However, as it leaned forward, Qin Xiaojia shot it in a vital spot, ending its life. Lin Cheng, witnessing this scene, remarked, "Xiaojia has quite the talent for shooting. Her marksmanship is nearly on par with mine." Just then, four baboons outside the main door launched a simultaneous assault. Two of them smashed the two small windows next to the door. Seeing this, Zhao Chongqing immediately called for Wang Xiaoxiao to provide support, while he and Zhang Min approached a window, ready for defense. Subsequently, loud banging sounds echoed from the door as the baboons continued their relentless assault. If the door were to be breached, they would find themselves in peril. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng braced their bodies against the barricade of tables and chairs blocking the door. Guns raised and aimed at the entrance. After several tense minutes, the baboons ceased their battering, and no more intruded through the windows. A strange cacophony erupted outside, gradually fading away. Xiao Xiao remained vigilant about the situation, informing everyone that the 7 or 8 baboons had retreated to a safe distance. The group exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit tinged with confusion. A few minutes later, Xiao Xiao quickly warned, "Everyone be cautious. They are returning and approaching us rapidly." The 6 of them resumed their alertness, guarding their respective areas. Suddenly, a stone the size of a palm flew in through the window, striking Zhang Min on the shoulder. With a cry of pain, she recoiled and took cover beside the window. Before anyone could react, a flurry of stones, branches, and other debris came hurtling through the windows, while the door was again met with loud thuds. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng quickly moved to reinforce the door, as the barrage of stones and other objects continued. Qin Xiaojia and Zhang Hao were forced to retreat further, soon finding themselves huddled behind the door. Baboons began leaping into the room, armed with stones and branches, but instead of rushing forward, they continued to hurl their projectiles at the group. Zhao and Lin, holding the door, had already been struck multiple times. Chapter 20. Trouble approaches. All were confined behind the door, clustered together. Qin Xiaojia and Zhang Hao relentlessly fired at the baboons on either side, while Zhang Min and Wang Xiaoxiao suppressed those throwing stones from the 2 small windows. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng continued to hold firmly against the resounding door. The situation was dire. Should the door give way, the baboons would completely invade the interior, encircling them and plunging the 6 into genuine danger. Outside, daylight gradually broke, yet the mutated baboons remained fiercely aggressive, and the group gritted their teeth, striving to endure in this moment of crisis. A cacophony of curses and shouts erupted not far off. Those were the thugs come for vengeance. And their commotion fortuitously provided a reprieve for Zhao Chongqing and his companions. The baboons, drawn by the noise, halted their assault on the door and turned to flee towards the source of the sound. Instantly, the pressure on Zhao Chongqing's group lifted, allowing them to concentrate their fire on the baboons on either side, swiftly dispatching 2 of them. Outside, the thugs soon encountered the 4 baboons that had previously been battering the door, leading to a cacophony of gunfire. After eliminating the 2 baboons, Zhao Chongqing and his companions quickly slung on their backpacks and retreated towards the back door. They had all sustained injuries in the recent skirmish, and facing armed vengeance from the thugs posed an even greater threat. Just as the 6 were about to turn and exit the compound through the back door, Zhao Chongqing glanced to the side and spotted the oil-headed thug from yesterday. Accompanied by a sizable group over 300 meters away, they numbered more than 20, armed with automatic rifles, handguns, and shotguns, firing wildly at the mutated baboons. The thugs were even more formidable than the previous day, which left Zhao Chongqing astonished, yet he urged his companions to quicken their pace. The thugs swiftly took down 4 baboons, though they lost one of their own in the process. At that moment, one of the thugs spotted Lin Cheng, who was the last to flee the compound, and shouted, "Stop! Don't run!" The oil-headed thug immediately turned his attention to Lin Cheng. Recognizing him, he rushed over to a short, portly middle-aged man with a bald head named Hu Gu, and said politely, "Brother Hu, it's them. They have guns, food, and 2 exceptionally attractive women. Many of our brothers perished at their hands yesterday." The leader, known as Hu Gu, stroked his bald head, glanced toward the back door, and sternly commanded, "Damn it, we'll chase them." Upon hearing this, over 20 thugs began pursuing the back door with fervor. The 6, not daring to linger. Hastened their steps. Upon exiting the compound, they found themselves alongside the Ring Luoqing Highway, the very route they had previously chosen to the South City Logistics Park. Had Zhao Chongqing and his companions not encountered the knife-scarred thugs led by Cheng the previous day, they would have already reached the logistics park by now. However, fate had dealt them an unexpected hand. What they had thought to be a minor incident yesterday had now escalated into a pursuit. Gradually, Zhao Chongqing and his companions began to realize that they had unwittingly entangled themselves with a formidable survivor faction from the early days of the apocalypse. The bald middle-aged man at the forefront was named Wang Hu. A notorious underworld figure even before the apocalypse, he had a brother named Wang Long, and together, they were well known in the underworld of Luoqing. Later on, the brothers allied with the Wu family of Luoqing, further amplifying their influence. After the onset of the apocalypse, they rapidly amassed several survivor factions like Cheng the Knife Scar, thanks to the weapons and supplies provided by the Wu family, alongside their own ruthless nature. Their faction had expanded to over 100 members in the northern region of Luoqing. Subsequently, the brothers divided their forces into 5 groups, each comprising around 20 individuals, assigning former small-time leaders to oversee them, allowing them to survive in relatively safe areas with fewer zombies. The brothers mandated these small factions to submit a certain quantity of supplies weekly, in return for which they would be allocated weapons and medicine. To secure these resources, the small factions resorted to robbing and killing fleeing survivors, a tactic that garnered the approval of Wang Long and Wang Hu. Cheng the Knife Scar had always been their most capable subordinate, reliably supplying resources and often delivering women, earning him their favor. The previous day, the yellow-haired thug, acting on Cheng's last words, had risked a nighttime journey to the factory where Wang Long and Wang Hu were hiding, informing them of the events that transpired at the zoo and the death of Cheng. Enraged, Wang Hu immediately set off with 15 to 16 thugs, first locating the oil-headed thug, who had gathered 5 men. With all 6 armed with shotguns, the oil-headed thug offered no resistance and promptly submitted upon encountering Wang Hu. However, the yellow-haired thug insisted on killing him to avenge Brother Cheng. Wang Hu merely responded nonchalantly. "If you're with me, you must adhere to my rules as long as you submit your resources on time. I won't skimp on guns or medicine. Settle your own affairs. I'll give you 5 minutes." After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at the oil-headed thug and led his men out. At the door, he lit a cigarette, and the oil-headed thug understood Wang Hu's implication. Once Wang Hu turned to leave, the oil-headed thug swiftly drew his gun and shot the yellow-haired thug dead before he could react. The yellow-haired thug died without realizing that Wang Hu's visit was not for revenge, but to assess the remaining strength of Cheng's team and to find a replacement to continue procuring resources for him. Subsequently, the oil-headed thug brought Wang Hu and his men back to the scene of the previous day's incident, fortuitously rescuing Zhao Chongqing and his companions from the baboon ambush. At this moment, Zhao Chongqing and his group stood at a crossroads, contemplating their next move. The left highway was not an option. Without a vehicle, they could not run far, facing the dual dangers of encountering hordes of zombies and being pursued by the armed thugs behind them. To their right lay a small path, and in the distance, a row of factory buildings could be vaguely seen several kilometers away, a place Zhao Chongqing did not recognize. Without hesitation, they decided to head towards the factories to seek refuge and transportation. Zhao Chongqing instructed the 4 to run along the grassy roadside towards the factories, taking cover beneath several large trees about 200 meters ahead, while he and Lin Cheng veered left towards the highway. They quickly made their way to the highway entrance with a supply bag, deliberately tossing the bag in a position that was not overly conspicuous but visible upon entering the highway, creating the illusion that several individuals were hiding on either side of the highway. The area flanking the Ring Luoqing Highway was now overgrown with weeds taller than a person, making it easy to conceal a few individuals, but difficult to locate them. As the group began their maneuver, knowing that the thugs could pursue at any moment, Lin Cheng and Zhao Chongqing did not turn back to follow the 4, but instead concealed themselves in the overgrown grass on the left side of the highway, over 100 meters away. Meanwhile, the other 4 had also reached the large trees and hidden themselves. The ruffians swiftly surged onto the road, scanning the surroundings but failing to catch sight of Zhao Chongqing and his companions. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, Wang Hu arrived, standing at the road's entrance and glancing left and right before deciding to lead his men to the right for a search. While the group led by Oilhead proceeded to the left towards the highway. In Chapter 21 of Wu's pharmaceutical industry, Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng observed from the underbrush as the ruffians split into two factions. The group led by Oilhead, consisting of 6 men, gradually approached the hiding place of Zhao and Lin, while a dozen or so ruffians, led by Wang Hu, slowly advanced toward the small 4-person hideout on the right side of the road. Zhao and Lin quickly lowered their heads, remaining concealed. Before long, the 6 ruffians led by Oilhead reached the highway entrance, where one of them spotted a dusty supply package lying on the roadside. Bending down, he picked it up and presented it to Oilhead. Accepting the package with one hand, Oilhead opened it to inspect its contents, discovering food, water, and medical supplies. Realizing it must have been left behind by the group of survivors, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Damn it! It must be from those survivors." Immediately, he turned and beckoned to Wang Hu and his group, who had just ventured a short distance away. Tiger brother, we've found something over here." At that moment, Wang Hu and his men were over 100 meters away from the large tree where Wang Xiaoxiao and the others were hiding. Upon hearing Oilhead's call, Wang Hu promptly turned around and led his men towards Oilhead's location, while Oilhead hurriedly carried the supply package towards him. As the ruffians regrouped, Wang Hu took the package from Oilhead, examining it closely before handing it to a younger member, instructing him to hold on to it. He then inquired in detail about where Oilhead had discovered the supplies. Wang Hu soon turned his gaze toward the road and the rear entrance of the compound. Noticing no signs of vehicles having passed by, he said to Oilhead, "You all stay here and keep watch. I'll go back and fetch the vehicle. There are no traces on the ground. They don't have a car, so they must still be nearby. They couldn't have gone far in such a short time." With that, he led his men towards the rear entrance of the compound, where they had parked 4 business vans at the main entrance. All of the ruffians' actions and conversations were silently observed by Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng, who understood that an opportunity had presented itself. With only Oilhead and his 5 men remaining at the original location, Zhao Chongqing signaled to Lin Cheng to move. The two stealthily approached the 6 ruffians, and a few minutes later, they were within 50 meters of them. Zhao Chongqing made a shooting gesture towards Lin Cheng. In an instant, gunfire erupted from the grass, and 2 ruffians were immediately struck down by bullets. Hearing the gunshots, Oilhead glanced around and shouted, "Damn it, they're in the grass, shoot at them." The remaining 4 ruffians immediately opened fire toward the underbrush. A fierce exchange of fire ensued between Zhao Chongqing, Lin Cheng, and the 4 ruffians led by Oilhead. Upon hearing the gunfire, Wang Xiaoxiao and her 3 companions quickly assessed the situation and rushed to support Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng. As Wang Xiaoxiao and her group joined the fray, 2 more ruffians fell to their gunfire. At this point, only Oilhead and 1 other ruffian were still fighting back. The overall combat power of Oilhead's 6 men had already been significantly inferior to that of Zhao Chongqing's group. Coupled with the surprise attack and being flanked, Zhao Chongqing and his companions swiftly dispatched Oilhead's group. Lin Cheng then examined the fallen ruffians and discovered that both Oilhead and 1 other ruffian, though shot, were not immediately dead. They lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng fired a few more shots into them. In just a few minutes, all 6 ruffians lay lifeless. Zhao Chongqing and his group dared not linger, quickly collecting the ruffians' weapons and stowing them in their backpacks before hastening toward the direction of the factory. Upon reaching the vicinity of the large tree where Wang Xiaoxiao and her group had previously hidden, Zhao Chongqing signaled everyone to halt and led them to conceal themselves behind the tree. Having overheard the last exchange between Wang Hu and Oilhead, Zhao Chongqing understood that Wang Hu and his dozen men were driving their way over. If they continued running without cover, they would be easily spotted by Wang Hu's group. They couldn't outrun cars, and if caught, a direct confrontation could lead to casualties among their own. The group quietly crouched behind the large tree, with Zhao Chongqing occasionally peeking out to observe the area where they had just taken down Oilhead and the others. Minutes later, 4 business vans stopped at the location of the ruffian corpses. Wang Hu disembarked and, upon seeing that Oilhead and his men were all dead, gasped in shock. He then began issuing commands to the 10 or so ruffians accompanying him. Soon after, about a dozen ruffians spread out to search the area, descending into the underbrush and firing wildly. After more than 10 minutes, the ruffians returned to their original spot, appearing to compile their findings. Before long, Wang Hu and his group boarded the 4 business vans. 2 of the vehicles turned around and headed toward the highway, while the other 2 drove in the direction where Zhao Chongqing and his group were hiding. Everyone quickly ducked down to avoid detection as the 2 business vans passed by the large tree where they were concealed. Zhao Chongqing softly instructed, "Let's not move. Just stay down and wait. Those two vehicles will definitely return." Approximately an hour later, Zhao Chongqing and his companions first saw two business vans appear at the highway entrance, stopping near the bodies of Oilhead and his men. Shortly thereafter, the two vans that had passed them earlier returned, still oblivious to the presence of Zhao Chongqing's group, and rejoined the lead vehicle. The vehicles then continued without stopping, heading back toward the zoo, gradually fading from Zhao Chongqing's sight. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped yet another crisis. After a morning filled with conflict and waiting, the six of them quickly made their way back to the road, heading towards the factory. After about 40 minutes, they finally spotted the factory, located over 300 meters to the left of the road. With a sign reading Wu's Pharmaceutical Company Limited, the Wu family is among the top 3 business tycoon families in Luoqing. Before the apocalypse, Wu Group managed multiple industries, including finance, pharmaceuticals, real estate, entertainment, and automobile manufacturing. However, Wu Group is most famous for its security company, having been established by the Wu family, which has operated for nearly a century across 3 generations. The factory's gate was tightly shut, with no smoke rising from the chimney above. Though overgrown with weeds, the gate remained unobstructed, and the road leading to the pharmaceutical plant bore traces of vehicle tracks and footprints. These signs indicated that the factory was no longer operational, but someone was still managing it, suggesting that survivors were inside. The group paused before the gate, surveying the internal environment of the factory. Bloodstains marred the ground, indicating that this place had also suffered from a zombie outbreak. The doors of several functional factory buildings were tightly closed. Suddenly, Zhang Hao pointed out to Zhao Chongqing, "Brother Zhao, there's someone over there." Following his gesture, the group spotted a man in camouflage, armed with an assault rifle, moving about at the entrance of the dormitory area on the right. The man quickly noticed Zhao Chongqing and his companions, promptly turning to dash into the dormitory area. Shortly thereafter, 4 other men in camouflage emerged from the dormitory area and hurried towards Zhao Chongqing's group. Zhao and his companions immediately raised their weapons, aiming towards the approaching individuals, creating a standoff at the gate. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, with thick eyebrows and a full beard, stepped forward and asked in a gruff voice, "Who are you? Where did you come from? What do you want?" In Chapter 22, the eerie pharmaceutical factory, Zhao Chongqing met the middle-aged man's gaze, lowering his weapon to point at the ground as he replied, "We are survivors who fled from the city, pursued by zombies until we reached here. We mean no harm." The middle-aged man quickly scanned the 6 individuals, pausing briefly on their weapons before shifting his gaze between Zhao Chongqing, Lin Sheng, and Wang Xiaoxiao, responding in a relatively calm manner, "We are survivors of this factory. Since you mean no harm, let us all lower our weapons." With that, he gestured for his 4 companions to relax their grips on their weapons, allowing their rifles to hang naturally from their shoulders. Zhao Chongqing signaled his group to lower their weapons as well. Lin Sheng then spoke up, "Brother, it's getting dark. Would it be possible for us to spend the night here? We'll leave at dawn." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before replying, "All right, just don't cause any trouble." He then called for someone to open the gate. Zhao Chongqing and his companions followed the man into the factory grounds, and another man in camouflage promptly closed the gate behind them. Once inside the factory, the middle-aged man guided Zhao Chongqing and his group towards the dormitory area. Along the way, he introduced himself as Luo Chengfeng, and Zhao Chongqing briefly introduced the members of his team. As they walked, they exchanged questions to get to know one another better. Zhao Chongqing learned that these men were from Wu Group's security company, and there were 4 others in the facility, similarly tasked with protecting the pharmaceutical plant as survivors, currently totaling over 20 survivors living there. Luo Chengfeng inquired about Zhao Chongqing's group's future plans, asking if they would be willing to join the survivors at the factory. Zhao Chongqing politely declined, explaining that they intended to leave the city to seek refuge with an organized group. Luo simply smiled at this and did not pursue the topic further. Upon entering the dormitory area, Luo led Zhao Chongqing's group to the 3rd floor of the right-side dormitory building, which had 8 rooms in total, allowing them to choose any room they liked. He informed them that dinner would be served in the cafeteria of the adjacent factory in an hour, and then turned to leave. Before heading down, Luo looked back to remind the 6 of them not to cause any disturbances. Receiving their assurance, he departed. The group quickly convened in Zhao Chongqing's room, where he asked everyone if they sensed any issues with their surroundings. Zhao Chongqing voiced his thoughts first. These individuals are all professional bodyguards. From their build, attire, and positioning, they seem competent. The firearms are standard issue, and it's not surprising that Wu security has access to such weaponry. We are unfamiliar with the situation here. Let us keep our conversations brief and listen more than we speak, maintaining a constant state of vigilance. No one else voiced any abnormalities, but eventually, Qin Xiaojia hesitantly remarked, I sense something amiss, though I cannot articulate precisely what it is. I'm not being narcissistic, but those few individuals at the main entrance seem to deliberately avoid looking at me and Min Jia. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongqing furrowed his brow but chose not to respond. The group entered the room and set down their luggage. A voice from downstairs announced that dinner was ready, prompting everyone to rise, kick their handguns into their pockets, and gather at the staircase, proceeding down together. Upon arriving at the dining area, they found Lao Luo and 3 men in camouflage uniforms still stationed at the door. Seeing Zhao Chongqing and the others approach, Lao Luo grinned widely and said, The food is just prepared. Hurry in and enjoy. Make sure to eat well. It's not often one can have a warm meal these days. Zhao Chongqing and his companions expressed their gratitude and entered the dining room. The dining area was spacious, likely designed to accommodate 100 diners prior to the apocalypse, featuring over 40 tables and more than 100 chairs. In the serving area stood 2 unfamiliar men, also clad in camouflage and armed, while 2 more armed men were positioned in the center of the dining room, all regarding Zhao Chongqing and his companions with slight nods. 15 individuals occupied the dining area, 10 men and 5 women, each donned in matching work attire. The serving area was managed by an elderly woman and man. Zhao Chongqing noticed that as soon as they entered the dining room, all the men looked up at them with stoic expressions, while the 5 women never glanced in their direction. The elderly couple in the serving area, however, exhibited warmth, welcoming them to serve themselves. After each of the 6 gathered a portion of food, Zhao Chongqing first took out a slender needle to test the meal. The others soon followed suit, returning to their seats to eat. The 6 sat at one table, and Lin Cheng whispered, This food should be fine. But I find the people here rather strange, particularly those women who never lift their heads to look at us. Zhang Min interjected, Let us just eat for now. I too feel that the atmosphere is off, but I cannot pinpoint the issue. Zhang Hao added, I feel a bit uneasy as well. The group did not genuinely consume their meals, merely pushing the food around with their chopsticks when Lao Luo entered. Exclaiming, Hello, everyone. I want to inform you that 6 friends have arrived at our facility today. Please do not be alarmed. They are survivors who have fled here. Let us welcome them and get to know each other gradually. As he spoke, he gestured towards Zhao Chongqing and his companions, prompting applause from the others. Zhao Chongqing frowned at Lao Luo, who quickly turned to fill a plate before sitting beside Zhao Chongqing. While eating, he remarked, Make sure to eat while it's hot. These individuals are former employees of the pharmaceutical factory, and when the apocalypse struck, they were working here and have remained ever since. The factory has always been under military management, so they may come off as a bit stiff, but they are all good people. So please do not take offense. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongqing glanced at his 6 companions before addressing Lao Luo. We will be leaving early tomorrow morning. Lao Luo smiled but remained silent. After dinner, others returned their plates to the serving area and departed in succession. Qin Xiaojia hurried to follow them outside. Observing that all 15 individuals headed towards a dormitory building to the left, directly opposite their own, Zhao Chongqing and the others similarly rose, returning their plates to the serving area before exiting the dining room. The 6 regrouped at the entrance, and Qin Xiaojia quietly remarked, It's quite peculiar. Those 10 or so individuals seem like wooden dolls, saying not a word, and after finishing their meal, they all walked into that dormitory. She pointed towards the 3-story building on the left. Zhao Chongqing and the others watched the dormitory, noting people passing through the second-floor windows, counting quietly until all 15 had appeared. He frowned and murmured, The dormitory on the left, like ours, has 8 rooms on each floor. How are 15 individuals, both men and women, accommodated there? At that moment, Lao Luo emerged from the dining area, approached Zhao Chongqing, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Brother, it's getting dark. Try not to wander around the facility at night. It's dangerous if you get lost. Zhao Chongqing, surprised, nodded in acknowledgement, then bid farewell to Lao Luo, leading his group back to their dormitory. Lao Luo watched the 6 retreating figures, slowly retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing a number labeled Wu Yan. Chapter 23. Night Exploration. Hello, is this Uncle Luo? What brings you to call at such a late hour? A competent, mature female voice came through the phone. Miss, it's me. There has been a situation at the pharmaceutical facility today, and I'm concerned about potential issues. I would like to request that you send some people to assist." Lao Luo spoke respectfully to the person on the other end. The voice belonged to Wu Yan, the heiress of the Wu group. She did not respond to Lao Luo's request but waited for him to continue. Lao Luo detailed the events surrounding Zhao Chongqing and his companion's arrival at the factory, along with his observations and judgments regarding them. He candidly expressed his belief that the six posed a danger, prompting his call for assistance from Wu Yan. After a moment of silence, Wu Yan replied thoughtfully, "Uncle Luo, I understand the situation. You acted wisely today. The security company is too far from the pharmaceutical factory. It would take them 2 or 3 days to arrive. If I send them, I will call Wang Long. His team is in the northern district, close to the factory. He should be able to arrive within a day at most. Just keep those 6 occupied and do not act rashly until Wang Long contacts you." "That's settled." A busy tone followed, and the call ended. Lao Luo tucked away his phone and then instructed the 4 men in camouflage uniforms. After reaching their dormitory, Zhao Chongqing and his companions immediately began to converse, all sensing the strangeness permeating the pharmaceutical factory. Zhao Chongqing spoke, "We all perceive the oddities of this factory, yet we have not identified any concrete problems. It would be best to leave first thing in the morning to avoid unnecessary troubles." The others nodded in agreement. "Zhao Gu, I have something to report." Suddenly, Zhang Hao, who had been silent, spoke up. The other 5 turned to look at him simultaneously. Zhang Hao reached into his pocket and retrieved a crumpled note, unfolding it to reveal the words "Save me" written on it. Zhao Chongqing took the note and examined it as Zhang Hao continued. "While dining today, a woman at the table opposite mine was covertly observing us, particularly fixating on my waist. We exchanged glances several times. Zhao Chongqing glanced at Zhang Hao's waist, where a handgun was holstered. At that moment, Zhang Min interjected, "Did she see your gun? What about this note?" Zhang Hao elaborated. "After she finished eating and was returning her plate, she happened to brush against my foot. Initially, I merely glanced at her without paying much attention, but when she walked past, I noticed a crumpled paper at my feet. I stepped on it, and when we returned to return our plates, I seized the opportunity to pick up the note and pocket it." The group fell silent upon hearing this. Zhao Chongqing turned to Wang Xiaoxiao, instructing her to sense how many life forms were present throughout the factory. After several seconds, Wang Xiaoxiao, puzzled, informed everyone, "In this building, it's just the 8 of us. 2 more are at the entrance of our dormitory, for on the first floor of the opposite building, and over 20 on the second floor, along with more than 20 in the storage room. The numbers don't add up. There are over 20 more than the people we encountered today." The atmosphere in the room immediately turned tense. According to Zhao Chongqing's original plan, they intended to spend 1 night here and borrow a vehicle from Lao Luo in the morning, intending to leave immediately even if they could not secure a ride. They had no intention of causing trouble, yet they had evidently stumbled into a predicament. Driven by curiosity and concern, he said to Lin Cheng, "Chengzi, let's jump out the window and investigate what Xiao Xiao sensed in a few places." Lin Cheng nodded in agreement, and Zhao Chongqing reminded everyone to remain vigilant and not act rashly while they were gone. 2 hours later, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng each armed themselves with a handgun, eschewing backpacks, and quietly jumped out of the window, carefully navigating past the 2 rooms occupied by men in camouflage on the first floor. Moving towards the opposite dormitory. Upon reaching the base of the other dormitory, they found it shrouded in darkness. From a room near the entrance, the sounds of conversation drifted out. Peering through the window, they spotted 3 men in camouflage uniforms, but Lao Luo was not among them. The 2 stealthily entered through the front door, crouching low as they ascended the stairs to the second floor. Just as they reached the corridor's exit, they overheard raucous male laughter mingled with the woman's cries. Following the sounds, they discovered the noise emanated from the first room closest to the corridor. They crouched by the door, listening, and observed a faint light filtering through the crack. Not from a lamp, but resembling the beam of a flashlight. Crying, "Serving me is your honor. If you make me unhappy, I'll send you off for experiments tomorrow." The man's mocking voice resonated clearly from within, and it was apparent that it was not Lao Luo. The 2 exchanged glances, already aware of the disturbing events transpiring inside. They continued down the corridor, listening at the doors of the 7 remaining rooms, concluding that the 4 furthest rooms housed men, while the outer 4 were occupied by women, without discovering any further anomalies. The 2 individuals promptly turned and descended the staircase. Just as they took their first step down, the sound of a door opening resonated from the first floor. Zhao Lin and his companion immediately pivoted and hastily ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. reaching halfway before concealing themselves around the corner. Zhao Chongqing gently peered below. After a few moments, 3 men clad in camouflage emerged into their line of sight. One of them remarked to the others. Did you all see that? Among the 6 individuals today, there are 2 women who are truly enticing. If it weren't for the boss's prior warning, I would have taken care of them by noon. Another man responded with a hearty laugh. Perhaps the boss is holding back as well. Which woman here hasn't been pleased by him first before it's our turn? Let's go find somewhere to relieve ourselves first. Subsequently, they heard 3 door openings, and the 3 men entered 3 different rooms where women resided. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng decided not to linger any longer and swiftly made their way downstairs toward the storeroom. On the way, Lin Cheng whispered, "Damn it, these people are indeed up to no good. Shouldn't we just eliminate them?" Zhao Chongqing shook his head and replied, "Chengzi, let's not act impulsively. Let's observe the situation a bit longer." They discovered 2 men in camouflage at the base of their dormitory and 4 more across the way. Previously, they had encountered a total of 8 such men at this pharmaceutical factory. And since none of the 6 included Lao Luo, he and another man in camouflage must be in the storeroom, Zhao Chongqing surmised. Approaching the storeroom, the 2 glanced around and noticed that no light seeped through the door crack. And the door was not locked. Just as they hesitated about whether to leave, a piercing male scream emanated from within the storeroom. Pressing their ears against the door, they clearly heard a voice pleading, "Let me go, don't bite me." Chapter 24. The truth. Both Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng were taken aback by the horrific cry. The man's words combined with the mention of experiments by the men in camouflage earlier made them realize that the pharmaceutical factory harbored a significant secret. Lin Cheng gently pushed the door open, while Zhao Chongqing raised his gun, standing guard. Upon opening the door, no unusual occurrences greeted them, and they quickly entered the storeroom. Inside, they found a spacious hall approximately 5 meters high and over 40 meters long, neatly organized with around 20 large stacks of goods. The tallest stacks exceeded 2 meters, while the shorter ones stood over 1 meter. After taking a few steps inside, Lin Cheng randomly picked up a palm-sized package, unwrapped it, and discovered it contained medication. All around them were various pharmaceuticals produced before the apocalypse. As they ventured further to locate the source of the sound, they suddenly heard a door open. They swiftly concealed themselves behind a nearby stack of goods. From Lin Cheng's vantage point, he could see a small door at the far end of the warehouse being pushed open, and 2 shadows emerged. Heading toward the storeroom's entrance point, one of the men spoke up, "Boss, more than half of these subjects have died since the experiment began. I really don't see the point of this. It's just feeding the zombies. Now we have 15 left, and today 6 more have conveniently arrived. Let us just dispose of them all, and we can leave this cursed place." The other responded, "You don't understand a thing. This is the young lady's personal project. Anyone who dares to mess with it will face dire consequences." Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng recognized Lao Luo's voice as he and his companion gradually approached their hiding spot. They held their breath, remaining motionless. The man who had first complained continued, "Boss, I'm just voicing my complaints. But when are we going to deal with those 6 today? Those 2 women look quite tempting." "If only we could." Lao Luo interjected, "Those individuals seem troublesome. They likely have blood on their hands. I've called for reinforcements. They will handle them soon. As for those 2 women, they won't escape either. After I'm done, I'll let you have your turn." The pair exited the storeroom, closing the door behind them. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng waited a couple of minutes, and seeing no further movement, they made their way toward the small door through which Lao Luo had exited. Upon reaching the small door, Lin Cheng pulled the handle twice, but found it unyielding. "I didn't hear them lock it. Why won't it open?" Zhao Chongqing examined the door and pointed below, where he noticed a small lock that could be twisted. After turning it halfway, the door opened. They stepped through the small door into a corridor 3 meters wide, with walls on either side, each featuring a room. Pushing open the left door, they discovered a room filled with computers and screens, a monitoring room. Upon closer inspection, they found all the screens black, the surveillance equipment either switched off or malfunctioning. Next, they exited and opened the door on the right, revealing a room furnished with a double bed, a large wardrobe, and a desk with a chair. On the desk lay an ashtray and a stack of notebooks. Zhao Chongqing turned on his flashlight and first rummaged through the wardrobe, finding only a few men's camouflage uniforms and 2 pairs of combat boots. He then approached the desk and picked up a notebook while Lin Cheng held the flashlight for him. Zhao Chongqing opened the top notebook, which revealed the words data record inscribed in the center of the first page, signed by Lao Luo, with today's date. Flipping through, he saw entries detailing the following: male, 36 years old, injected with XX drug, bite location, mutation time, mutation reaction, and a string of data information. He quickly skimmed through several notebooks, each containing similar information about 3 individuals, totaling nearly 30 recorded subjects. Lin Cheng whispered, "Qingzi, they are actually using living people to feed zombies for some ridiculous experiment." Zhao Chongqing felt a shiver run down his spine. Though neither of them understood the medical implications, they could comprehend the written words. The experiment seemed to involve injecting living individuals with various drugs, then allowing zombies to bite them in different locations to gather and document data on their deaths, mutations, and even the timing of these changes. Zhao Chongqing had an inkling that the Wu family might possess some knowledge or ideas regarding evolution. At this moment, he remembered someone. One of the reasons he had remained in Luo City was to find 2 powerful evolved beings from the future. He knew where Lin Qingwei was, which had influenced his decision to head to the logistics park.as for Wang Shuyi. He only knew he hailed from Luo City but had no clue where to find him. Now, it seemed that he might be connected to the Wu family. Yet, in his past life, he had never heard of any powerful evolved beings from the Wu family during the apocalypse. Deep in thought, he pondered the implications. Noticing Zhao Chongqing lost in contemplation, Lin Cheng gently tapped his arm and said, "Qingzi, what are you thinking? Let us go and take a look inside." Zhao Chongqing snapped back to reality at Lin Cheng's interruption and nodded in agreement. The two then exited the room and continued deeper into the corridor. After walking less than 10 meters, they reached an end where a barred iron gate blocked their path, secured with a heavy iron lock. Lin Cheng pulled out his gun and shot the lock, pushing the barred gate open to step inside. Inside were smaller barred doors, each also locked, with each enclosure measuring about 10 square meters. Lined up next to each other, separated by walls, resembling an ancient prison. Gazing from the entrance, they counted more than 20 such rooms on either side, with a large iron door at the end featuring a massive wheel. After taking a few steps, they spotted a female zombie inside one of the enclosures. She was legless, her arms shackled to the walls by chains. Upon seeing the living, she immediately lunged forward, shrieking at them. Lin Cheng raised his gun and swiftly dispatched the female zombie. Moving deeper, they found that nearly every enclosure contained a bound zombie, all restrained from movement, some tied, some chained, and others even missing limbs. As they approached the second-to-last enclosure, they noticed a male zombie within that was not restrained. With fresh blood staining its legs, on the ground lay another zombie, missing an arm and shackled by its feet. With black blood pooling from a bullet hole in its head, they instantly recalled the male scream they had heard at the entrance. He had transformed into a zombie, recalling Lao Luo's data records. They realized he had been sent in by Lao Luo's group to be bitten by the now-deceased armless zombie, leading to his infection. The male zombie slowly turned its head, and Zhao Chongqing raised his gun, putting an end to its existence. The two attempted to open the large iron door with the wheel, but it was too thick to be penetrated by their handguns. After attempting to turn the wheel several times without success, they concluded that without the combination, they would not be able to open it tonight. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an emergency exit, prompting the two to turn and quickly exit the storeroom. Chapter 25. Taking action, the two cautiously made their way out of the storeroom and headed toward their dormitory. As they passed the first floor of the opposite dormitory, they overheard Lao Luo's voice issuing orders to the 4 men in camouflage. "I am worried they will leave by morning. Wang Long hasn't contacted me yet. Even if he arrives, it will be the afternoon at the earliest. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally invite them to breakfast in the dining hall. I've already arranged for someone to lace the food. Once we see them all in the dining hall, you 4 will go to their rooms and confiscate all their weapons and belongings. Then come straight back to the dining hall to help." The 4 men nodded in response to his directives. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng waited outside for a while longer, but without any additional useful information. They quietly returned to their dormitory and hurried upstairs to AT. That moment, the 4 men were waiting for Zhao and Lin in the innermost 2 rooms. Upon reuniting with the group, the 2 individuals commenced a deliberation regarding their forthcoming action plan. Initially, he recounted to everyone the sights and experiences he had shared with Lin Cheng during their recent outing. The revelation left the group in a state of shock, while the 2 women exhibited signs of indignation. After thorough discussion, Zhao Chongqing and the other 5 decided to take the initiative and eliminate Lao Luo and his associates that very night. Their first target was the two men in camouflage uniforms on the first floor, who were currently asleep behind closed doors. Any attempt to break in from the outside or smash a window would undoubtedly create a loud commotion, potentially alerting the 6 individuals in the opposite dormitory. Qin Xiaojia proposed a clever strategy, which the group deemed feasible, and they promptly set their plan into motion. Qin Xiaojia and Zhang Min returned to their quarters to change outfits. Zhang Min was left with only a form-fitting white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black leggings, while Qin Xiaojia, even more audaciously, was clad solely in a black tank top and yoga pants. The two women intended to employ their allure to lure the two men downstairs, while the rest of the group lay in ambush outside. Ready to strike swiftly as the two women descended the stairs, they heard 2 audible gulps from behind them. They turned to glare, finding Lin Cheng and Zhao Chongqing pointing fingers at one another, which elicited smiles from the group. Soon, they reached the first floor, where the group concealed themselves around a staircase corner. While the two women approached the door to knock, the sound of knocking echoed, prompting an immediate response from within, a distinct sound of a gun's bolt being pulled back. Qin Xiaojia sweetly called out, "Big brother, are you asleep? It's us, the survivors who arrived today. We are terribly thirsty and would like to ask for 2 bottles of water." Upon hearing her voice, silence fell in the room as the two men exchanged glances. Slowly lowering their weapons, one of them asked, "Just the 2 of you?" Qin Xiaojia, with increased charm, replied, "Oh, it's just us sisters. If you don't believe me, why not open the door and see? Will you let us in?" The 4 hiding on the staircase felt a shiver run down their spines at her voice. The 2 men inside, after a moment of lewd laughter, responded, "Sure, how could we refuse? Just wait a moment." One of them then opened the door slightly, revealing the enticing sight of the 2 women standing at the entrance. Smiling seductively, without a second thought, he opened the door wide and beckoned the other man to join him. As they stepped outside, they addressed the women, "Oh, sisters, we'll take you to the storage room to get some water." The 2 men, their eyes gleaming with desire, exited their room and headed towards the adjacent storage area. At that moment, the 2 women suddenly crouched down, followed by 2 muffled gunshots, and the 2 men in camouflage collapsed to the ground. Immediately, the 4 concealed individuals gave Qin Xiaojia and Zhang Min a thumbs up in the darkness, though their companion remained obscured. Their next plan involved eliminating the 6 men on the first floor of the opposite building. Zhao Chongqing suggested that Zhang Hao and Wang Xiaoxiao don the camouflage uniforms of the men they had just dispatched. They would knock on the windows outside the sleeping quarters, and given the darkness of the night, the occupants would struggle to discern whether it was a threat or an ally, thus likely to investigate. The 2 women would hide on either side of the window, while he and Lin Cheng would conceal themselves at the base of the stairs. If anyone emerged from the front door, they would fire, leaving the remaining 4 to deal with the situation. Once preparations were complete, everyone took their positions. Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao, now clad in camouflage, knocked loudly on the glass before stepping back and turning away from the window. Moments later, someone inside shouted, "Who's there?" Receiving no response, another person leaned out to peer through the window, calling out the names of Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao, who continued to walk away slowly, never looking back. After a minute, the sound of a door opening echoed. Upon hearing the door creak open, Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng swiftly raised their automatic rifles, aiming at the direction of the imminent figures. Soon, 2 men in camouflage, yawning and grumbling, emerged. Without hesitation, Zhao and Lin fired, and the 2 men dropped lifelessly to the ground. Inside, Lao Luo heard the gunfire echoing through the corridor and immediately shouted, "Damn it, something's gone wrong. Grab your weapons and shut the door." He then signaled for the 2 men in camouflage to jump out of the window, while he and another man prepared to guard the entrance. The 4 remaining individuals quickly moved to join Qin Xiaojia and Zhang Min in their ambush. Inside, a series of gunshots rang out, followed by the sound of shattering glass. The 2 men leaped from the window. But before they could stabilize themselves upon landing, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the 4 ambushers, who swiftly dispatched the 2 men in camouflage. At this moment, Lao Luo and his companion were sweating profusely, their hands trembling slightly. Lao Luo quickly composed himself, realizing that Zhao Chongqing's group was likely laying a trap for them. He then attempted to shout, "Are you Zhao Chongqing and your brothers out there? What have we done to provoke you? Can we talk? Just tell us what you want, and we can provide it." Zhao Chongqing pondered briefly before responding, "Sure, Lao Luo, we have our eyes set on this place. Can you give it to us?" He feared that if he revealed the truth, Lao Luo might act out of desperation and inform Wu Yin or Wang Long, thereby putting them in an extremely precarious position. His intention was to stabilize the situation with Lao Luo and coax him out. Lao Luo, caught off guard, tentatively replied, "Brother, I took you in with good intentions. I find this a bit unprincipled. If we yield this place to you, can you guarantee that you won't kill us?" Zhao Chongqing chuckled, responding, "Lao Luo, in this post-apocalyptic world, merely surviving is a challenge in itself. What is the point of discussing principles? If you agree, come out with your hands on your head, and I assure you we won't fire. How about you join us moving forward?" Hearing Zhao Chongqing's words, Lao Luo hesitated, caught in a moment of contemplation. He briefly entertained the thought of taking drastic measures. Repeatedly feeling for his phone in his pocket, contemplating whether to call Wang Long, however, his instinct for survival ultimately prevailed. He called out, "Zhao, I concede that we will join you. But how can you guarantee that you won't kill us?" Zhao Chongqing, with a commanding tone, replied, "Do you have any options left? Our people are outside, and I'm right here at the door. If we six decide to attack you, it would be a piece of cake. My assurance that I won't harm you is genuine. If you don't believe me, then we'll have to fight it out with that." He deliberately stomped his foot and took 2 steps forward. Upon hearing the footsteps, Lao Luo felt a chill run down his spine and quickly responded, "All right, Zhao, we will come out now." The 2 men then discarded their weapons outside and emerged with their hands on their heads. Chapter 26. Seizing the pharmacy as Lao Luo and his companion stepped out of their room and into Zhao Chongqing's line of sight. They immediately crouched down in a gesture of surrender upon seeing Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng aiming their guns at them. Both Lao Luo and Zhao Chongqing harbored their own ulterior motives. Lao Luo aimed to stabilize the situation with Zhao Chongqing while ensuring his own survival, planning to turn the tables on Zhao and his group once Wang Long arrived with reinforcements. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongqing sought to exploit Lao Luo, using him to ambush Wang Long and his group in order to eliminate the threat once and for all, while also digging for information about the Wu family, which piqued his curiosity. The group bound Lao Luo and his companion tightly with ropes, stuffing cloth into their mouths before transporting them to the storage room, securing them to 2 vertical shelves. Upon entering the storage room, Lao Luo's expression clearly betrayed his alarm. Zhao Chongqing paid him no further heed and turned to leave, while Lin Cheng flashed a cruel smile at Lao Luo. Zhao Chongqing and the others returned to the first floor of the dormitory, where they discussed strategies for ambushing Wang Long and how to handle the more than 10 survivors residing upstairs. Before long, the 6 reached a consensus. The 15 survivors upstairs, along with the elderly couple who had been cooking, had long since heard the gunfire from below but were too intimidated by the oppressive management to venture out and investigate. Now, they remained tense within their quarters, awaiting what would come next. Zhao Chongqing and his group first changed out of their old clothes, finding suitable replacements in the storage area, all donning camouflage outfits. They then ascended the stairs to summon the second-floor occupants down to the first-floor hall. The survivors complied readily, and just as they gathered in the hall, one woman suddenly spoke up. "So you killed them and were saved, right?" The others anxiously observed the exchange between the woman and Zhao Chongqing's group. Zhang Hao recognized her as the one who had slipped him a note the previous afternoon and nodded at her, causing her to burst into tears of joy. She then recounted their harrowing ordeal to Zhao Chongqing and the others, explaining that they had been working in the pharmacy when the apocalypse began. Some individuals had transformed into zombies, infecting others in the process. Thanks to the pharmacy's remote location, no further zombies had emerged, and under the leadership of the factory manager, they swiftly eradicated the initial threats. Initially, over 50 people had survived, a mix of men and women, and with the resources stored in the pharmacy, they could sustain themselves for quite some time. However, a few days later, several jeeps emblazoned with the Wu family logo arrived. The pharmacy belonged to the Wu family, and they allowed the vehicles to enter, marking the beginning of their nightmare. 8 men clad in camouflage and armed emerged from the jeeps, including Lao Luo and his associates. At first, they presented themselves as polite protectors sent by the Wu family, and no one suspected foul play. However, 2 days later, the factory manager vanished, and soon after, they began summoning individuals for private discussions, claiming the manager had turned and that they were now in charge. Those who resisted were imprisoned. Gradually, the men ceased to hide their brutalities, openly beating and abusing the survivors and brazenly assaulting the women, executing those who dared to oppose their rule in front of everyone. The remaining survivors, under duress, were left with no choice but to submit and endure their torment. Later, Miss Wu visited once, and after that, one of us would be taken away every few days, never to return. Deep down, we all understood that those who had been taken were lost to us, and a profound sense of dread gripped our hearts. Fearing that we might be next, Zhao Chongqing and the others listened to her tearful confessions. The other survivors soon became stirred by her lamentations, eagerly recounting the events that had transpired at the pharmaceutical factory. Their emotions running high, Zhao Chongqing seized the moment to interrupt the agitated survivors, saying, "Listen to me. Please, everyone, calm down. We understand how you feel, but this is the apocalypse. Every one of us still alive has endured harrowing experiences. Yet our crisis is far from resolved." Upon hearing these words, the crowd gradually quieted down, their anxious eyes fixed on Zhao Chongqing, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Chongqing began by revealing the grim truth that the Wu family had been conducting experiments on living humans to create zombies. He then informed them of the impending arrival of reinforcements from the Wu family and candidly shared their plan to confront Wang Long and his associates, urging everyone to rise up and resist the approaching Wu reinforcements. Silence fell over the crowd as they absorbed his words. Lin Cheng, sensing the tension, shouted, "They don't even consider you human. They've been using you to feed zombies, and you still dare not resist? When their reinforcements arrive, you'll be dead anyway." A woman who had handed a note to Zhang Hao stepped forward, gazing at Lin Cheng and declaring, "You're right. I'll join ITS all the same if we die. I'll fight them." With the first act of bravery igniting the crowd's spirit of rebellion, within minutes, 10 more individuals stepped forward to express their willingness to join the fight, while the remaining 7 stood silently with their heads bowed. Zhao Chongqing addressed the group. "Those who agree to fight alongside us, follow me to the warehouse. For those who wish to abstain, we won't force you, but you cannot leave. Please remain in the dormitory for 2 days and do not come out. If we win in the end, we can all go our separate ways. If we lose, then you must fend for yourselves." After Zhao Chongqing finished speaking, 2 more individuals joined the ranks, leaving 5, 3 men and 2 women, who still remained. Lin Cheng confined these 5 in 2 locked rooms. Zhao Chongqing and his 6 companions led 12 survivors to the warehouse. Upon seeing the bound Lao Luo and the camouflaged man, the survivors instinctively recoiled in fear, only to be quickly engulfed by anger directed at Lao Luo. Moments later, several men shouted for their deaths, and the clamor grew. Lao Luo and the camouflaged man were instantly filled with terror at this scene, their eyes pleading as they turned to Zhao Chongqing. Suddenly, Lin Cheng sprang into action. He pulled a dagger from his pant leg and, before everyone's eyes, slashed the camouflaged man's throat. Blood gushed forth, the man's eyes bulging and lips trembling, as life swiftly faded from him. The gruesome sight silenced the crowd, all gazing in fear at Lin Cheng, while Zhao Chongqing frowned, taken aback by Lin Cheng's sudden violence. Yet Lin Cheng did not pause. He flicked the blood from his dagger and continued toward Lao Luo, who vigorously shook his head in protest. Zhao Chongqing rushed forward to block Lin Cheng, saying, "Chengzi, don't kill him." Lin Cheng, astonished, retorted, "We should get rid of him. Leaving him alive is a risk." Zhao Chongqing quietly explained to Lin Cheng that they needed Lao Luo to feign submission as part of their ambush plan against Wang Long and his men. Lin Cheng, upon hearing this, nodded and stepped back. Zhao Chongqing approached Lao Luo, removing the cloth that gagged him. Lao Luo immediately pleaded, Master Zhao, you promised not to kill me. Please, spare me." Unmoved by Lao Luo's cries, Zhao Chongqing fixed him with an unwavering gaze, demanding to know if he could contact Wang Long. Lao Luo eagerly nodded, assuring him that he could. Zhao Chongqing then sternly instructed, "Listen closely, if you wish to live. You will call Wang Long as I say." The 6 of them spent a sleepless night, and as dawn broke, a new day began, with the promise of further bloodshed. Chapter 27. Ambush on Wang Hu. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Luo nodded in agreement and proceeded to follow Zhao Chongqing's instructions, dialing Wang Long's number before the gathered crowd. This early hour of 5:15 in the morning, Wang Long, still groggy, answered the phone. "Hello, Lao Luo? I received a call from the young lady last night. After hanging up, I sent my brother Wang Hu and his men to you. Just wait, they'll arrive this afternoon." Before Lao Luo could respond, Wang Long hung up. Zhao Chongqing then signaled for Lao Luo to call Wang Hu. Lao Luo complied, dialing Wang Hu's number twice without answer. After 2 minutes, Wang Hu called back, and Lao Luo picked up. Amidst the noise, Wang Hu asked, "Lao Gu, why the urgency at this hour?" We're on our way to you. Should arrive around 1 this afternoon. Just wait for me. Lao Luo replied. Xiao Hu, how many men are you bringing? Wang Hu, somewhat surprised, responded. Didn't my brother say there were only a few? I happened to be out on business yesterday. Counting me? There are a total of 15. Is there a problem, Lao Gu? Hearing Wang Hu's words, Zhao Chongqing gestured to Lao Luo that he could end the call. Lao Luo nodded and said into the phone. All right. Xiao Hu, you're coming, so we'll have enough manpower. Just checking. Wang Hu replied. Good, Lao Gu. See you this afternoon. Wang Hu ended the call. Lao Luo looked back at Zhao Chongqing, who turned away without saying anything further. Sensing the atmosphere, Lao Luo quietly squatted back beside the pillar, while Zhang Hao stepped forward to rebind him and gag him with cloth. Upon hearing Wang Hu's name, Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng exchanged glances. Realizing the irony of their predicament, Zhao Chongqing gathered everyone in the open space of the pharmaceutical factory. He looked at the 13 survivors who had stepped forward to join them in rebellion and selected 2. Zhang Wan, the woman who had passed a note, and a tall, slender man named Sun Shang, to temporarily lead the group, and 01 objected. Tasks were then assigned, with Sun Shang choosing 3 men, including himself, to wear camouflage and serve as sentinels at the entrance. Lao Luo was tied to a bed in a first-floor room of the dormitory, covered with a blanket except for his head, and instructed to feign illness. Zhang Min and another woman, chosen by her, would pose as caretakers to monitor him throughout, both armed with handguns. The 6 of them, while Wang Hu and his men had seen each other from afar, had never engaged directly, making it difficult for Wang Hu's group to recognize Zhao Chongqing and the others. To be safe, Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng would impersonate guards during mealtime, while Zhang Hao and Wang Xiaoxiao were stationed at the restaurant entrance. Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojiao would disguise themselves as helpers in the kitchen. Once all preparations were complete, Sun Sheng assisted in locating some sedatives in the warehouse, planning to drug the food when Wang Hu and his men arrived, thus neutralizing them with minimal risk. With everything in place, the group busied themselves with their respective tasks. Soon, midday arrived, and everyone was in position in the distance, for vans approached the gate, honking their horns. Sun Shang stepped forward to inquire, while Wang Hu, noticing it wasn't Lao Luo, hesitated and asked where Lao Luo was. Sun Shang replied that Lao Luo was ill and resting in his room. Wang Hu and his men, unfamiliar with Lao Luo's subordinates, did not question Sun Shang's words further and directed their underlings to drive the vehicles into the courtyard. After parking, Sun Shang approached Wang Hu politely, saying, Hello, Tiger Brother. I'm Sun Shang. Just call me Big Guy. Lao Luo specifically instructed me to welcome you and your brothers after your long journey, so we prepared a meal in the dining hall. Let us eat first, and then I'll take you to see Lao Luo. After pondering this, Wang Hu nodded and instructed his men. You all follow Brother Shang to eat. Once we're at Lao Luo's, it's like being at home that way. You stay with me. I want to check on Lao Luo first. The gang members acknowledged and followed his orders. Wang Hu murmured to himself, this Lao Luo is in such a hurry this morning, yet he has fallen ill just as I arrive. Turning to Sun Shang, he added, Shang, lead them to eat, and send someone with me to see Lao Luo. The man named Ming beside Sun Shang appeared somewhat anxious, but Sun Shang quickly nodded and replied, All right. Tiger Brother. Ming, you take Tiger Brother to see Lao Luo. Ming, stunned, nodded and stammered, Tiger Brother, this way please. Wang Hu glanced at him but chose not to engage in conversation. 2 minutes later, Sun Shang led Wang Hu and his 13 underlings to the dining hall, arranging for them to sit and wait. The gang members, impressed by the dining hall's ambience, began to chat. Wow, this place is quite nice. Even in the apocalypse, there's a cafeteria. Today, we're in for a treat. They exchanged banter while Sun Shang communicated the situation to Zhao Chongqing. Without pausing, they quickly prepared the meals and served them to the gang members. The men enjoyed the food, expressing their appreciation and compliments to Sun Shang. After about 10 minutes, the drugs began to take effect, and one by one, the gang members started to collapse. Zhao Chongqing and the others swiftly sprang into action, calling on the other survivors to assist in carrying the 13 unconscious men to the warehouse. Once there, Lin Cheng drew his gun and began shooting each of the incapacitated men. Zhao Chongqing and Sun Shang silently observed this scene, initially intending to restrain the gang members and leave them to their fate, yet they remained silent as Lin Cheng executed his violent actions. Perhaps this was the right course of action. Zhao Chongqing mused inwardly. As for Wang Hu, he was accompanied by a subordinate named Wei, following aiming into the dormitory building, heading towards the room where Lao Luo was situated. Aiming knocked on the door and announced, "Brother Luo, Hu Gu has arrived. He wishes to see you first." Inside, Lao Luo and two women heard Aiming's words. Zhang Wan glanced at Lao Luo, urging him to respond. Lao Luo cleared his throat and said, "Huzi is here. You go eat first, and I will join you shortly." Upon hearing Lao Luo's voice, Wang Hu felt a sense of relief, signaling Aiming to open the door. Simultaneously, he addressed Lao Luo, saying, "Brother Luo, I'm not hungry. I came to see you first." Aiming knocked again, prompting Zhang Wan and the others to open the door. Once the door swung open, Aiming ushered Wang Hu and his psychic away into the room. Following closely behind, his grip firmly on the gun hanging across his chest. Upon entering, Wang Hu beheld Lao Luo reclining on the bed, flanked by the two women standing beside him. With a playful smirk, he remarked, "Only my brother Luo would be like this. Are you ill, or have you been overworking yourself?" Lao Luo chuckled and gestured for Wang Hu to take a seat. Meanwhile, Lao Luo's mind raced, rapidly formulating a strategy. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze directly on Wang Hu, then let his eyes wander to the two women and away. Initially, Wang Hu noticed nothing amiss, but as Lao Luo remained silent and his eyes flickered, he subtly turned his head to follow Lao Luo's gaze, sensing something was off. Chapter 28. Wang Hu and Lao Luo's plan. Wang Hu caught a glimpse of Aiming standing at the door. Gripping his rifle tightly, his eyes locked onto Wang Hu's direction, as a seasoned figure in the underworld. Wang Hu had a keen sense of danger. Observing Aiming's tense demeanor, he realized that something was amiss. Aiming and his colleagues were Lao Luo's men, hence his apprehension was perplexing. Coupled with Lao Luo's suggestive gaze, Wang Hu grasped that Aiming and the others posed a threat. He did not lash out, but instead fixed his gaze on Lao Luo. Enunciating his words carefully, "Brother Luo, are you certain there's nothing seriously wrong?" His eyes bore into Lao Luo as his right hand instinctively reached towards the blanket covering Lao Luo. Zhang Wan and the others anxiously watched Wang Hu's right hand, poised to draw their weapons at any moment. Just as Wang Hu's hand was about to touch the blanket, Lao Luo interjected, "It's nothing, brother. I'm just a bit incapacitated and want to be getting up. You should head to the dining hall first and return after your meal." Wang Hu, upon hearing this, retracted his right hand and nodded deeply at Lao Luo, rising to tell away, "Let's go to the dining hall." Zhang Wan and the others simultaneously exhaled, relieved. Aiming led the way towards the dining hall, while Wang Hu made a slashing gesture across his throat towards Awei, who nodded in understanding. As they approached the corner to exit the dormitory, Awei swiftly stepped forward, wrapping one arm tightly around Aiming's neck while clamping his other hand over Aiming's mouth. Aiming was momentarily disoriented, unable to scream, when suddenly Awei plunged a knife into his chest multiple times, blood gushing forth as Aiming collapsed to the floor. The two then turned back, guns drawn, heading towards Lao Luo's room. As they neared the door, Wang Hu called out loudly, "Brother Luo, I brought something I forgot to give you." Upon hearing this, the two women inside immediately rose to the door, intending to retrieve the item and prevent Wang Hu from re-entering. As they stepped outside, they spotted Wang Hu and Awei, ready to speak when Wang Hu and Awei raised their weapons and fired several shots, the two women collapsing instantly. Wang Hu strode into the room, aiming his gun at Lao Luo and demanding, "Speak." Lao Luo. Seeing Wang Hu successfully neutralize the two, Lao Luo breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Lift the blanket." "They've tied me up." Wang Hu proceeded to untie Lao Luo, while the latter selectively recounted the events involving Zhao Chongqing and his 6 companions, along with the occurrences from the previous night. Initially astonished, Wang Hu soon realized they were dealing with a group, the very same Zhao Chongqing whom he had pursued at the zoo. Wang Hu rose swiftly, urging Lao Luo, "Let us go, Brother Luo. My men are in the dining hall." Lao Luo called out to Wang Hu, "Xiao Hu, it's too late. They're lying in wait for you. Your men are likely in trouble." He then approached the window to look outside. Witnessing a multitude of people emerging from the warehouse, heading towards the dining hall, Lao Luo quickly beckoned Wang Hu and instructed, "Huzi, call your brother. Gather more people. I'll contact Miss Wu." Without hesitation, Wang Hu dialed his brother Wang Long, explaining the current situation and his predicament. Wang Long decisively advised Wang Hu to find a way to escape, assuring him he would organize reinforcements, but it would take over 10 hours to arrive. Lao Luo reached out to Wu Yin, quickly outlining the events from last night to the present, while withholding the details of being coerced into betraying Wang Hu, urgently requesting her to send help. After a moment of silence, Wu Yin, though burdened with questions, responded that they should escape first, leaving the rest to her, before hanging up. Wang Hu and Lao Luo, having processed Wang Long and Wu Yan's responses, resolved to flee, but could they still escape? Outside the dining hall, Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao stood at the entrance, while two men in camouflage began patrolling the area. Soon, Zhao Chongqing and his group would come seeking Wang Hu and Lao Luo due to their prolonged absence from the dining hall. Lao Luo felt a headache mounting as the situation became increasingly dire. Wang Hu urged Lao Luo to make a decision quickly, knowing he was the most familiar with the circumstances. As Lao Luo pondered. He regretted calling Wu Yin. He sensed her doubt and indifference through the phone. Even if they managed to escape, he feared facing her wrath. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated handing Wang Hu over to Zhao Chongqing in exchange for his own life. However, after assessing the combat abilities of the trio, he doubted his chances of survival and recalled the merciless Lin Cheng, dismissing the thought. Even if Zhao Chongqing spared him, Lin Cheng would not die in just a few minutes. Lao Luo felt as though his beard had grown significantly. He furrowed his brow and ultimately conveyed his thoughts to Wang Hu. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu erupted in fury. Lao Luo, are you suggesting I sacrifice myself to give you an escape route? Lao Luo shook his head. Huzi, think calmly. My analysis is accurate. We have two paths. We could choose to fight them, but it would only lead to our demise. You decide. Whether I live or die today. I'm bound to you. He cast a glance at Wei, deliberately or not. Wang Hu met Lao Luo's gaze and paused before turning to Wei, sincerely asking, Brother, how has Hu Gu treated you all these years? Wei, bewildered, replied, Hu Gu, without you, there would be no Wei. Following you, I've had the best of times. Even in this apocalypse, I still enjoy the privileges you afford me. Hu Gu, you. He trailed off as if realizing something. Choosing not to continue but instead focusing on Wang Hu. Wang Hu placed a hand on Wei's shoulder, looking at him sorrowfully. Brother, I now leave the decision to you. Either I owe you a life, or we all perish together. Wei regarded Wang Hu, a grim smile spreading across his face. Hu Gu, my life is yours. Just tell me what to do. Wang Hu responded, Brother, thank you. I will undoubtedly return to save you. He then instructed Wei to head to the dining hall alone, aware that it was likely a trap waiting for them. Along the way, Wei should draw attention to the dining hall, stalling for time once inside. And if they attempted to make a move, he was to surrender without resistance, as it might save his life. Lao Luo listened in silence, not turning to look at either of them. He understood Wang Hu's intent in that glance at Wei. Realizing that this Huzi truly possessed some capability. All these years, being the elder brother had not been in vain. If Wei could divert attention for a few minutes, they might escape the pharmaceutical factory, which was the best plan under the current circumstances. Wei remained silent, bowing respectfully to Wang Hu before turning and striding out of the dormitory. Chapter 29. Departure. Wei soon appeared within the view of the three patrolling men and Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao. He waved to them, inquiring about the location of the dining hall. They pointed him in the right direction, unaware that Zhao Chongqing and several others awaited him inside. Wei quickly arrived at the dining hall entrance, but did not rush in. Instead, he engaged Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao in conversation not far from the door, beckoning the patrolling men over. He chatted casually about life in the factory and their situations, offering cigarettes to each person and lighting them. In that moment, Wei was fully committed to buying time for his elder brother Wang Hu. As Wang Hu and Lao Luo observed Wei successfully engaging the five outside, they swiftly exited the dormitory, making their way towards the parking lot. Meanwhile, two survivors, locked in their rooms and not participating in the conflict, spotted Lao Luo escaping through the window yet chose to remain silent and simply watch. Little did they know that had they raised their voices to report Lao Luo, they might have survived the ordeal, escaping a far grimmer fate. Once the cigarettes were finished, Wei caught sight of Wang Hu and Lao Luo making their getaway. A carefree smile gracing his face as he told Wang Xiaoxiao and the others, I must head in now. I have no regrets with that. He strode confidently into the dining hall. Upon entering the restaurant, he was immediately confronted by 5 guns aimed at him. Shengzi shouted, Don't move. Put your hands on your head and crouch down. Just then, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. Ai, upon hearing it, suddenly burst into a wild, maniacal laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha, ha ha. Tiger brother, I owe you nothing now. See you in the next life. Having said that, Ai brandished his handgun, but before he could raise it, several gunshots rang out, and bullets flew towards him as everyone in the room opened fire. Ai fell to the ground. Zhao Chongqing and the others had just heard the engine sound and turned to look outside, witnessing a business vehicle crashing through the doors, slowly disappearing from their sight. Quickly, Zhao Chongqing and the others made their way to the room where Lao Luo was located, only to discover the bodies of Zhang Wan and her companions. At that moment, they realized that their two most critical targets, Lao Luo and Wang Hu, had escaped. They were now faced with the imminent wrath of the Wu family and the ferocious revenge of the Wang brothers. Wang Long and Wang Hu, staying at the pharmaceutical factory was no longer an option. Zhao Chongqing gathered his 6 companions along with the 10 survivors led by Sun Shang who participated in the resistance to discuss their next plan at the center of the factory. Lin Cheng turned around and saw 7 survivors who had not joined the resistance watching them from upstairs, prompting Zhao Chongqing to follow his gaze. Lin Cheng, filled with murderous intent, stated, "They can see us." Lao Luo's escape was witnessed by them. Zhao Chongqing replied to Lin Cheng, "Forget it, Chengzi. Before we finally retreat, you go open the door for them. After that, their lives depend on fate." After pondering, Lin Cheng responded, "All right, leave this to me." Sun Shang and the other survivors expressed their willingness to follow Zhao Chongqing and abide by his arrangements. Zhao Chongqing initially rejected the proposal, addressing Sun Shang and the others. "We currently have no viable sanctuary. With so many people wandering about, we become a larger target, which is even more perilous." He then instructed everyone to return and gather their belongings swiftly, for delay could lead to unforeseen changes. The other survivors dispersed, and Zhao Chongqing turned to the still-present Sun Shang, saying, "Brother, you should hurry and prepare as well. May we meet again in the future." Sun Shang suddenly knelt before Zhao Chongqing, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Chongqing, I have lived most of my life feeling utterly useless. Now, in this apocalypse, I am left all alone. My family has perished. Following you for this brief time has restored my sense of humanity. I wish to stay with you from now on. Is that all right?" Zhao Chongqing and his 6 companions gazed at him, while Zhang Min, Qian Shaojia, and Zhang Hao recalled their own moments of joining Zhao Chongqing's group. Yet, everyone remained silent, awaiting Zhao Chongqing's decision. Zhao Chongqing stepped forward to help Sun Shang up, saying, "Brother Shang, I really cannot take you with me right now. You might have a chance to survive if you go on your own." Sun Shang stubbornly refused to rise. After contemplating for a long while, Zhao Chongqing finally said, "I will trust you this once. However, you must not share what I am about to say with anyone." Sun Shang nodded, vowing he would never speak of it, even at the cost of his life. Zhao Chongqing informed Sun Shang that their destination was the logistics park in the southern city, where they would establish their future sanctuary. Since Sun Shang was willing to follow him, he could head there first while Zhao Chongqing attended to urgent matters, promising to join him at the logistics park afterward. Sun Shang readily agreed, and Zhao Chongqing further advised him to choose trustworthy individuals from among the survivors who had participated in the resistance, but they must be willing to go, and no one should learn of their destination until they arrived at the logistics park. They had now officially incurred the wrath of the Wu family, and Zhao Chongqing had to confront them, either to settle matters or to engage in a deadly confrontation. Otherwise, even if he reached the logistics park, the Wu family would likely come knocking. Zhao Chongqing viewed the logistics park as a long-term survival base and would endeavor to eliminate any potential threats to their future sanctuary. Additionally, he harbored a strong intuition that Wang Shuyi was likely within the Wu family. Considering the potential achievements of this individual, Zhao Chongqing deemed it worthwhile to take the risk to locate him. No longer limited to mere survival, Zhao Chongqing now possessed the heart of a warrior. Unafraid of challenges, Sun Shang departed to seek out the survivors preparing for departure, intending to rally a few individuals to accompany him to the logistics park and lay a solid foundation for Zhao Chongqing. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongqing was discussing his next steps with his companions. He intended to proactively visit the Wu family to resolve the situation or eliminate them altogether, while also seeking a friend, without elaborating on Wang Shuyi's matter. He instructed everyone to accompany Sun Shang to the logistics park and wait for his return. The group insisted on accompanying Zhao Chongqing to the Wu family, but he refused. After a heated exchange, Zhang Min and her companions reluctantly agreed to head to the logistics park first. Zhao Chongqing set out with only Lin Cheng and Wang Xiaoxiao, while Qian Shaojia boldly declared, "Don't think you can leave me behind. I am sticking with you. If you don't return and die, I will take revenge on the Wu family, even if it costs me my life." With that, She stepped forward and embraced Zhao Chongqing tightly, who reciprocated the gesture, gently patting her hair. Soon, everyone was ready, and Sun Sheng pulled Zhao Chongqing aside, stating, "Chongqing, 6 people are willing to follow me. They are trustworthy old friends. I want to take a few of the pharmaceutical factory's transport vehicles and load them with medicine. There's no other place left to procure these resources." Zhao Chongqing, astonished by Sun Sheng's strategic insight, realized that in his haste, he had overlooked the precious medical supplies. He immediately organized the group to load the vehicles. After more than 2 hours, they managed to fill 3 large trucks with medicine, emptying more than half of the warehouse. Zhao Chongqing then entrusted Sun Sheng, Zhang Min, Qian Shaojia, and a few others with several extra weapons, bidding them farewell as he watched them drive away from the pharmaceutical factory. Shortly thereafter, 4 more individuals drove a business vehicle out of the factory. In Chapter 30, Lao Luo's betrayal unfolded. Zhao Chongqing instructed Zhang Min and the others that upon reaching the logistics park, they were to seek out a woman named Lin Qingwei, and thereafter follow her instructions for all matters. Zhao Chongqing was quite familiar with Lin Qingwei, as she was the head of the special operations team at the base in his past life. Renowned for her intellect, often referred to as the Apocalypse Goddess. Along the way, Qian Shaojia grumbled resentfully. No wonder Zhao Chongqing never approached her. It turns out someone else was already involved, which drew a smile from Zhang Min. Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao made their way to the parking lot to select a vehicle, as the 3 brothers prepared to leave the pharmaceutical factory. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng approached the dormitory building to deal with the remaining 7 survivors. He reached the doors of 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, where the survivors were confined, and did not immediately open them. Instead, he called out loudly in the corridor, "We're leaving. I have one last question for you. Answer honestly, and I'll open the door. After that, you can go wherever you please." Did anyone see Lao Luo and the others escape? An array of shuffling sounds emanated from within, but no one responded. Lin Cheng urged them again, and suddenly, a voice from the room containing 4 men called out, "We saw them escape." Lin Cheng coldly replied, "Then you can watch yourselves die." With that, he opened the door to the room with 3 women, who remained silent before turning to leave. Lin Cheng hurried to the entrance, opened the rear door of a running jeep, and climbed inside, stating, "The matter is settled." He was then astonished to find Zhang Hao beside him, munching on bread. Noticing Lin Cheng's arrival, Zhang Hao pulled another piece of bread from his left side and offered, "Lin Gu, want one?" After Lin Cheng got in, Zhao Chongqing floored the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away. During the journey, Lin Cheng learned that Zhang Hao had deliberately avoided Zhang Min and Qian Shaojia, who had boarded a truck driven by Sun Sheng and his middle-aged companion. Just a few hundred meters down the road, Zhang Hao exclaimed that he needed to relieve himself, prompting Sun Sheng to pull over. After stepping out of the vehicle, he told Sun Sheng that he must return to assist Zhao Gu and Lin Gu, urging him to protect Zhang Min and Qian Shaojia. With that, he ran back to hide by the door, waiting for Zhao Chongqing and the others to emerge with their vehicle. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongqing felt a mix of helplessness and warmth in his heart. The 4 brothers drove towards the Wu Security Company's location. Meanwhile, Wang Hu and Lao Luo were speeding down the road, not daring to reduce their speed until half an hour had passed. Wang Hu immediately called his elder brother, Wang Long, to inform him that they had successfully escaped. The 2 brothers exchanged some words over the phone, while Lao Luo, driving quietly, listened attentively to their conversation. Wang Long's final remarks prompted Lao Luo, who had been indecisive about whether to flee, to make a choice. "Xiao Hu, I have a few things to tell you. You should prepare yourself. From now on, just listen," Wang Long said from the other end of the line. Wang Hu glanced at Lao Luo and quickly turned down the volume of the phone. Lao Luo, feeling guilty, focused intently on the conversation. "I'll reach the pharmaceutical factory in about 4 hours. You don't need to go too far. Just wait for me at the South 2 intersection. The young lady from the Wu family just called me. Wu Zong is personally overseeing the matter at the pharmaceutical factory. She is on her way back to the security headquarters and specifically instructed us to ensure we bring Lao Chengfeng back. He may pose a problem in handling the situation, so keep an eye on him and don't let him escape." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's heart raced, and he instinctively gripped his handgun in his pocket. Though he maintained a relaxed demeanor, he responded loudly to Wang Long on the phone, "All right, big brother. We'll meet in an hour." After hanging up, Wang Hu turned to Lao Luo, casually stating, "My brother will reach us in an hour. There's no need to run anymore. Let us wait at the South 2 intersection for him. Once his men arrive, we'll charge back together. Those brats will all meet their end." Lao Luo smiled at him and said, All right, since both Long Gu and Hu Gu are here, I feel reassured. However, I am secretly contemplating how to eliminate Wang Hu and make my escape. Although Wang Hu's phone call was barely audible, I caught the last few words spoken by Wang Long. If I flee now, it might jeopardize my elder brother's safety, but then again, perhaps not. After all, my brother has served as the chief steward of the Wu family for decades. He must have garnered some merit, if not praised. At worst, he might only face some reprimand. Having fortified my resolve, I set my plan into motion. With determination, I drove towards Nantu Daoku. The atmosphere within the car was somewhat eerie. Neither Wang Hu nor I spoke, both silently calculating our next moves. As I approached a bend in the road, I suddenly slammed on the brakes and swiftly jerked the steering wheel. The car immediately lost its balance and veered violently to the right. Caught off guard, Wang Hu's head struck the right door with a heavy thud, rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, I was prepared and sustained only minor abrasions. The vehicle overturned, and I crawled out from inside. Turning back, I shot Wang Hu, who lay unconscious, and then I shot the fuel tank, igniting a fierce blaze. I then dashed away into the distance. Time swiftly moved forward to a little past 3 in the afternoon, when Wang Long, accompanied by nearly 50 individuals, arrived at Nantu Daoku in 6 commercial vehicles. After parking, he attempted to call Wang Hu several times, but each attempt revealed that the phone was turned off. A sense of foreboding arose within Wang Long, who eventually reassured himself that perhaps his brother Wang Hu's phone had run out of battery and he would reach out when convenient. Without lingering further, they continued on to the pharmaceutical factory. An hour later, Wang Long and his entourage arrived at the pharmaceutical factory. Nearly 50 armed individuals disembarked and, upon seeing the factory gate wide open, marched boldly inside. After a brief search and assessment of the situation, Wang Long ordered the 4 male survivors to be escorted from their quarters to the central open area of the factory. He then pulled out his phone to call Wu Yin. "Hello, miss. I have arrived at the pharmaceutical factory. The individuals are missing and have likely fled. I still cannot reach Lao Luo or my brother Wang Hu. A significant portion of the pharmaceutical stock is gone, but we have detained 4 survivors from the raw material factory," Wang Long reported over the phone. "Wang Long, this is Wu Tianhe," replied a venerable and authoritative voice from the other end. "Wu, Mr. Wu, greetings, it is I. Wang Long, please give me your instructions," Wang Long responded, his voice trembling with utmost respect. "Wang Long, I appreciate your efforts. This situation is due to Xiao Yan's mismanagement. You may dispose of those at the factory. I have dispatched someone to take over the pharmaceutical factory, and they will arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Keep a few people there for oversight. Additionally, please assist Uncle Wu by bringing Lao Chengfeng to me. This is of utmost importance for both me and the current state of the group," Wu Tianhe instructed. "Understood, Mr. Wu. I will ensure it is done," Wang Long affirmed. After Wu Tianhe ended the call, Wang Long proceeded to interrogate the 4 survivors as instructed, subsequently ordering their heads to be severed and their bodies discarded into the factory's storage room. Meanwhile, at the Wu family estate, Wu Yin sat trembling on the sofa opposite Wu Tianhe, her head bowed. Wu Tianhe remained exceedingly calm, but Wu Yin, understanding her father's temperament, recognized this as a sign of his fury reaching its zenith. A storm was imminent. In the office of the president at the headquarters of the Wu family security company, a stifling atmosphere persisted for nearly 10 minutes before Wu Tianhe finally spoke. "Go and keep your brother company. Tomorrow morning I will have Lao Qinghai bring you out." Upon hearing this, Wu Yin trembled even more violently. She sank to her knees before Wu Tianhe, crying out, "Father, I was wrong. But there are issues with Lao Qingfeng too. You cannot—" "Silence. I detest excuses in my presence. Go now and be with your brother," Wu Tianhe shouted sternly, rising to leave the room. After Wu Tianhe exited, 2 men clad in combat gear swiftly entered the room. They stood 3 meters away from Wu Yin, slightly bowing and respectfully saying, "Miss, please." Wu Yin, in a daze, replied, "All right." She followed the 2 men towards the office's lounge, where one of them pressed a hidden button on the wall, causing the walls on either side to slowly part. They entered a dimly lit space of approximately 300 square meters, with a 4-meter-wide corridor. Closest to the entrance were 2 locked offices, and farther inside were 2 glass-walled rooms. In the room on the right sat a man dressed in a gray suit, his white shirt marred with splotches of black blood, his hair thin and sparse. This was Wu Yang, Wu Yan's younger brother, now transformed into a zombie. In the glass enclosure, Wu Yang was restrained by gelatinous rings around his hands and feet, seated in a wide leather chair. He appeared to be the cleanest-looking zombie, with black liquid seeping uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth, but his attire was pristine, and his shoes shone brightly. Albeit his feet twisted in an eerie manner, Wu Yin gazed in terror through the glass wall at her brother, aware that the barrier was one way. Wu Yang could not see her. He was aimlessly shaking his head in confusion. The two men pressed a button, causing a glass wall to slowly retract. Upon seeing the living figure of his sister, Wu Yang became frantic, roaring and straining to reach the three of them. The security personnel ushered Wu Yin into the room and immediately turned to leave. Wu Yan's heart-wrenching screams of "No! Don't! Let me out!" echoed as the glass wall slowly closed, muffling her voice. From the outside, she appeared to curl into a corner of the room, while the zombie Wu Yang desperately lunged towards her. This was the Wu family's greatest secret. Wu Tianhe had a son and a daughter. When the apocalypse struck, his son, Wu Yang, the future leader of the Wu family, became a zombie, not due to infection, but through an innate mutation. His family had perished in the initial wave of the zombie outbreak. Leaving the Wu family security headquarters situated on the outskirts of North City, a modest 5-story building, with fewer than 100 core members remaining, relying on supplies, firearms, and medication accumulated before the end times. They barely maintained a survival zone spanning less than a kilometer. Meanwhile, they provided sustenance to a gang led by Wang Long and Wang Hu on the outskirts of North City, now nearing 60. Wu Tianhe's obsession and madness intensified following his son's transformation, driving him to seek a cure for Wu Yang. He resorted to gathering information and conducting inhumane experiments on survivors, yearning to discover an effective method to save his son. However, as days turned into weeks without progress, Wu Yang's increasingly erratic behavior pushed him to the brink of despair, and the pharmaceutical factory incident ignited his fury. Wu Tianhe summoned his steward of 25 years, Lao Qinghai, who was the elder brother of Lao Chengfeng. Just as Lao Qinghai began to speak, Wu Tianhe fixed his gaze upon him and sternly declared, "No matter the means, I want Lao Chengfeng before me within 3 days. Remember, I am giving you only 3 days, go." Lao Qinghai understood the gravity of what had just transpired with Wu Yin and felt a chill run down his spine at Wu Tianhe's words. He did not plead with Wu Tianhe. Having served him for years, he understood him profoundly. He simply nodded and bowed before departing. He intended to seek out Wang Shuyi, the only person he believed still held hope for saving his kin. This Wang Shuyi was the very individual Zhao Chongqing had been searching for. Before the apocalypse, he was a young doctor specializing in genetics and hematology, unremarkable in many ways. When the outbreak occurred, his hospital was overrun by zombies, but he miraculously escaped with a vial of medication. Upon returning home, he and his wife, Li, managed to survive peacefully during the apocalypse. When food ran low, he ventured out to scavenge, and the zombies never attacked him. Eventually, Wu Tianhe caught wind of this and invited the couple to assist in saving Wu Yang. Initially, Wu Yang's condition was manageable under Wang Shuyi's medication, but as time passed, his situation deteriorated further. In a fit of rage, Wu Tianhe imprisoned Wang Shuyi's wife, giving him 3 months to cure Wu Yang. Failure would result in both of their deaths. Simultaneously, Wu Tianhe organized his pharmaceutical researchers to conduct live zombie experiments. Lao Qinghai ascended the staircase to a password-protected room on the 5th floor. After inputting the code, he entered to find Wang Shuyi slumped in a chair, disheveled and unkempt. Wang Shuyi, 30 years of age, stood just over 170, weighing less than 130 pounds. He had a pale complexion, an oval face with delicate features, and a pair of remarkably bright eyes that conveyed a sense of cleanliness and refinement. Yet at that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, his eyes half closed, his figure hunched and emaciated, as if he had not eaten or slept for days. Observing Wang Shuyi, Lao Qinghai realized that he was still unable to save Wu Yang. Resolutely, he approached him. Wang Shuyi looked up and noticed Lao Qinghai, sighing softly, "Ah, Lao Luo, I truly cannot help with Wu Gongzi's condition. His mutation is a genetic anomaly irreversible. Perhaps only a miracle could save him. Please, I beg you to persuade Mr. Wu to spare us." Lao Qinghai remained silent, instead walking toward the restroom. Once inside, he gestured for Wang Shuyi to follow. Confused, Wang Shuyi complied and entered the bathroom. Lao Luo closed the door and turned on the faucet, the shower head drenching him as he leaned close to Wang Shuyi's ear and whispered, "President Wu has gone in and my brother has made a grave mistake, and in 3 days, I cannot foresee my own fate. However, I can assure you that if you fail to save Wu Yang again, given President Wu's current state, your time as a couple will be severely limited. Are you willing to take a chance with me? Wang Shuyi gazed at Lao Luo and inquired, "What must I do?" Luo Qinghai replied, "Prepare some anti-zombie serum for me. In 3 days, I will find a way to breach the outer wall of the security building and lure the zombies to attack here. We will rescue your wife amidst the chaos." Concerned for his wife's safety, Wang Shuyi resolutely nodded in agreement to Lao Luo. With Wang Shuyi's affirmation, Luo Qinghai leaned in closer to his ear and began detailing the subsequent plan. Chapter 32. In the storm's embrace, Zhao Chongqing and his companions drove towards the Wu security headquarters, fortuitously passing by the martial arts gym where they had resided for an extended period. Upon arriving at the gym that evening, Wang Xiaoxiao and Lin Cheng were overwhelmed with nostalgia. They unearthed some non-perishable food and beer, indulging until they were slightly inebriated, and spent the night resting at the gym. The following morning, they set off again, anticipating their arrival at the Wu Security Company within half a day's time. At Wu Security Company, Wu Yin was escorted out by an aide of Wu Tianhe. At this moment, Wu Yin appeared nearly shattered, her eyes red and her throat raw from screaming. Wu Tianhe merely cast a dispassionate glance her way before impatiently instructing someone to take her to rest. As she departed, Wu Yin turned back to fix Wu Tianhe with a deep, hate-filled gaze. Once back in her room, Wu Yin did not rest. Her heart was consumed by resentment towards her father and the Luo brothers. She made 4 consecutive calls, ultimately reaching Wang Long, and learned that the situation there was not optimistic. A day had passed, and Lao Luo and Wang Hu remained unaccounted for. She feigned disinterest and, in her father's name, commanded Wang Long to immediately bring his men to the security headquarters, claiming her father wished to see him. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghai was employing all his resources to devise an escape plan. Coupled with the imminent arrival of Zhao Chongqing and others, Wu Tianhe was oblivious to the tempest approaching the Wu family. In the afternoon, Zhao Chongqing and his companions arrived at the Wu security location. The 4 disembarked and gazed at the Wu family's stronghold from a distance. Zhao Chongqing silently marveled at the Wu family's capabilities. The premises were entirely encircled by walls over 3 meters high. Entwined with barbed wire that seemed electrified, a towering signal tower was visible within, the reason they still maintained communication. Additionally, the Wu family had generators, water purification systems, and a complete sewage setup, making this small survival base remarkably well equipped. Initially, he had considered negotiating with the Wu family, but he had no confidence that the person in charge would not simply eliminate them. After circling the compound, Zhao Chongqing could not devise a suitable approach. He dared not recklessly infiltrate such an armed facility, so the 4 could only remain outside, searching for opportunities. They temporarily settled in a supermarket over 500 meters away, preparing for prolonged observation of the Wu family. The following morning, the main gate slowly opened, and a jeep quickly exited the compound. Zhao Chongqing and his companions trailed a short distance behind. After approximately 5 kilometers, the jeep halted at an abandoned factory. A woman disembarked, Wu Yin. Zhao Chongqing and his group circumvented the factory's rear, climbing to the 2nd floor and lying flat on the ground, peering through a broken hole at the woman below. Moments later, 5 vans came to a stop at the roadside, and several individuals emerged, among them a middle-aged man who approached Wu Yin. Wang Long surprised. Wang Long addressed Wu Yin, "Miss, where's President Wu?" Realization struck Zhao Chongqing and his companions that the woman from the jeep was indeed Wu Yin. Lin Cheng immediately intended to seize Wu Yin, only to be halted by Zhao Chongqing, who cautioned, "We don't yet know how many are in the vans. Let us observe first." Wu Yin smiled and said, "I am the one looking for you, Brother Long. I wish to discuss a business opportunity." Wang Long, taken aback, followed Wu Yin's gesture for a private conversation, and the 2 walked deeper into the factory. At that moment, Zhao Chongqing and his companions lay silently above them, holding their breath. "Brother Long, Wu Yang has long since turned into a zombie, confined at the Wu family headquarters. The pharmaceutical plant was actually conducting live experiments to develop a cure for him. After the incident at the plant, the experiments have been halted, and a large quantity of the drug has been lost, and my father is blaming me. I nearly died yesterday. I want to ask you one thing. Will you follow me from now on? Everything my father can offer, I can provide as well," Wu Yin earnestly stated. Looking directly at Wang Long fell into contemplation upon hearing this. He was unaware of the current strength of the Wu family. A month ago, he had visited the security headquarters and met Wu Tianhe, witnessing the scale of the Wu family base, their weapons, and vast resources. Aware of the disparity in power, he had willingly served the Wu family. As in this apocalypse, money had become worthless. With their resources, he and his brother possessed the means to survive without bowing to Wu Tianhe. Despite knowing the vast power difference, Wu Yin's words ignited a glimmer of possibility within him. He did not respond directly but fixed his gaze on Wu Yin, asking, "Miss, could you clarify what exactly you intend to do and what you require of me?" Wang Long. Wu Yin met his gaze without flinching. "I intend to take control of the Wu family. In return, I will offer you double the benefits you currently receive. You need to bring your men to the Wu family with me. I will find a way to make my father disappear. Do you have the courage for this, Brother Long?" Wang Long chuckled. "I fear nothing under heaven, but President Wu has treated me well. I have no reason to betray him. Moreover, your plan appears exceedingly risky. I find it difficult to comply. Today, I have not seen you, and we shall part ways." Wu Yin did not expect Wang Long to reject her outright. She thought he would negotiate, and she had prepared to make significant concessions. At a loss for words, she watched as he turned to leave. Wu Yin rushed forward, gripping Wang Long's arm. "Wang Long, just help me, and we shall split the Wu family down the middle. Whatever you desire, I will grant it." Wang Long slowly turned, leaning close to Wu Yan's face, nearly touching her, and said, "Share your detailed plan with me, my lady." Wu Yin felt a touch of discomfort at their proximity but quickly replied, "My father visits Wu Yang every few days. The last time was 3 days ago. Tomorrow, I will insist on accompanying him to see Wu Yang, and he will certainly agree. Once there, I will handle my father. And then I will unlock the door to let your men in. You help me deal with the others. Currently, there are fewer than 100 people at the Wu family headquarters, while you have over 100. With my cooperation, we can surely succeed." Hearing this, Wang Long felt a surge of hope. He currently commanded a mere 50-man team, and the harsh realities of the apocalypse posed a significant threat from zombies. Compounded by the immense pressure from the Wu family, he had already lost brothers to zombie infections while scavenging for supplies. Soon, he might be left with no one. He resolved to take a risk. Acquiring the Wu family base was worth the gamble. He stared into Wu Yin's eyes and declared, "Wu Yin, I will need a day to prepare. By the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Before dusk, I expect to see the Wu family's gate open. At that time, I will lead my men inside and secure the perimeter. Otherwise, I shall consider this matter as though I know nothing." Wu Yin nodded, and after a moment of silence, neither spoke further. The sound of footsteps approached, and they returned to their respective vehicles, departing the scene. Zhao Chongqing and his companions inadvertently overheard Wu Yin and Wang Long's plan. Realizing it presented an exceptional opportunity, they would have to confront the Wu family, just as Wang Long would. But what had once seemed a formidable challenge now appeared to offer a significant turning point. Their next task was to exploit this opportunity, devising ways to ensure that the Wu family and Wang Long would mutually annihilate each other, allowing them to reap the rewards. Chapter 33. The gamble. Once Wang Long and Wu Yan's vehicles had driven far away, Zhao Chongqing and his companions returned to their temporary base to strategize their subsequent plans. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Qinghai was also secretly preparing his scheme. Upon reaching the supermarket, the four began to recall the conversation they had overheard at the abandoned factory between Wang Long and Wu Yin. Diligently analyzing it for potential opportunities, if events unfolded as planned by Wang Long and Wu Yin, it was highly likely that Wu Yin would eliminate Wu Tianhe, thereby allowing the Wu family to fall easily into the hands of Wang Long and Wu Yin, an outcome that Zhao Chongqing and his companions were keen to avoid. After deliberation, they resolved to find a way to alert Wu Tianhe, ensuring he dealt with Wu Yin first. Then, the four of them would take on the roles of Wu Yin, opening the gates at the appointed time to welcome Wang Long and his men into the Wu security compound. Only then could Wang Long and Wu Tianhe engage in a fierce battle, leaving Zhao Chongqing and his companions to reap the benefits. However, a pressing issue arose: how to convey this message to Wu Tianhe. At that moment, none had a viable solution. Ordinary mobile signals had been entirely severed, and the organization's signal tower had long been abandoned without maintenance. Without electricity, mobile phones could no longer function for communication. In contrast, the Wu family maintained their own signal tower and power facilities, allowing a select few to communicate. They had briefly considered stealing Wang Long's communication methods to inform Wu Tianhe, but they were unaware of Wang Long's current whereabouts. Beside Wang Long stood more than 50 individuals who, despite their knowledge, found themselves powerless to act. Ultimately, Zhao Chongqing resolved to undertake the perilous venture alone. he intended to infiltrate the Wu family's security to personally inform Wu Tianhe of the news. Lin Shang and the others vehemently opposed this plan, yet Zhao Chongqing had already made up his mind. He merely informed the trio to observe and seek opportunities the following day, after which they all retired for the night. The next day, before dawn, Zhao Chongqing left a note for the others and stealthily departed. The note outlined his plan of action, instructing the three to provide support from the periphery, as he intended to escape and rendezvous with them during the chaos between Wang Long and Wu Tianhe. Zhao Chongqing made his way directly to the imposing entrance of the Wu family's security, where he began to strike the massive gate with a wooden stick, simultaneously scrutinizing the surrounding walls. The perimeter, standing over 3 meters high, was entangled with barbed wire, rendering it impossible for Zhao Chongqing, who had yet to evolve, to scale the wall unaided. Moreover, should he be discovered by patrolling guards within the compound while attempting to climb, he would likely face gunfire, posing an even greater risk. Thus, he opted for the most straightforward approach, knocking on the door. His knocking roused the security personnel, prompting 2 guards to approach the gate. One lowered a small viewing window and, upon seeing Zhao Chongqing wielding a stick, raised his weapon and barked, "What do you want?" Zhao Chongqing hurriedly replied, "My elder brother is Wang Hu, and I am away. I have crucial information for General Wu concerning Luo Chengfeng." Wei had perished at the pharmaceutical factory, and even with Wu Yan's men on guard, it would be challenging for them to uncover the truth in a short span. Noticing that the person outside claimed to have important news for the boss, the guards hesitated. They were acutely aware of Wu Tianhe's volatile temperament and feared repercussions for any delay. Once they confirmed that Zhao Chongqing was alone, they opened the door and admitted him. One guard trained his weapon on Zhao Chongqing, instructing him to crouch on the ground, while the other dashed off to inform Wu Tianhe that Wu Tianhe's office was illuminated. And the guard knocked before reporting the situation at the door. Wu Tianhe gestured for the 2 bodyguards standing at the entrance to bring Zhao Chongqing to him. Zhao Chongqing was escorted to the 2nd floor, where Wu Tianhe's office was located in the second-to-last room on the west side. After a thorough search to ensure Zhao Chongqing bore no weapons, the bodyguards led him into Wu Tianhe's office. At that moment, Wu Tianhe sat contemplatively on the sofa. Zhao Chongqing stood at the doorway, approximately 5 meters away, under the watchful gaze of the guards. Wu Tianhe slowly turned to regard Zhao Chongqing, who now clearly observed his weathered yet authoritative visage. Zhao Chongqing initiated the conversation. "General Wu, I am a subordinate of the young lady, and my name is Qing. I possess critical information to share with you." Having successfully met with Wu Tianhe, Zhao Chongqing felt no need to invoke Wang Hu or Old Luo's names, nor could he reveal anything about Wang Long. Thus, he adopted a new identity as Wu Yan's lackey. Upon hearing Zhao Chongqing's words, Wu Tianhe smiled and then commanded one of the bodyguards, "Eliminate him." The guard immediately prepared to pull the trigger, but Zhao Chongqing swiftly shouted, "General Wu, Wu Yan intends to harm you." At this, Wu Tianhe raised his hand to the bodyguard, exclaiming, "Oh," and turned to Zhao Chongqing. "You have 1 minute to clarify your statement." Zhao Chongqing, trembling with anxiety, replied, "Yesterday, the young lady called my brother, a distributor for Beijing pharmaceuticals. Since the apocalypse began, the 10 of us have been with her. He mentioned that today he would persuade you to meet with the young master, then devise a way to seize control over you so that she could dominate the Wu family. He instructed us to come to the headquarters in advance to assist him in managing the situation after eliminating you. I was right beside Hao, and I heard everything clearly. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare approach you." Wu Tianhe furrowed his brow and responded, "You claim to be from Wu Yan's camp. Why then do you come to inform me? Wu Yan's control over the Wu family would obviously benefit you more. Are you lying? Who are you, and what do you intend?" Zhao Chongqing, overwhelmed, fell to his knees, his voice thick with emotion. "General Wu, I have suffered enough in this apocalypse. Even with a gun, survival is a challenge. Of the 10 of us, only Hao and I remain. The others have all turned into zombies. I want to enter the Wu family's base. I wish to live. The young lady cannot provide us with that. And I do not believe she can outmaneuver you." Wu Tianhe's expression remained impassive as he inquired, "How can you prove the veracity of your claims?" Zhao Chongqing informed Wu Tianhe of the imminent events that would unfold today and tomorrow, explaining that Wu Yan would seek out Wu Tianhe under the pretense of visiting Wu Yang, intending to harm him during that encounter. He also indicated that there would likely be individuals within who would cooperate with Wu Yan. Allowing Wu Tianhe to verify his words, Wu Tianhe addressed Zhao Chongqing, "I will investigate. If what you say is true, I shall grant you a life of comfort for your remaining years. If false, I will ensure your suffering is greater than death." He then instructed the bodyguards to take Zhao Chongqing to a room on the 5th floor, directly facing a door secured with a keypad. The bodyguard handcuffed Zhao Chongqing to the iron frame of the bed, stating that someone would bring him food before departing. Zhao Chongqing realized his words had aroused Wu Tianhe's suspicion. Wu Tianhe would undoubtedly verify the information. And if Wu Yin acted as Zhao Chongqing had forewarned Wang Long, she would surely fall into Wu Tianhe's grasp. If all proceeded smoothly, events would develop as Zhao Chongqing and his companions had anticipated, paving the way for a confrontation between Wang Long and Wu Tianhe, thus affording Zhao Chongqing the opportunity to eliminate two factions. Chapter 34. Father and daughter. Shortly after 9 in the morning, Zhao Chongqing found himself handcuffed to the bed, lost in contemplation. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, followed by the sound of it opening. A middle-aged man dressed in security attire entered briskly. Carrying a tray with 2 breakfasts, he bent down to place one meal on the table beside Zhao Chongqing and, glancing at him, remarked, "Your food," before turning to leave. Just as the door was about to close, Zhao Chongqing overheard the man muttering, "Another elderly gentleman to care for. One Dr. Wang is already troublesome enough." At the mention of Dr. Wang, Zhao Chongqing bolted upright. Could it be that the very person he had been searching for, Wang Shuyi, was indeed here? Realizing the possibility, he quickly adjusted his ensuing plans to find a way to rescue Wang Shuyi. Simultaneously, in a room on the 4th floor, Luo Qinghai summoned 4 loyal subordinates. Addressing them, "Xiao Jun, I have a matter of great importance that requires your assistance. This task carries significant risk and may cost you your lives. If you prefer not to participate, you may leave immediately. I will not compel you." The other 3 young men looked to Xiao Jun, who responded, "Luo Gu, you saved our lives. We only recognize you in this world. Just give us your orders." Luo Gu took a deep breath and said directly, "Xiao Jun, I won't beat around the bush. You have all noticed the recent changes in the family head. His temperament has become increasingly erratic. Just a few days ago, old Zhang from the 1st floor was dealt with for a trivial matter. Fed to that zombie son of his. I believe some of you are aware of this. Tomorrow, it could be our turn, and I refuse to remain passive any longer." Upon hearing this, the 4 men nodded. Awaiting Luo Gu to outline his plan, he conveyed the details of what he needed Xiao Jun and the others to do, instructing them to take 2 jeeps under the guise of patrol and prepare powerful speakers, driving over 10 kilometers to Beiqing Station to create a ruckus, thereby attracting a sizable horde of zombies. As night fell the following day, they would lure the zombies to the emergency exit on the northern wall, where he would arrange for someone to open the gate in advance, allowing the zombies to pour in. Once the zombies breached the security company's perimeter, they would return to the main entrance to pick him up. Before this, he instructed Xiao Jun and the others to check a warehouse area, A2, located 4 kilometers south of the security headquarters, to ascertain whether his brother, Luo Chengfeng, was there. If they found him, they were to inform him of the plan. If not, they were to slip a note under the door. With that, Luo Gu handed Xiao Jun a piece of paper and bowed to the 4men.in the warehouse area A2. Luo Qinghai and his brother Luo Chengfeng had constructed a makeshift refuge as a contingency. Following the onset of the apocalypse, they dared not fully trust the Wu family to ensure their survival. Thus, the 2 brothers secretly established a small shelter, stocked with ample supplies, weapons, and medications, with enough space to accommodate them. The 5 garage units connected internally, and the surrounding walls had been reinforced with steel, rendering it remarkably secure. The brothers had agreed that should one of them meet with misfortune and be unable to return to the Wu family, or if the Wu family itself faced calamity, they would regroup at the shelter. Luo Qinghai inferred from Wu Tianhe's words that his brother, Luo Chengfeng, was most likely still alive. As long as his brother lived, he would find a way to wait for him at the shelter. Thus, he dispatched the 4 men to seek out their brother. An hour later, Xiao Jun and the others, following Luo Ji's instructions, drove 2 jeeps out of the Wu family security gates, heading toward the warehouse. After Lin Cheng, Wang Xiaoxiao, and Zhang Hao awoke to find Zhao Chongqing missing, Wang Xiaoxiao discovered the note he had left behind. Understanding Zhao Chongqing's plan, the trio reluctantly resolved to proceed according to his strategy, soon parking their vehicle in a clearing not far from the entrance of the Wu family security, waiting to observe. Meanwhile, at the Wu family headquarters, a firm knocking echoed from Wu Tianhe's office. One of the personal security guards approached the door and inquired, "Who is knocking?" A melodious voice floated in from outside the door. "I'm looking for my father." It was Wu Yin. Upon hearing Wu Yan's voice, Wu Tianhe's brows furrowed tightly, and he instinctively gripped the cigarette in his hand, crushing the filter until it disintegrated, leaving the burnt end to tumble onto the carpet. A faint spark flickered. He extinguished the smoldering cigarette, but beneath his foot, discarded the remaining half into the ashtray on the coffee table, and sighed. "Let her in." Wu Tianhe had been reflecting on the words Zhao Chongqing had just shared with him. Today, the last person he wished to see was his daughter, Wu Yin. He hoped fervently that everything Zhao Chongqing had spoken of was mere fiction. While Wu Tianhe harbored a bias towards sons over daughters, his feelings for his eldest daughter were laced with affection and acknowledgement. Yet today, she seemed to be plotting against him, perhaps even contemplating his demise. As the door creaked open, Wu Yin entered with a radiant smile. Obediently standing beside Wu Tianhe and saying, "Dad, I realize my mistakes. I will do my utmost to rectify the situation at the pharmaceutical factory. Please don't be angry." That moment, Wu Tianhe clenched his fists tightly, too afraid to turn and face Wu Yin, the prospect of her next words filling him with dread. Wu Yin, oblivious to her father's turmoil, continued, "Dad, my younger brother is truly pitiable. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you." "Ah, Yin, do you believe that your brother is beyond saving? Am I merely chasing an unrealistic dream?" Wu Tianhe interrupted with a heavy sigh, fully aware of what Wu Yin was about to say and understanding that Zhao Chongqing's words might indeed hold a grain of truth. Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, insisting, "How could that be, Dad? We will surely save my brother. Let us go see him together tomorrow." Wu Tianhe abruptly turned to face Wu Yin, his gaze piercing. "Is it absolutely necessary to visit your brother?" Feeling unnerved under her father's intense scrutiny, Wu Yin nonetheless replied with determination, "Yes, Dad, I'm unafraid. He is your son and my brother. Very well. After lunch tomorrow, come find me, and I will accompany you." Wu Tianhe gritted his teeth as he spoke, turning away, refusing to meet Wu Yan's gaze any longer. As Wu Yin exited the room, she sensed her father's unusual demeanor, but was consumed by thoughts of her brother's loathsome state and the memory of being confined with him. A zombie for an entire night. That night would remain an indelible nightmare. Now, Wu Yin was left with nothing but profound hatred for her father, Wu Tianhe. Since childhood, she had always played the role of a supportive figure for Wu Yang, forever the green leaf while her brother basked in their father's adoration as the cherished red blossom. Yet, she was undeniably more capable, while her brother squandered his life in indulgence. Their father's expressions were always laden with reproach and dissatisfaction towards her, while he showered her brother with boundless leniency and affection. A question had long lingered in Wu Yan's heart, yearning for her father's response. "My dear father, if I were the one to become a zombie instead of Wu Yang, would you still go to such lengths to save me?" This answer was one she was on the verge of uncovering. Chapter 35. Storm clouds gather. After much contemplation, Wu Yin dialed Wang Long's number, informing him that everything was proceeding smoothly as planned. Subsequently, she convened several of her trusted subordinates to orchestrate the operations for the following day. In the afternoon, Xiao Jun and his 3 companions arrived at the warehouse location indicated by Luo Qinghai. Locating the building marked A2, they knocked on the door for some time, yet no sound emerged from within. Following Luo Qinghai's instructions, Xiao Jun slipped a note through the door's crack, and the group then turned to leave in their jeep. At that moment, Luo Chengfeng stood motionless 2 meters from the iron gate, listening intently. Once the knocking ceased, he noticed a note had been slipped through the gap and approached to retrieve it. After swiftly scanning its contents, excitement surged within him, and he immediately opened the door, calling out to the 4 who had yet to board the vehicle. Luo Qinghai posed some questions to Xiao Jun and, after deliberation, decided to adhere to the elder brother's plan, to head to the North City Station tomorrow alongside Xiao Jun and the others to attract the zombies. On one hand, he was anxious for his elder brother's safety, opting to personally retrieve him. On the other, he yearned to witness the downfall of the Wu family, thereby eliminating any potential threats that might arise thereafter. After the mid-aged security guard delivered lunch to Zhao Chongqing, he swiftly sprang into action. He first moved the bed, managing to wriggle his hands free from the handcuffs. Regaining his freedom, he opened the door and began to search the 5th floor, intent on confirming whether the room secured by a password lock housed Wang Shuyi, while also seeking a suitable weapon. During the impending clash between Wang Long and Wu Tianhe, he intended to seize the opportunity to rescue Wang Shuyi amidst the chaos. The door secured by the password lock was reinforced, and after careful observation, Zhao Chongqing concluded that it could not be opened without resorting to violence. The planned confrontation was set for tomorrow afternoon, and he dared not act prematurely. Thus, he began to search the other two rooms on the 5th floor, in one room adorned with a photograph of a beautiful woman. A meticulous search led him to discover a hidden compartment behind the picture, where he unearthed a dusty handgun and some jewelry. Upon thorough inspection, he confirmed the handgun was operational and that the magazine was fully loaded. Zhao Chongqing tucked the weapon away and returned to his room, pressing his handcuffed wrists against the iron bars of the bed, remaining in a state of concealment. Later that evening, Luo Qinghai returned to Wang Shuyi's room on the 4th floor and confirmed that Wang Shuyi would be prepared with the necessary medication by the following morning. When Wang Shuyi inquired about the whereabouts of his wife, Luo Qinghai reassured him, hastily concluding the conversation before departing. At that moment, Wu Tianhe was in his office, instructing his two personal bodyguards, both seasoned security captains who had been with him for years. Possessing exceptional skills, Wu Tianhe entrusted them with the majority of the remaining force of around 100 individuals at the Wu family headquarters. He tasked them with taking action early the next morning to secure all of Wu Yan's personnel, replacing the guards at the main entrance and reinforcing the security of the headquarters. After careful analysis, he deduced that Wu Yan could not have merely contacted Ahao, the group Zhao Chongqing had mentioned. There must be other external forces infiltrating as well. However, he had no inkling that the true participants in the rebellion would be Wang Long. As night fell, Wang Xiaoxiao and her two companions, who had been observing and waiting outside the Wu family gate for an entire day, returned empty-handed. They witnessed two jeeps departing and followed Xiao Jun's group, discovering their vehicles parked outside a warehouse before ceasing their pursuit and returning to the Wu family gate to resume their watch. All three were deeply concerned for Zhao Chongqing's safety, yet according to the note left by him, a clash between the Wu family and Wang Long was expected to unfold after nightfall. Zhao Chongqing would seize the opportunity to escape, and they feared disrupting his plan, opting instead to wait anxiously. The following morning, Wu Tianhe awoke early, having barely slept through the night. He stood at the window of his office, gazing outside, chain-smoking until the ashtray overflowed. In the morning, Luo Qinghai arrived outside the room where Wang Shuyi was detained, inputting the password to unlock the door. He sought Wang Shuyi for the medication, and as he reached for the bottles on the table, Wang Shuyi halted him. "Old Luo, I demand to see my wife. I must take her with me, or I will not leave, and I will not give you the medication. You must tell me where she is being held." Old Luo frowned at Wang Shuyi's words, glancing again at the medication on the table, which was crucial for his own escape. He then comforted Wang Shuyi, saying, "Shuyi, your wife is locked in a room on the 4th floor, but we cannot meet her now. Otherwise, we risk being exposed. If the situation is revealed, we will all lose our lives." He assured Wang Shuyi that the external matters had been arranged. And when night fell and the security headquarters was besieged by a horde of zombies, everyone would be drawn out to combat the undead, providing them the chance to rescue his wife and escape together. Old Luo's words once again garnered Wang Shuyi's trust, and he nodded, handing over a vial of medication to Old Luo. Old Luo carefully tucked the medication away and exited Wang Shuyi's room. Zhao Chongqing, peering through the door crack, discerned the password used to unlock Wang Shuyi's room. Having seen Luo Qinghai twice, he couldn't help but think of Luo Chengfeng, though he had never heard Luo Chengfeng mention having a brother within the security headquarters. The resemblance between the two was striking. Zhao Chongqing deduced that this individual was likely Luo Chengfeng's biological brother. As Old Luo departed, Zhao Chongqing contemplated whether to take the risk of entering Wang Shuyi's room but ultimately decided against it. Opting to remain hidden, Zhao Chongqing only knew Wang Shuyi by name and had never seen him in person. Conversely, Wang Shuyi had no knowledge of Zhao Chongqing. To venture in without any means of persuading Wang Shuyi would be reckless. And should Wu Tianhe discover him, his situation would become perilous. At that moment, Wang Long, accompanied by 6 business vehicles and over 50 armed men, had arrived within a kilometer of the Wu family security perimeter. He too was in a state of anticipation, having dispatched one vehicle to park over 100 meters away from the security gate to observe the situation. Wang Xiaoxiao and her two companions, upon spotting the business vehicles, realized Wang Long's men were in position and continued their tense vigil. Meanwhile, Luo Chengfeng and Xiao Jun's group, having reached the North City Station, activated the prearranged loudspeakers, their jarring sounds reverberating through the air. Gradually, zombies began to be drawn in from every direction, 1, 2, 10, and soon an increasing horde was converging towards the station. Wu Yin knocked on Wu Tianhe's door, calling out for him to open up. The two personal bodyguards exchanged glances with Wu Tianhe, who nodded heavily. The door swung open, and Wu Yin entered the room, looking striking in her security training uniform. Confidently concealing a handgun within her attire, Wu Yin was about to speak. Two guns were already pressed against her temples. At that moment, Wu Yin realized that the situation had spiraled out of control. She lowered her head and fell silent. The bodyguard searched her and retrieved a handgun, placing it before Wu Tianhe. Wu Tianhe picked up the firearm and, with a hoarse voice, looked at Wu Yin and said, "Let us go see your brother." Chapter 36. The arrival of Wang Long. Wu Tianhe led his daughter Wu Yin into the dimly lit room of the office, where two personal bodyguards were stationed at the entrance. Awaiting orders, father and daughter arrived at the glass enclosure where the zombie Wu Yang was imprisoned. Wu Tianhe pressed a button, and the glass wall slowly slid aside, revealing the frantic roars of Wu Yang within. The clock had struck a little past 3 in the afternoon. Zhao Chongqing glanced out the window, noting that there had been no sign of the Wu family's security gate opening. He realized that Wu Yin had likely been subdued. He called for the security personnel who had brought him his meal, but as soon as they entered, he knocked one unconscious before swiftly donning their security uniform and hastening downstairs. Upon reaching the courtyard, he saw two security guards patrolling the entrance. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and shot both men dead, then quickly opened and dismantled the gate lock. Zhao Chongqing wasted no time and turned to escape back to the 5th floor room, eager to confirm whether Wang Shuyi was indeed locked inside. Meanwhile, the underlings sent by Wang Long to observe noticed the gate opening and immediately drove off to inform Wang Long in the distance. Lin Chang and his companions also spotted the opening of the Wu family security gate, simultaneously witnessing Wang Long's men driving away. The three of them hastily maneuvered their vehicle closer to the gate, ready to assist Zhao Chongqing in his escape. A quarter of an hour later, all 6 of Wang Long's vehicles arrived at the Wu family security gate. After a brief observation, all 6 vans entered the courtyard. As Wang Long and his entourage disembarked, they were met with dozens of armed security personnel who surrounded them. Wang Long was utterly perplexed. According to his plan with Wu Yin, the opening of the gate should have signified that Wu Yin had succeeded, and Wu Tianhe should have been eliminated. Thus, the presence of these armed guards was unexpected. Soon, an older security officer approached, having previously seen Wang Long, and shouted, "Wang Long, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" Wang Long gritted his teeth and replied, "Your young lady ordered me to maintain order. Are you refusing to heed the new master's commands? I see it is you who are rebelling." The security personnel, taken aback, responded, "Young lady, new master. We have received no such notification. Do not act rashly. I will report this to the master." The atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their weapons, exchanging anxious glances. Shortly thereafter, someone arrived at Wu Tianhe's office, knocked on the door, and reported the situation to Wu Tianhe's personal bodyguard. The two men hurried to find Wu Tianhe, who was silently facing the frenzied zombie Wu Yang, while Wu Yin stood trembling yet unafraid. Gazing intently at him, Wu Tianhe, called outside, listened to the report with a sinister smile playing on his lips. He glanced back at Wu Yin, leaned in to whisper a few instructions to the bodyguard, and then turned back, re-entering the glass enclosure while the bodyguards swiftly departed. Before long, the two bodyguards approached Wang Long. Wang Long, noticing their arrival, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Li Gu, Zhang Gu, did the young lady send you?" One of the men replied coldly and calmly, "Wang Long, there is only one master of the Wu family, Wu Tianhe. The master is currently with the young lady, and he sent us to inform you. You now have 2 choices. First, order your men to immediately lay down their arms and surrender. Second, we will open fire and annihilate you. I will give you 3 counts to decide with that." He signaled the guards to prepare their weapons. Wang Long, bewildered, thought rapidly before turning to the man who had just spoken. All right, we will lay down our arms," though he did not instruct his men to do so. The man nodded, watching Wang Long intently as he slowly crouched down before suddenly raising his handgun and shooting the man, the bullet striking his head and killing him instantly. Simultaneously, Wang Long shouted to his comrades, "Open fire, damn it!" Realizing Wu Yan's plan had gone awry and she had been captured, he recognized he had no other choice but to fight desperately. Understanding Wu Tianhe's character, he knew that now that he was here, Wu Tianhe would not let him go. Furthermore, Wang Long had long harbored ambitions to seize control of the Wu family. Even if Wu Yan's plan had succeeded, he would ultimately reduce her to a mere puppet. For the Wu family was his ultimate prize. Now, he had no choice but to confront them head-on. Instantly, a fierce gunfight erupted within the Wu family compound. Wang Long's forces, though not weak in number, found themselves evenly matched against the opposition. Meanwhile, one of the two personal bodyguards fell dead, while the other valiantly commanded the remaining guards in their defense against Wang Long and his men, simultaneously triggering the alarm. The entire Wu family security building was soon awash in flashing red lights. The remaining security personnel, alerted by the alarm, rushed to the courtyard to provide support. The previously large-scale gunfight had devolved into guerrilla warfare throughout the compound, with both sides fighting for their lives. Wang Long, accompanied by a dozen men, took advantage of the chaos to storm into the first floor of the security building. Determined to capture the leader, he aimed to eliminate Wu Tianhe, believing that by killing him, he could seize control of the situation. Upon entering the building, Wang Long and his men encountered a dozen security personnel rushing down to provide reinforcements. Without a word, both sides erupted into a fierce exchange of gunfire within the hallway. Wang Long sustained a gunshot wound to his left arm, and despite the fierce resistance from those beside him, only two of Wang Long's men remained standing, while all of the opposing security guards lay dead. One of his surviving companions urged, "Boss, we should retreat. Our brothers outside won't hold out much longer. The Wu family has the numbers, and this is their stronghold. We have no chance." Wang Long glanced at the man and replied, "We have no retreat left. Our only option now is to press forward and take down Wu Tianhe. That's our only shot at turning the tide." He understood that while the Wu family had significantly weakened, they were still a formidable force. With only around 50 men remaining, facing the Wu family security directly would spell certain defeat. Thus, he seized the opportunity to charge into the security building, hoping to locate and capture Wu Tianhe to reverse their fortunes. Meanwhile, the remaining 20 of Wang Long's outer men could not hold out for much longer, as the Wu family's reinforcements were rapidly arriving. Soon, Wang Long's forces would be entirely obliterated. At this point, only 2 men remained by Wang Long's side, but as long as he could eliminate or capture Wu Tianhe, he still had a chance. With gritted teeth, he pressed onward to the upper floors. Chapter 37. The death of Wang Long and his 2 remaining underlings ascended the stairs to the second floor at a brisk pace. Having previously visited Wu Tianhe's office, he led the way directly to the office door. Upon arrival, Wang Long fired 2 shots at the lock, pushed the door open, and entered the room. At that moment, Wu Tianhe was hidden in the secret chamber behind the wall. Unbeknownst to Wang Long, the 3 men searched the office, but found no sign of Wu Tianhe. Wang Long hurried to the window and looked down. Below, his men had nearly all been wiped out. A personal bodyguard of Wu Tianhe was directing some personnel upstairs to protect Wu Tianhe while attempting to capture Wang Long and his men. Due to the intense battle, he was unable to spare anyone to protect Wu Tianhe. With his forces dwindling, Wang Long quickly arranged for a few remaining men to enter the security headquarters. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongqing, who was hiding on the 5th floor, had been monitoring the battle between Wang Long's men and the Wu family's security forces. As the fighting neared its conclusion, he had knocked on the locked iron door twice without receiving a response. Realizing he could wait no longer, knowing Wang Long's forces were nearly defeated, he understood that if he did not escape soon, he would also be trapped. He stepped out of the room and, for the final time, turned the combination lock to open the iron door. Inside, Wang Shuyi had heard Zhao Chongqing's previous knocks but did not respond, knowing that if the visitor were old Luo, he would have opened the door and taken him away. Moreover, the time for their agreed escape had not yet arrived. As the door opened, Zhao Chongqing gazed at Wang Shuyi, clad in a white lab coat, and tentatively asked, "Are you Wang Shuyi?" Wang Shuyi looked at Zhao Chongqing and replied, "Yes, are you one of old Luo's men? Where is my wife?" Zhao Chongqing hesitated before answering, contemplating. He realized that old Luo must be the man who bore a striking resemblance to Luo Chengfeng, presumably a brother of his. Judging by Wang Shuyi's words, it seemed old Luo was also planning an escape and intended to take Wang Shuyi with him. But what of Wang Shuyi's wife? Too many questions flooded his mind, leaving him little time to ponder. Zhao Chongqing responded to Wang Shuyi as thoroughly as he could. "I am not one of the Wu family. I am unfamiliar with the old Luo you mentioned, but I am here to rescue you. We do not know each other, but I have heard of you and believe you are not aligned with the Wu family if you wish to escape. This is your last chance. With that, he gestured for Wang Shui to make a swift decision. Wang Shui remained silent for a moment before responding, I cannot trust you. Please close the door. I must wait for old Luo. He can save my wife, and I must leave with her. With that, he returned to his seat. Zhao Chongqing, feeling a sense of helplessness, acknowledged that he could not earn Wang Shui's trust under the current circumstances. Turning to Wang Shui, he stated, I do not know the whereabouts of your wife. I do not compel you to accompany me. If you manage to escape successfully and require assistance, I shall await you by the car at the main entrance. With that, Zhao Chongqing turned and departed, leaving the door ajar, internally lamenting that perhaps he was fated to never gain Wang Shui's favor. As Zhao Chongqing hastily descended the stairs, he heard a frenzied roar echoing from the corridor. Wu Tianhe, aren't you supposed to be the big boss? What are you hiding from? I, Wang Long, am right here. Come out. The sound of gunfire soon followed. Unable to locate Wu Tianhe and witnessing the demise of his men below, Wang Long was on the verge of a breakdown, shouting madly in Wu Tianhe's office while firing his weapon indiscriminately, hoping to provoke Wu Tianhe into revealing himself. Hidden around the corner of the staircase, Zhao Chongqing listened intently to the chaos, when suddenly a cacophony of footsteps erupted from below. Moments later, a dozen security personnel, armed and rushing up the stairs, headed straight for Wu Tianhe's office. Upon bursting through the door, they swiftly shot down two of Wang Long's henchmen. Lao Zhang, Wu Tianhe's personal bodyguard, shot Wang Long's right hand, disarming him. The others quickly subdued Wang Long, pinning him to the ground and binding his hands behind his back. Zhao Chongqing realized that Wang Long's demise was imminent. Lao Zhang approached a wall in the office and discreetly activated a hidden mechanism, causing the wall to slowly part, revealing a concealed chamber within. He stepped inside to report the outcome of the conflict to Wu Tianhe. Watching this unfold, Wang Long erupted into manic laughter. Wu Tianhe, you truly are terrified of death, hiding away in this secret room. I, Wang Long, may have been outplayed, but I refuse to go down without a fight. Shortly thereafter, Lao Zhang found Wu Tianhe and relayed the details of the skirmish. Wu Tianhe, pulling the trembling Wu Yin to her feet, emerged from the glass chamber and approached Wang Long sitting down on the sofa. He lit a cigarette and finally looked at Wang Long, saying, Along. I never anticipated that it would be you who arrived. How have you become so foolish? What was your plan with my dear daughter? Speak, and I may grant you a merciful end. Wang Long, no longer laughing, stared blankly at Wu Tianhe. He had considered pleading for mercy, but his forces were decimated, and now defeat was undeniable. Wu Tianhe was not one to show compassion, and with a clenched jaw, Wang Long declared, Wu Tianhe, to the victor go the spoils. Whether you choose to kill or spare me, I, Wang Long, accept my fate. Come at me. Wu Tianhe turned away from Wang Long and addressed Wu Yin, saying, My dear daughter, allow me to explain. He proceeded to inform Wu Yin that he had received word of her scheming against him the previous day. Both Wu Yin and Wang Long exchanged bewildered glances, and Wang Long shouted at Wu Yin, You wretched woman. I was blind to trust you. You can't even handle this simple matter. We shall both descend into hell. With that, Wang Long struggled violently, attempting to charge at Wu Yin, prompting two security personnel to fire at his knees, shattering his patella. Crippled and unable to move, he howled in agony for some time before finally ceasing his cries. He shouted at Wu Tianhe, considering my years of loyalty to you, grant me a swift end. Wu Tianhe nodded, picked up a gun from the coffee table, and pulled the trigger against Wang Long's forehead. The gunshot rang out, and Wang Long collapsed, his sinister existence extinguished. Wu Tianhe slowly lowered the weapon and addressed Wu Yin with a loud voice. Wu Yin, you have deeply disappointed me. You do not deserve to carry the blood of the Wu family. With her eyes ablaze with rage, Wu Yin shouted back, Wu Tianhe, I, Wu Yin, do not regret my choices. I no longer wish to be your daughter. You are so biased. Just because I am a girl. You have only ever regarded Wu Yang. In every endeavor, I surpass him, yet you will always favor him. No matter what I do, I cannot earn your approval. Go ahead and kill me, Wu Yin screamed in desperation. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Wu Tianhe fell silent, realizing that his daughter harbored such profound resentment towards him. He sighed and responded, Wu Yin, I can't forgive you for anything, but to plot against me? I am your father. You should go and be with your brother. Tomorrow, when you have calmed down, we shall talk further." With that, Wu Tianhe gestured for Lao Zhang to escort Wu Yin to the glass chamber where Wu Yang was located. Wu Yin fell silent, her body trembling uncontrollably once more. Chapter 38. The arrival of the undead. Zhao Chongqing, unwilling to linger any longer, swiftly exited the security company's building and stepped outside. Dressed in security attire, he raised no suspicions. Just as he was about to dash through the main entrance, he encountered Lin Chang and the others, who had been unable to contain their impatience and rushed inside. Recognizing Zhao Chongqing, the trio's faces displayed astonishment, and before they could speak, Zhao Chongqing led them out. Once inside the vehicle, the three of them sighed in relief, unable to suppress their grievances. Just as they began to voice their complaints and inquiries, Zhao Chongqing interrupted, informing them that they could not leave just yet and must wait for someone. He also sensed that the turmoil within the Wu family was far from over, having just learned that another individual was plotting something. At that moment, Luo Qinghai stood by the window of a fourth-floor room, perplexed as he witnessed the chaos unfolding below. Unable to grasp the reasons behind the conflict, he soon received a report from one of his confidants about the entire incident. Regret washed over him for not seizing the opportunity to escape amidst the commotion. Glancing at the time, he realized their plan was due to commence. After much contemplation, he decided to abandon the idea of taking Wang Shuyi with him, as he was aware that Wang Shuyi's wife had died days prior. Now in possession of Wang Shuyi's medication, he felt no trepidation regarding his own escape. Old Luo instructed his men to discreetly open the emergency exit and await the arrival of the zombie horde summoned by Xiao Jun and his companions. Planning to slip away amidst the chaos, he hastily prepared himself inside. Awaiting the ensuing mayhem, as the security personnel below were busy clearing the battlefield. A piercing horn echoed from afar, growing increasingly closer. Zhao Chongqing and his companions heard the sound and looked on in confusion. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, they all beheld a terrifying sight. 2 jeeps blare their horns. And trailing behind them was a dense throng of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. An insurmountable horde that no faction, be it Wu family or any other base, could withstand. The security personnel swiftly armed themselves, preparing for yet another battle. Eventually, someone noticed that the emergency exit had been opened, and at that moment, the vehicles silenced their horns, maneuvering around the emergency exit. Seconds later, the disoriented zombies, having lost their target, detected the scent of living humans and the lingering stench of blood from the recent conflict, causing them to surge into the Wu family compound through the emergency exit. Inside the compound, the security personnel unleashed a barrage of gunfire toward the emergency exit, as the bodies of zombies piled up to over a meter high at the entrance, with more zombies continuously flooding in from behind. Lin Cheng and the others watched in horror, and Wang Xiaoxiao aptly suggested, "Brother Qing, let us make haste. There must be at least 1,200 zombies, and a few of them are black." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongqing signaled for them to wait. Just then, several particularly agile and coordinated zombies leapt through the emergency exit, evading numerous bullets and pouncing upon several security guards to begin tearing into them. Lin Chang recognized one of the zombies, an elite male zombie clad in gray attire he had encountered several times before. This zombie pounced on a security guard, thrusting its hand into the guard's mouth, and withdrew it, bloodied and clutching a severed tongue, which it ravenously devoured. That moment, Zhao Chongqing felt a chill run down his spine. He had encountered this elite zombie multiple times and surmised that it might possess an energy stone, which could present him with the opportunity for evolution. Remembering that Wang Shuyi was still trapped inside the building, he resolved to take another risk. Zhao Chongqing quickly donned his gear and returned to the Wu family headquarters with Lin Cheng. Intent on rescuing Wang Shuyi and hunting the elite zombie for its energy stone, he instructed Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang how to maneuver their vehicle closer to await their return, as time was of the essence. And the few dozen security personnel at the back door could not hold out much longer on the fourth floor. Upon witnessing the approaching horde, old Luo turned and dashed toward the stairs, coincidentally encountering Lin Chang and Zhao Chongqing as they ascended. Before old Luo could react, Lin Chang delivered a swift kick, toppling him, and shot him in the right leg. As he prepared to shoot old Luo in the head, Zhao Chongqing intervened. Zhao Chongqing rapidly inquired, "Who is Luo Chengfeng to you? And where is Wang Shuyi? Why have you not brought him with you? What of his wife?" Clutching his wounded leg and enduring the excruciating pain, old Luo replied, Luo Chengfeng is my brother. I am Luo Chenghai. Are you with Dr. Wang's people? He suspected that these two were not aligned with Wu Tianhe, having recognized that he had only seen the security company personnel before, and that only he and a few trusted aides knew of Wang Shuyi's predicament, cautiously probing them for answers. To this, Zhao Chongqing affirmed, "Indeed, we are here to rescue Dr. Wang and his wife." "Where is she?" Zhao Chongqing planned to extract the information and then eliminate Luo Qinghai, as they had long-standing grievances with the Luo brothers, who had committed countless misdeeds while serving the Wu family. Old Luo pondered before responding. "His wife is in the concealed chamber behind Wu Tianhe's office on the second floor. I was just about to rescue her and then find Dr. Wang to leave together. Now that you are here, you may go save her. I will wait for you outside in the vehicle." In truth, Wang Shuyi's wife had long since perished, her body still unattended in a room on the third floor. And he concocted this tale to mislead the two, hoping to escape unscathed. Zhao Chongqing, upon hearing this, immediately drew his gun and shot old Luo dead. Turning to Lin Cheng, he instructed, "Chengzi, go to the second floor and find a way to rescue Wang Shuyi's wife. Be cautious of Wu Tianhe. I will ascend to find Wang Shui." Lin Cheng did not inquire further. Instead, he swiftly made his way to the second floor. Zhao Chongqing, too, did not linger, sprinting up to the fifth floor. He quickly located Wang Shuyi's room, the door ajar. Upon entering, he observed Wang Shuyi anxiously pacing by the window, clutching 2 vials of medicine, peering down. Hearing the footsteps, Wang Shuyi turned around in surprise, exclaiming, "Didn't you just leave?" "Where is old Luo?" Zhao Chongqing replied promptly. "Old Luo ran off on his own. I encountered him on the 4th floor. He had no intention of rescuing you or your wife. He fired at me, and I shot him dead. I'm here to save you. Hurry, we must leave. This place is about to be overrun by zombies." Zhao Chongqing's heart raced with urgency, for through the window of Wang Shuyi's room, he had already seen the back door compromised, with zombies viciously tearing into the security personnel below. The gruesome scene both horrifying and chaotic, and several zombies were already approaching the security building. Wang Shuyi responded defiantly, "I fear no zombies, but I must find my wife. I will not leave without her." Zhao Chongqing fell silent for a moment, then said, "Old Luo mentioned your wife is in Wu Tianhe's hidden chamber on the 2nd floor. I've sent my partner to rescue her. We must go now." Though Zhao Chongqing harbored doubts about old Luo's words, he trusted his brother Lin Cheng, believing that if Lin Cheng could locate Wang Shuyi's wife, he would certainly bring her out. His priority was to lead the obstinately devoted Wang Shuyi to safety. Wang Shuyi shook his head, insisting, "I don't understand why you want to save me. But I must take my wife with me." With that, he dashed out, clutching the vials, determined to save his wife from Wu Tianhe's office, and Zhao Chongqing had no choice but to follow. Chapter 39. The fall of the Wu family. Zhao Chongqing followed Wang Shuyi swiftly to the office of Wu Tianhe on the 2nd floor. At that moment, Lin Cheng stood at the entrance of the hidden chamber, gazing intently through the glass. As Zhao Chongqing and Wang Shuyi approached the office's hidden chamber, they were met with a shocking sight. Inside the glass room, Wu Tianhe sat on the floor, his right arm stained with blood, while the zombie Wu Yang lay motionless with a bullet hole in his head, and Wu Yin was sprawled in a pool of blood. It turned out that Wu Tianhe had witnessed the entire onslaught of zombies invading the Wu family's security compound. He had seen the headquarters fall, his subordinates being overwhelmed and torn apart by the undead, only to rise as zombies themselves, attacking the remaining survivors. Even his personal bodyguard, Old Zhang, had succumbed to the ravenous horde. In that moment, he realized the Wu family was utterly doomed. Instead of fleeing, he quietly drew the curtains, opened the hidden chamber, and approached the glass room, where his son and daughter were confined. Upon reaching the glass enclosure, he saw Wu Yang gnawing at Wu Yin. Wu Yin, having been brought into the glass room, had long since lost the will to live, passively allowing the frenzied zombie Wu Yang to bite her until she breathed her last. Wu Tianhe rushed in, personally putting an end to Wu Yang, and as he gazed at his daughter's mangled body, he wept at Wu Tianhe's hoarse cries echoed. It was the first time he felt regret, recognizing the wrongs he had committed, the pain of not acknowledging his daughter's excellence during her life. Even knowing his son had already transformed, he still foolishly hoped to save him. Gradually, Wu Yin began to show signs of transformation, sinking her teeth into Wu Tianhe's arm as he held her. Weeping, "Xiao Yin, I'm so sorry. I'll accompany you now. Please, in the next life, don't be my daughter again." Slowly raising his hand, he shot Wu Yin in the head, and she fell silent. Wu Tianhe sat on the ground, quietly reminiscing about his life. In his previous life, the Wu family had been immensely wealthy and powerful in Luo City. At the age of 26, Wu Tianhe had taken over as head of the family, expanding their business for over 30 years and elevating the Wu family to new heights. Now, however, the Wu family had succumbed to the tide of the apocalypse. Feeling a change within himself, he sighed and raised his arm, preparing to end his own life. Just then, Lin Qing entered and knocked the gun from his hand. Zhao Chongqing, having entered the room, silently observed the scene. Though he had not experienced the life of a wealthy family, he understood the feelings of loss in this apocalypse, having witnessed too many partings in the face of despair. At that moment, Wang Shui rushed forward, grabbing Wu Tianhe's clothes, urgently asking, "Mr. Wu, where is my wife? Where is she? Please, tell me." With that, he fell to his knees, frantically bowing his head. Wu Tianhe gradually came to his senses and replied, "Dr. Wang, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made things difficult for you and your wife. I know my son is beyond saving. You must survive in this apocalypse. Only those with your capabilities can bring about change. Your wife is in room 02 on the 3rd floor. I can no longer find the key. But you have guns. Hurry and go." He lowered his head, noticing dark veins beginning to surface on his arm, a sign of impending transformation. Zhao Chongqing stepped forward, gazing at Wu Tianhe without uttering a word. He was unsure of what to say to this once mighty figure. Perhaps all he could do was offer him a final farewell. Raising his hand, he shot Wu Tianhe in the temple, and Wu Tianhe collapsed, closing his eyes. Thus, the Wu family, a once mighty clan in both life and the early days of the apocalypse, was completely extinguished. At that moment, an unexpected discovery occurred. Zhao Chongqing noticed an abnormal heartbeat in Wu Yang's heart, uncovering a milky white energy stone. This marked the second energy stone he had found since the onset of the apocalypse. Quickly securing it, Wang Shui caught a glimpse of the energy stone Zhao Chongqing had tucked away but said nothing, instead turning to leave the room in haste, racing upstairs in search of his wife. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Qing exchanged glances and looked out the window again. The zombies in the courtyard had begun to spread out, having annihilated the entire security personnel of the Wu family. Remnants of limbs and corpses littered the ground as the undead continued to feast. Their time was running out. If surrounded by hundreds of zombies, even Lin Cheng, now an evolved being, would likely struggle to escape, especially with several elite zombies exhibiting extraordinary speed and strength within. While Lin Cheng might possess a high probability of immunity to the zombie infection, Zhao Chongqing knew that if he were bitten or scratched, he would surely perish. The danger he faced was evidently greater, yet he refused to abandon his plan to save Wang Shui. Thus, he followed Wang Shui to the 3rd floor, seeking the room 02 mentioned by Wu Tianhe. Wang Shui was frantically banging on the door, calling out for his wife, Lili. However, no sound emerged from within, and despair washed over him as he slammed against the door. Zhao Chongqing quickly approached, pushing Wang Shui aside and firing 2 shots at the lock. The door swung open, and Wang Shui rushed inside, repeatedly calling for his wife. Soon, he spotted Lili lying motionless on the bed, her hair a disheveled curtain obscuring her face, covered by a blanket. Wang Shui crawled to her side, grasping her cold hand. With trembling fingers, he reached towards her mouth and nose. As a doctor, he could tell from her position and the feel of her hand that she had already passed away. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this harsh reality, still hoping for a miracle. Wang Shui's right hand approached his wife's nose. Feeling the absence of breath, he could no longer contain his grief and cried out, "Shaoli, why didn't you wait for me? Why did you leave on your own? Do you know that in this world, you are my only hope for survival? Why couldn't you hold on a little longer? I am late." His heart-wrenching cries echoed through the room. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng felt a deep empathy for Wang Shui's sorrow, exchanging helpless glances. Lin Cheng urged Zhao Chongqing, "Qingzi, you need to pull him away. There's no time left. We must run. If we delay any longer, we'll all be trapped here." Zhao Chongqing nodded at Lin Cheng's words and stepped closer to Wang Shui, gently placing a hand on his shoulder and kneeling beside him. "Dr. Wang, I understand your grief. I have also experienced the pain of losing loved ones, but this is not the time for sorrow. Your wife would want you to live on. Let us leave together." Wang Shui turned to Zhao Chongqing and resolutely shook his head. Chapter 40. The Butterfly Effect. Wang Shui shook his head and looked at Zhao Chongqing, saying, "Friend, thank you. Although I can no longer take her with me, being able to be with her in her final moments leaves me without regret." With that, he did not wait for Zhao Chongqing's response. Placing the 2 vials he had clutched tightly into Zhao Chongqing's hands, along with a small booklet from his pocket. As Zhao Chongqing held the vials and booklet, he attempted to persuade Wang Shi further. But he saw Wang Shi swiftly take a pill from another pocket and swallow it. Before he could intervene, Zhao Chongqing anxiously asked, "What did you take?" "You." Wang Shi interrupted, "Friend, the medicine I ingested requires immediate gastric lavage, or it will be too late. I have half an hour left. Please, let me say a few words to you before you leave. This is my life." Wang Shi gazed earnestly at Zhao Chongqing. "Our paths have crossed serendipitously, and I remain perplexed as to why you have resolutely insisted on saving me. As a token of my gratitude, these 2 vials of elixir shall aid your escape from this place. If you trust me, you will consume them shortly, and the zombies shall cease their relentless assaults upon you. The effects will endure for the span of 1 hour. The tome in your possession contains a compilation of my research data since the onset of this apocalypse. While it may not showcase significant breakthroughs, I firmly believe that should we continue down this path, there will come a day when a more adept individual deciphers the origins of the undead and develops a remedy that could transform the landscape of this dystopia. Regrettably, I shall not witness this, but I implore you to carry forth my legacy. Thank you." Wang Shi gazed earnestly at Zhao Chongqing as he spoke. Zhao Chongqing stared blankly at Wang Shi, his mind a tumult of thoughts. He had risked himself twice to save Wang Shi. How could this be the outcome? In his previous life, was not Wang Shi a renowned figure? How could he meet his demise here? After a moment's contemplation, clarity began to dawn upon him. Due to his rebirth, Lin Cheng's fate, which should have led to his death in the early days of the apocalypse, had been altered. Because of his rebirth, his mother's destiny had also changed. The fates of Wang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Hao, Zhang Min, Qin Xiaojia, and even the Wu family along with Wang Shi had been modified. His rebirth was akin to a butterfly flapping its wings, instigating profound changes in the destinies of many amidst this apocalypse. Perhaps, had there been no conflict with the Wu family, they would not have met their end in such a manner, and Wang Shi and his wife would have survived. With this realization, he nodded deeply at Wang Shi, saying, "I understand, Dr. Wang. Though I would prefer to call you brother, fate has deemed us unable to fight alongside one another in this life. Nonetheless, I shall ensure that your research continues, and I hope, as you have said, that one day, someone will stand upon your shoulders to change the entirety of this apocalypse. Take care." With that, the 2 exchanged a knowing smile. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng turned to leave the room, and he handed a vial to Lin Cheng, both consuming the elixirs immediately. They exited Wang Shi's chamber, closing the door with a firm resolve, barricading it with any means available. Inside, Wang Shi turned once more to his wife, gently arranging her hair, resting his head beside hers, gazing affectionately at her as he whispered, "I know I cannot save you, but I am willing to accompany you on this journey. I believe that one day we shall reunite in another world, and I do not wish for you to wait for me in solitude." Slowly, he closed his eyes. Once Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng had secured everything, a horde of zombies surged forth. The duo instinctively retreated, gripping their firearms tightly. Just as they were about to fire, they noticed the zombies were fervently battering the door of room 02, seemingly oblivious to the 2 men standing merely 3 meters away. Recalling Wang Shi's earlier words, Lin Cheng remarked in awe, "Alas, what a pity. Dr. Wang is truly remarkable. His elixirs are astonishing." They refrained from firing, cautiously approaching the door where the zombies roared, even daring to sway their hands within mere inches of the zombies' heads. The creatures remained unaware of their presence, and Lin Cheng plunged a dagger into a zombie's skull. After dispatching several, they made their way outside. Upon entering the courtyard of the Wu family's fortified estate, Zhao Chongqing gestured to Lin Cheng to eliminate a few zombies while the elixirs remained effective, hoping to procure additional energy stones. They commenced their slaughter of the undead within the Wu family's compound. Just as they had dispatched dozens without any yield, preparing to withdraw, Zhao Chongqing spotted the elite zombie he had been seeking. This particular creature was swiftly navigating along the wall, seemingly in search of something. They checked the time. According to Wang Shi, they had 15 minutes before the elixirs lost their potency. The 2 exchanged glances and swiftly pursued the elite zombie. As they approached, It became evident that this creature not only possessed superior strength and balance compared to ordinary zombies, but its appearance was also markedly distinct. Its skin, rather than being freshly decomposed, clung tightly to its bones, appearing emaciated with a faint sheen of black. Its eyes differed as well. Unlike the vacant, all-white orbs of typical zombies, this one bore a small dark pupil at the center of its milky white eyes, suggesting a degree of focus. Without further hesitation, Zhao Chongqing lunged forward, aiming to pierce the elite zombie's heart with his dagger. But the creature suddenly leapt to the right, evading the lethal strike while emitting a fierce growl and scanning its surroundings. Both men were taken aback, and Lin Cheng seized the moment, sprinting forward to deliver a powerful kick to the zombie's shin. The creature, sensing danger, began to evade once more, but Lin Cheng's swift and forceful kick sent it crashing to the ground. Lin Cheng knelt atop the fallen creature, while Zhao Chongqing promptly drew his firearm, firing a shot at the elite zombie's head from close range. Initially believing this would suffice to vanquish the elite zombie, they were shocked to see it still writhing despite a significant amount of black liquid oozing from the wound. Zhao Chongqing, realizing the creature was not yet defeated, quickly crouched down and thrust his dagger repeatedly into the zombie's head, creating several gaping holes and splattering black liquid across himself. Finally, the elite zombie ceased its struggles, collapsing to the side, motionless. Observing the fallen creature, Zhao Chongqing felt a twinge of sentiment before directing his dagger towards its heart, discovering a singular energy stone nestled within. However, this stone differed from the previous two. It was entirely black, adorned with a shimmering aura. Zhao Chongqing carefully wrapped it in cloth and tucked it away in his pocket. The pair then rose and returned to the entrance to locate Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao. On their way, they dispatched another 15 or so zombies, including 2 elite ones, but did not encounter any more black energy stones. Instead, they unexpectedly acquired a milky white energy stone. Despite the loss of Wang Shuyi, the 3 invaluable energy stones left Zhao Chongqing feeling richly rewarded. Chapter 41. Evolution. Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao spotted Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng rushing toward them from a distance, quickly exiting their vehicle to greet them. Meanwhile, Luo Chengfeng, who had hidden some distance away, recognized the 2 men emerging from the gate and, understanding their strength, chose to remain still, fixating on the entrance in hopes of seeing his elder brother. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng were unaccompanied by any pursuing zombies, and upon reuniting with Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao, the 4 promptly entered the car. Without hesitation, Zhao Chongqing started the engine and began their journey back along the route they had come. Seeing Zhao Chongqing and the others depart, Luo Chengfeng instructed Xiao Jun and the others to advance the vehicle slightly forward, waiting patiently near the entrance. Eventually, he realized that his elder brother could not escape, for the zombies had begun to burst forth from the gate, spreading outward. The group, weighed down by this realization, reluctantly drove away. As they traveled, Xiao Jun inquired about Luo Chengfeng's future plans. With a hoarse voice, Luo Chengfeng replied, "We shall head to Longqing, where a base has already been established." Xiao Jun nodded and drove the vehicle toward the city outskirts. After a moment of silence, Luo Chengfeng turned to him and said, "Xiao Jun, once we reach Longqing, should you wish to continue following me, I will take it upon myself to ensure your survival in place of my brother, and I will live on for him as well. From this day forth, you may call me Luo Haifeng, Luo Haifeng." This name would soon become synonymous with a figure who would stir conflict among several survival bases in the not-so-distant future of the apocalypse. In time, Zhao Chongqing would once again encounter Luo Chengfeng, who now bore the alias Luo Haifeng, igniting a war for the very existence of their bases fueled by old grudges and new animosities. Zhao Chongqing planned to return to the combat hall with the 4 of them, allowing Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao to absorb the evolution stones he had acquired, thereby facilitating their evolution. He himself intended to utilize the elite evolution stone to complete the most crucial evolution of the first phase of the apocalypse. Deep in thought about his plans, he drove swiftly toward the combat hall. On the way, Lin Cheng recounted the fate of the Wu family and the tale of Wang Shuyi to Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao, who listened with palpable emotion. As twilight descended, the 4 arrived at the combat hall. After parking the vehicle, Zhao Chongqing called Wang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Hao, and Lin Cheng to the table, slowly revealing 3 evolution stones from his pocket for their viewing. He once more elucidated the secrets of evolution and confirmed Lin Cheng's status as an evolved individual. As he spoke, Wang Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, while Zhang Hao murmured, "No wonder Brother Lin is so formidable. Lin Cheng, brimming with joy, recognized that his three companions were on the verge of evolution, eagerly anticipating their transformations. Though he felt empowered by his own evolution, he had yet to encounter another evolved individual, leaving him without a proper comparison or evaluation of his strength. He looked forward to the opportunity to test his abilities against Zhao Chongqing after their evolution. Satisfying his curiosity, ultimately, it was decided that Lin Cheng would be responsible for their protection, and once the three completed their evolution, they would set off to rendezvous with the two women and the hulking Sunshang at the logistics park. That evening, Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao each held a milky white evolution stone, embarking on their journey of evolution. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongqing, having exchanged a few final words with Lin Cheng, held the glossy black energy stone and earnestly said, "Chengzi, I cannot guarantee the safety of this evolution stone. It may carry risks and require more time. If you observe any signs of aberration in me, you may choose to either eliminate me or leave me behind to escape first. Should I successfully evolve, I will immediately seek you out at the logistics park." Lin Cheng endeavored to persuade Zhao Chongqing to abandon his evolution, but Zhao Chongqing firmly rejected his pleas, ultimately leading Lin Cheng to acquiesce to Zhao's wishes. He followed Zhao Chongqing into the room, and as per Zhao's instructions, he bound both his hands and feet securely to the four corners of the bed with numerous strips of cloth. After ensuring the door was locked, he exited the room and began to enjoy a solitary beer outside, patiently awaiting the return of the three, while harboring some concern for Zhao Chongqing. The following afternoon, Zhang Hao was the first to awaken. Silently, he approached Lin Cheng, who was dozing in a chair, and with a nimble leap, he sprang from behind Lin Cheng to stand before him. Startled awake in an instant, Lin Cheng instinctively threw a punch. Zhang Hao responded in kind, and their fists clashed, sending Lin Cheng tumbling from his chair while Zhang Hao staggered back several steps. Regaining his footing, Lin Cheng retaliated with another punch aimed at Zhang Hao, who immediately raised his hands and exclaimed, "Lin Gu, it's me, Zhang Hao, spare me." Hearing this, Lin Cheng halted, taking a moment to assess Zhang Hao. The most noticeable change in Zhang Hao was his increased height and muscularity. He no longer appeared frail, and his facial features had become more defined, exuding a newfound masculinity. Lin Cheng remarked, "Well done, lad. You've changed significantly. Let's engage in a sparring match so I can see just how much stronger you've become." The greatest transformation in Zhang Hao, however, lay in his character. Having completed his evolution, he had gazed into the mirror to recognize his changes and had experienced exponential growth in strength and speed. He had become more self-assured and no longer as taciturn as before. With a smile, he declared to Lin Cheng, "Ha! Here I come, Lin Gu, watch out." The two then commenced their playful duel. While it was not a life-or-death struggle, they did not hold back, exchanging blows with enthusiasm. After about 10 minutes, they paused, with Zhang Hao receiving a solid punch to the face and another to the stomach from Lin Cheng, while Zhang Hao had kicked Lin Cheng's thigh in return. From their impromptu sparring, it was evident that Zhang Hao's evolutionary prowess was only slightly inferior to Lin Cheng's. The two sat down, disregarding their minor injuries, and engaged in cheerful conversation. That evening, Wang Xiaoxiao emerged from the room, calling out to the two, "Chenggu, Haogu, has Chenggu not come out yet?" Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao turned simultaneously to Wang Xiaoxiao, unable to contain their laughter. Lin Cheng teased, "Xiaoxiao, you've grown up. You even have a bit of stubble on your face." Indeed, Wang Xiaoxiao had undergone a significant transformation. He had grown nearly 10 centimeters taller. Though he had not changed as drastically as Zhang Hao, he appeared much more robust than before. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, scratching his head sheepishly while smiling. Subsequently, Lin Cheng invited Wang Xiaoxiao to spar with him to showcase the changes brought about by his evolution, to which Wang Xiaoxiao agreed, while Zhang Hao watched from the side. The two assumed their stances, and just a few exchanges later, Wang Xiaoxiao was caught off guard by Lin Cheng's sidekick, sending him tumbling to the ground. Observing the fallen Wang Xiaoxiao, Lin Cheng frowned and remarked, "Xiaoxiao, you haven't become much stronger." Instead of rising immediately, Wang Xiaoxiao offered Lin Cheng a mischievous grin, narrowing his eyes in concentration, and then pointed at Lin Cheng, commanding, "Fall." Lin Cheng's body, as if under a spell, uncontrollably toppled backward to the ground. He struggled to rise, but Wang Xiaoxiao, focusing intently, repeated, "Fall." After a considerable struggle, Lin Cheng finally managed to stand, while Zhang Hao, witnessing the scene, gaped in astonishment at Wang Xiaoxiao. Chapter 42. Did Zhao Chongqing fail to evolve? Moments later, Lin Cheng freed himself from the mental restraint that had rendered him powerless and slowly stood up. His eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Wang Xiaoxiao, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Xiaoxiao gradually rose from the ground, offering a triumphant smile to both Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao as he declared, "How about that? Am I impressive, or what?" Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao exchanged glances and simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. Soon, the three gathered at the table, sharing food and conversation. Lin Cheng voiced the shared curiosity of both himself and Zhang Hao. "Xiaoxiao, what is this incredible ability of yours, capable of controlling my body?" Wang Xiaoxiao replied with a grin, "After my evolution, I felt my physical capabilities enhance, and my range of perception expanded significantly. I can now perceive clearly within a radius of at least 5 kilometers. And I am far less susceptible to fainting. Moreover, within my line of sight, I can mentally control or interfere with certain living beings. Just now, I briefly made Lin Ji's body lose control. However, I must admit, it is quite taxing. The black energy I sensed was overwhelmingly powerful, requiring my full concentration to control Lin Ji's body, which consumed a tremendous amount of energy. If I had to maintain that control any longer, I would likely faint again." Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao were both utterly amazed, realizing that this apocalyptic world was not merely a crisis for them, but also an opportunity. Evolution granted survivors the chance to become far stronger than ever before, and they envisioned the formidable beings they might become in the future. They conversed for a long while, but soon their thoughts turned to Zhao Chongqing's condition. Lin Cheng, not wanting Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao to worry, refrained from sharing Zhao Chongqing's earlier words with them. Thus, the three spent the night in anxious anticipation. The following morning, they awoke to find Zhao Chongqing still motionless within the room, deepening their concern. That evening, Wang Xiaoxiao noticed Zhao Chongqing's body trembling slightly and summoned Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao to join him inside. They discovered Zhao Chongqing's limbs bound, his body quaking, with a portion of the evolution stone still clutched in his right hand, yet incomplete in its absorption. Faced with this situation, the three felt utterly helpless and could only pray for Zhao Chongqing's successful evolution. They began to take turns watching over him, monitoring his condition. 2 days passed in such a manner, until the black energy stone in Zhao Chongqing's grip finally vanished. However, his trembling intensified, causing the bed frame to creak ominously. Lin Cheng and the others fixed their gaze intently on Zhao Chongqing. As 2 more hours elapsed, Zhao Chongqing's body began to undergo a transformation. His breathing grew rapid and labored, and his spasms intensified, as though he sought to break free from his restraints. The three soon witnessed Zhao Chongqing's hair falling out, visibly transforming him into a bald figure. Subsequently, his skin began to contract, and his muscles atrophied, causing his entire form to take on a sickly shade of dark green, resembling a desiccated corpse, with his breathing growing increasingly faint. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Cheng divulged Zhao Chongqing's earlier instructions to the others, to which Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao resolutely vowed to wait for Zhao Chongqing to awaken. No matter the cost, they steadfastly remained by his side, fervently hoping for his success and swift return to consciousness. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongqing found himself in a dreamlike state. In his dream, he arrived in a new world. Transformed into a man of over 50 years, slowly hunching his back as he ambled along a road. As he walked, he found himself at the entrance of a hospital, where his body moved of its own accord, leading him inside in the obstetrics ward. A new life had just begun, and he stood close by, watching the newborn infant, invisible to all others. The infant, a little boy, evoked a sense of kinship within him, and from that moment on, he followed the boy, witnessing his birth and growth within a loving family. A devoted couple worked diligently to nurture their home. They went to work, returned home, prepared meals, and did laundry, while the boy thrived under their care, growing healthy and strong. As the boy entered his teenage years, he began to rebel, frequently skipping school and getting into fights with peers. The parents, distraught by their son's behavior, began to argue, and the once warm and harmonious household became increasingly oppressive. One fateful day, the boy's father perished in a car accident, leaving behind a substantial inheritance for the mother and son. The boy, awakened by his father's death, turned his life around, abandoning his reckless ways. Instead, he utilized his talents to open a martial arts gym, dedicating himself to caring for his mother. Zhao Chongqing had long realized that this boy was none other than himself. Now, 20 years had passed, and Zhao Chongqing's body had become increasingly hunched, yet he persevered to keep pace with his younger self, eager to witness what the future held. Years later, the apocalypse arrived as foretold, unleashing a cataclysmic bloodbath, followed by an invasion of zombies. That time, he found himself cowering in his home, too fearful to venture outside. Due to his trepidation, he failed to seek out his mother in time, only to see her transformed into a zombie days later while wandering the streets. Thus began his half-year struggle for survival, evading danger until he joined a passing group of survivors, living a humble existence. He spent his days engaged in the most degrading tasks, running footbaths for others, standing guard at night, and subsisting on the remains of others' meals, often subject to verbal abuse and physical violence. Ultimately, he was abandoned during a zombie attack, hiding in a car for 3 days, surviving on urine and seat cushions. He then continued to follow various groups of survivors, growing numb to his circumstances. And like many others, he unleashed his inner cruelty. He began to prey upon weaker survivors, assaulting women and bullying the young and elderly. Eventually, one day, his group was discovered by an elite Special Forces team from Base No. 1 in Longqing while on a mission. They eliminated their nefarious leader and offered the remaining few a chance at redemption by bringing them back to the base. From that point forward, he began to live with dignity, striving to contribute to the base with his own hands, ultimately earning enough merit to secure an opportunity for evolution. He successfully became an evolved being before the onset of the 3rd stage of the apocalypse, joining a formidable Special Forces team. Under the leadership of Qin Zhan, they undertook numerous successful missions. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the day of a new assignment, as Qin Zhan led his team to investigate the meteorite that had fallen from the sky. Once more, they confronted the Zombie King, and Captain Qin Zhan fell victim once again, swiftly dispatched, followed closely by Vice Captain Chen Shen. That moment, the observer, now aged to the point of struggling to keep his eyes open, felt as though his life was drawing to a close. Suddenly, he perceived a blur before him. As the elder's body fused with that of Zhao Chongqing in that instant, he was imbued with strength. His senses sharpened, and he beheld his comrades scattering in panic. He understood what lay ahead and chose not to flee. Instead, he summoned every ounce of his energy to run towards Qin Zhan. Heading to the very spot where the Zombie King had first appeared, he was aware that a nuclear bomb crystal resided within Qin Zhan, a superweapon capable of obliterating a small base. A privilege reserved for only the most formidable masters. This time, he yearned to attempt to vanquish the Zombie King, even if it meant his own demise, as his comrades fell one by one amidst the cacophony of explosions. He had located and activated the nuclear bomb crystal, and the Zombie King was hurtling towards him with alarming speed. He threw back his head and laughed uproariously. After a colossal explosion, silence enveloped the surroundings. And at that moment, Zhao Chongqing, lying on the bed, had completely lost his breath. Chapter 43. Success, Awakening. With Zhao Chongqing's last breath, a chilling silence settled in the room. 5 minutes later, Wang Xiaoxiao knelt before Zhao Chongqing, wailing his name, while Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao exchanged glances, both reflecting the sorrow in their eyes. Half an hour later, they confirmed that Zhao Chongqing was utterly lifeless. The three emerged from the room. Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao sat in a daze on the chairs, smoking, tears streaming down their faces as they remained silent. Wang Xiaoxiao crouched in the corner, sobbing without uttering a word. Zhao Chongqing held a unique significance for each of them, yet was equally vital. He was Lin Cheng's dear brother, sharing over 20 years of camaraderie through the apocalypse. He was Wang Xiaoxiao's savior. After her grandfather's passing, she had come to regard Zhao Chongqing as family. For Zhang Hao, Zhao Chongqing had granted him the chance to live, transforming him into an evolved being. He was both mentor and friend. They could hardly fathom the departure of someone so crucial in such a manner. An hour passed, and Lin Cheng was the first to speak, his voice hoarse. Alas, let us go. Qingzi is gone, and I mourn more than you can imagine. We must live on for him. Let us depart. The two glanced at Lin Cheng and silently rose to their feet, the three of them slowly making their way towards the door. Hey, where are you three rascals off to? A familiar voice rang out behind them. The trio turned in shock, and there stood Zhao Chongqing, very much alive, just 2 meters away. Wang Xiaoxiao squinted, sensing the presence. Lin Cheng gaped, and Zhang Hao rubbed his eyes vigorously. Zhao Chongqing, no longer teasing them, approached and gently patted Xiaoxiao's head, saying, I have successfully evolved as well. Thank you for your guardianship, my brothers." The three of them soon realized the truth. Zhao Chongqing had not perished. Yet moments ago, he had indeed drawn his last breath, his body withered. Zhao Chongqing appeared largely unchanged, his physique still robust and towering, though the sharp angles of his face had become more defined, exuding a palpable air of heroism. His skin had taken on a darker hue, radiating an aura of strength and vitality. In response to their astonishment, Zhao Chongqing offered a succinct explanation. My evolution was indeed perilous, a near brush with death. I had believed it a failure, yet I persevered through sheer will, evolving successfully in the final moments. I could hear your calls in my haze. I knew I had to endure, for I have you and family to protect. Although Lin Chang and his companions could not fully grasp the harrowing journey Zhao Chongqing had undergone, they were nonetheless awestruck by his miraculous return to life. Zhao Chongqing and the trio began a dialogue regarding evolution, with Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao showcasing their own transformations. Zhao Chongqing was not surprised by Zhang Hao's changes, but was intrigued by Wang Xiaoxiao's reported control abilities, marveling at the innate power of those born with special abilities. If a person like Wang Xiaoxiao were to influence an enemy during battle, even a slight distraction could prove decisive in a contest between evenly matched opponents. Her abilities were far from the simple control she described. They held the potential for significant contributions, verging on the extraordinary. Likewise, the trio was deeply curious about the extent of Zhao Chongqing's enhancements following his evolution, as he had been the strongest among them prior. Zhao Chongqing offered no explanations, instead turning to Wang Xiaoxiao and saying, "Xiaoxiao, try to exert control over me." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao nodded, focusing her mental energy on Zhao Chongqing, murmuring, "Fall." In that moment, Zhao Chongqing distinctly felt a fleeting disconnection between his body and mind, as if he were about to topple over. Yet, his mind swiftly regained control, stabilizing his form with only a slight wobble. He regarded Wang Xiaoxiao with admiration, exclaiming, "What a remarkable ability!" Zhao Chongqing was aware of his own formidable strength post-evolution, yet was astonished that Wang Xiaoxiao's mental prowess could briefly influence his movements. Undeterred, Wang Xiaoxiao turned her focus to Lin Cheng, concentrating her energy once more. As Lin Cheng took a step forward, Wang Xiaoxiao collapsed onto the ground, clutching her head in agony. "My head aches terribly. Qing Jidem, my mind tells me that you have surpassed my control limits. Attempting to dominate a being of your strength could plunge me into unconsciousness." Zhao Chongqing helped Wang Xiaoxiao to her feet, chuckling, "Xiaoxiao, if I were to engage in combat with an evolved being or a zombie of equal caliber, your earlier control could lead me to distraction, potentially resulting in my defeat or even death." Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao stared in awe at Zhao Chongqing's exhibited strength, momentarily speechless. Zhao Chongqing turned to them, beckoning with his hand, "You both come at me together. Hold nothing back and attack with all your might." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and nodded, advancing on either side of Zhao Chongqing. Zhao Chongqing faced the approaching duo, grinning, "Do not fear injuring me. Give it your all." Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao swiftly closed the distance to within 2 meters of Zhao Chongqing. Lin Cheng suddenly crouched low from the left, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Zhao Chongqing's lower body. Zhang Hao leaped high, delivering a downward right punch towards Zhao Chongqing's face. Zhao Chongqing acknowledged their fierce assault with a slight nod. Just as Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao's strikes were about to connect with Zhao Chongqing, he made his move, swiftly spinning to momentarily vanish from their sight, causing their attacks to miss. Zhao Chongqing reappeared to the left of their assault trajectories, observing them. Both Lin Cheng and Zhang Hao were simultaneously astounded by his speed. However, their actions remained resolute. With Zhao Chongqing's left side nearing the wall and only a few meters behind him, Lin Cheng shouted, charging forward, his left hand pressing down, and his right arm swinging a punch aimed at Zhao Chongqing's head. Zhang Hao comprehended Lin Cheng's intent and leapt to Zhao Chongqing's right side, propelling himself into the air to deliver a flying kick aimed at Zhao Chongqing's midsection. They spared no effort in this strike. Acutely aware of Zhao Chongqing's terrifying speed, understanding that without full commitment, they would struggle to land a blow on him, Zhao Chongqing observed their coordinated attack, nodding approvingly while exclaiming, "Excellent effort. Be cautious." He then leaned forward, rapidly advancing towards Lin Cheng's punch while simultaneously unleashing 2 quick strikes at Lin Cheng's torso. With 2 resounding thuds, Lin Cheng was sent hurtling backward. Without pause, Zhang Hao's flying kick was about to connect with Zhao Chongqing's thigh. In a remarkable display of speed and agility, Zhao Chongqing pivoted, using his left leg as an axis to execute a swift kick towards Zhang Hao, sending him sprawling with a loud thud. Both Lin Chang and Zhang Hao fell to the ground, howling in pain. Chapter 44. Arrival at the Logistics Park. In the face of Lin Chang and his companion's astonishment, Zhao Chongqing refrained from offering further explanations. The changes brought about by his evolution were not limited to what had been displayed so far. After engaging in practical tests with Lin Chang and the other evolved beings, Zhao Chongqing gained a deeper understanding of his current strength. He surmised that his physical resilience could withstand ordinary firearms, coupled with a speed and power that far surpassed typical evolved individuals, granting him a genuine capacity for self-preservation. Moreover, Zhao Chongqing had acquired a unique ability through his evolution, which he termed hot blood. This ability allowed him to fully activate his body's potential, temporarily doubling his core metrics such as strength and speed, resulting in a terrifying surge in combat prowess. Although the effects of hot blood were of short duration, the resulting power was formidable, and he anticipated that its conclusion would leave him in a state of weakness or unconsciousness for a brief period. The four of them rested in the combat gym for the night, and the following morning, they drove to the logistics park to meet with Zhang Min and the others. The situation at the logistics park was equally dire. The South City Logistics Park, sprawling over 200,000 square meters, served as a centralized hub for logistics. It was primarily divided into 5 major areas: the grain and oil agricultural trade zone, the express goods area, the comprehensive processing zone, the cold chain service zone, and the general office area. Before the apocalypse, the logistics park was a joint stock entity, comprised of 3 major shareholders and several smaller ones. The largest shareholder is the Shen family from Nan Province, which possesses a military background and owns its own military-industrial enterprises. The logistics park is merely a relatively minor venture for them in Nan Province, where they primarily oversee the agricultural trade zone and the comprehensive processing area. Following them is the Li family from Luoqing, whose core enterprise is the logistics park itself, primarily responsible for the cold chain area and the express goods sector. The smallest shareholder is the Lin family, represented by Lin Qingwei, who is not part of a large clan. She is the only child of her generation. The Lin family mainly focuses on technical management, handling administrative operations, managing the park, and external expansion. After the apocalypse began, the 3 major shareholders, along with some surviving employees, banded together to protect the logistics park. Just last month, they successfully erected a protective wall several meters high around the perimeter of the park. They also formed armed groups of considerable size in their respective areas of responsibility, transforming the logistics park into a small survival base controlled by 3 factions. Initially, under the pressures of the zombie threat and the struggle for survival, all survivors within the logistics park were able to help one another under the leadership of the 3 major shareholder families, enduring the most arduous period of survival. However, as the pressure from the zombies lessened, issues related to resource allocation and the ultimate struggle for leadership emerged, compounded by the gradual improvement of the first and second bases in Longhua. Under the influence of some insidious external forces, friction began to arise within the shareholders of the logistics park. After a day of travel, the next afternoon, Zhao Chongqing and his companions finally caught sight of the logistics park in the distance. He was somewhat familiar with its basic situation, knowing that Lin Qingwei was a major shareholder prior to the apocalypse, which was why he had confidently directed Zhang Min and others to seek her out. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Chongqing's vehicle arrived at gate number 1 of the logistics park, which consists of 5 main gates, with gate number 1 being the entrance to the administrative area. From a distance, the sentry personnel inside the gate signaled for the vehicle to stop. 2 young men clad in combat uniforms, armed with automatic rifles, shouted at Zhao Chongqing and his party through a loudspeaker. Following their instructions, Zhao Chongqing parked the vehicle, exited, and approached the sentry with his hands raised. After Zhao Chongqing informed them of their situation, one of the guards stayed behind to wait with Zhao Chongqing and his companions, while the other quickly picked up a walkie-talkie, saying, Squad leader son, there is someone at the gate claiming to be Zhao Chongqing, saying he is your friend, here to see you and General Lin." Zhao Chongqing and his companions exchanged puzzled glances at the mention of squad leader Sunday. Could it be that tall fellow, Sun Sheng? Just as they were pondering this, a male voice responded over the walkie-talkie. And indeed it was Sun Sheng. He excitedly said, "Xiao Li, they're one of us. Let them in. I'll come down to greet them." The young guard named Xiao Li, upon hearing this, smiled and invited Zhao Chongqing and his companions inside. while the other guard helped to park their vehicle in the parking lot within the gate. A few minutes later, as Zhao Chongqing and his party made their way toward the administrative office of the logistics park, they spotted the tall figure of Sun Sheng jogging toward them. He called out excitedly, "Zhao Chief, you've finally arrived." Sun Sheng was visibly delighted to see Zhao Chongqing again, and the four of them waved and greeted him with smiles. Following Sun Sheng were two middle-aged men fully armed, whom Zhao Chongqing and his companions recognized as survivor Sun Sheng had brought from the pharmaceutical factory. Upon meeting, Sun Sheng embraced each of Zhao Chongqing's party in turn and then said, "Zhao Chief, let us head to the office and sit down to talk. I thought you would return sooner, but it's been almost a month. A lot has happened here, and I'll fill you in on everything." At this, Zhao Chongqing's party came back to their senses from their joy at seeing Sun Sheng, but a sense of curiosity arose in their minds. Where were Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia? Given their close ties, if they had learned of Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng's return, the two women would surely have come to greet them immediately. With this question in mind, they followed Sun Sheng, soon arriving at a four-story office building bearing the sign of the logistics park office. Once inside, they sat in a large conference room on the first floor. Sun Sheng first prepared tea for everyone and then instructed one of the men nearby to prepare meals for the four of them. After arranging these matters, he joined Zhao Chongqing's group around a conference table, and the five began their dialogue. Sun Sheng first inquired about Zhao Chongqing and his companion's circumstances, the pharmaceutical factory, and the aftermath involving the Wu family. Zhao Chongqing briefly recounted the events leading to the downfall of the Wu family, prompting a sigh of sympathy from Sun Sheng. He then shared their journey from the pharmaceutical factory to the logistics park and the current state of the logistics park. After parting ways with Zhao Chongqing, they had traveled for over 10 hours and successfully reached the logistics park. Like Zhao Chongqing, they sought out the nearest gate number 1 and, following Zhao Chongqing's instructions, mentioned they were looking for Lin Qingwei.at that time. The logistics park was in the process of erecting an external protective wall. Soon, a capable and sharp-featured young woman with a sporty haircut, accompanied by two armed personnel, approached their vehicle. After a brief conversation, they learned that she was Lin Qingwei. They directly stated their intentions, expressing that their survivor team wished to settle there and had brought several vehicles of supplies. After a quick inspection, Lin Qingwei greeted them individually and promptly accepted them, allocating them living quarters, and they quickly integrated into her team. Chapter 45. Is there anyone among you who is an evolver? By the way, Zhao Chief, is there anyone among you who is an evolver? Sun Sheng suddenly asked. Zhao Chongqing and his companions exchanged surprised glances, and Zhao Chongqing nodded in response. Upon seeing him nod, Sun Sheng immediately said, "As expected, General Lin guessed correctly. She had suspected that someone among you was an evolver." Without waiting for Zhao Chongqing to ask, Sun Sheng explained to the four. After arriving at the logistics park, Lin Qingwei had called them together that evening to inquire about their past experiences. They recounted their experiences from the early days of the apocalypse and prior to arriving at the logistics park. Upon hearing about the events at the pharmaceutical factory, Lin Qingwei instantly deduced that there were at least two evolvers among Zhao Chongqing's group. Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia were aware of the situation regarding evolvers. They had witnessed the formidable and unusual abilities of Lin Cheng and Wang Xiaoxiao. Lin Cheng and Zhao Chongqing had also shared some information with the two women, yet they were still greatly astonished by Lin Qingwei's assessment. Without offering much rebuttal, Lin Qingwei then explained to them, "Since some of you have already become evolvers and are aware of certain secrets surrounding evolution, I won't hide anything from you. I am also an evolver now, and there are several other evolvers in this logistics park, two of whom are exceptionally powerful. In the following days, Lin Qingwei began assigning work tasks to the newcomers, and under her guidance, Zhang Min and Sun Sheng swiftly adapted to the new team. Sun Sheng and the others were directly organized into a small squad led by him, comprising 10 members, responsible for the security of gate number 1 and the controlled area. Meanwhile, Zhang Min and her companions volunteered to join the combat squad, personally led by Lin Qingwei, which also consisted of 10 members, 6 men and 4 women. Hearing this, Lin Cheng could not help but interject, asking, "Brother Sheng, where are Zhang Min and Qin Xiaojia? And what about Lin Qingwei?" Sun Sheng looked at Lin Cheng and replied, "Alas, Brother Lin, they went with General Lin to exchange supplies in Shen Lang's area. They left not long ago and should be back soon." From Sun Sheng's words, Zhao Chongqing gleaned much information. Their situation in the logistics park was not optimistic, and it seemed Lin Qingwei had also awakened her abilities. Hearing Sun Sheng's last statement, Zhao Chongqing said, "Brother Sheng, please continue. Tell us about the current situation here. What does it mean to exchange supplies?" Nodding in response, Sun Shang resumed his explanation. The logistics park is currently divided among 3 factions, with the Shin family being the most dominant, boasting an armed force of over 100 individuals. They control the core areas of food supply and comprehensive processing, rich in resources and capable of producing some basic necessities, as well as possessing small-scale power generation facilities located near Gates No. 2 and Number 3 on the eastern side. The current leader is a young man in his 30s named Shin Lang. Following them is the Li family, a small local clan from Luoqing, consisting of a father and son leading over 40 employees and several survivors. Now totaling nearly 100 members, with an armed force of about 50 individuals. They primarily control the cold chain area and the goods sector, situated near gates number 4 and number 5 on the western side. The last faction, led by Lin Qingwei, along with the newly joined Sun Shang and his 10 companions, numbers fewer than 50 people, with an armed force comprising only a combat squad of fewer than 20 personnel. Controlling several buildings and some scattered warehouse resources around gate number 1, initially, the 3 factions coexisted peacefully, jointly safeguarding the logistics park. However, after fortifying the basic protective wall and forming their respective armed groups, friction began to arise. Recently, there have been frequent physical confrontations. Just a few days ago, a subordinate of Shin Lang, a small-time leader named Jun Guo, even shot and injured a direct member of the Li family, nearly sparking a large-scale conflict. Under General Lin's mediation, Shin Lang reluctantly agreed to compensate with certain supplies, allowing the matter to be brushed aside. Currently, the 3 factions distinctly manage their respective areas, having enclosed the borders of their territories with barriers and begun self-contained administration. The Shin and Li families were clandestinely preparing, and 3 days prior, Shin Lang had dispatched individuals to inform Lin Qingwei and the Li family that they would no longer supply them with essential provisions such as food and daily necessities. Should they require sustenance, they would need to barter goods, while also being charged for electricity, which necessitated regular contributions of supplies to maintain the continuity of power. In response, the Li family voiced that their goods and cold chain products also required equivalent materials in exchange. This predicament forced the survivors aligned with Lin Qingwei, who had scant resources, into dire straits. Fortunately, thanks to a recent supply of medicine brought by Sun Shang, they had managed to procure a considerable amount of essential supplies in exchange for pharmaceuticals over the past couple of days. As tensions escalated among the 3 factions due to the commodity exchanges, the survivors under Lin Qingwei, being the weakest faction, found themselves compelled to make a choice. Both Shin Lang and the Li father and son pressured Lin Qingwei to decide, urging her to lead everyone to join their respective sides. However, Lin Qingwei remained non-committal to either party, prompting both factions to raise the stakes in their barter agreements. Shin Lang also began intermittent power cuts, while secretly enticing the survivors on Lin Qingwei's side to join them. Both sides expressed a desire to consolidate control over the logistics park, yet Lin Qingwei, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between her faction and the other 2, was desperately maneuvering to find a way out. Zhao Chongqing, having grasped the gravity of their current situation, harbored numerous questions, but he knew everything hinged on meeting Lin Qingwei. He recalled that in his previous life, a base had never been successfully established here, yet, witnessing the logistics park's infrastructure, sprawling area, and abundant resources, he realized it had the potential to become a survival stronghold. Uncertain of what had transpired to prevent the emergence of a survivor base, he began to piece together the situation. After conversing for a while longer, 2 individuals approached with 4 plates of vegetables, 2 plates of meat, and a small bowl of rice. Sun Shang beckoned them to set the food down, then rose to serve Zhao Chongqing and the others. The 4 of them, feeling no need for formality, began to eat heartily. After their meal, which extended into the afternoon, Sun Shang led the 4 to a dormitory building. Arranging accommodations for them and providing a set of clean gray combat uniforms, adorned with a finely embroidered character for linen red thread at the cuffs. These were the battle attire of Lin Qingwei's survivors. Aware that the 4 of them would inevitably join a combat team, Sun Shang had prepared the appropriate attire in advance. He then introduced the main areas controlled by their faction, which included a 5-story office building in the logistics park, 4 dormitory buildings, and 8 medium-sized warehouses, each approximately 500 square meters. The center of the area lay at a nearly 1,000 square meter parking lot and activity zone. After placing their belongings in the dormitory, the 4 began to familiarize themselves with their surroundings as dusk approached. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng sought out Sun Shang once more to inquire about the return of Zhang Min, Qian Xiaojia. Lin Qingwei and others, only to receive a negative response. Sun Shang, visibly anxious, remarked that he had participated in previous exchanges and they had always returned promptly. Yet, this time, it had been an entire afternoon without any sign of them. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng exchanged worried glances, both recognizing the concern in each other's eyes. Lin Cheng suggested, "Brother Shang, lead us. Qingzi and I will go check it out." Chapter 46. An ambush. Sun Shang immediately stood and guided Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng to the exchange location. After lunch that day, Lin Qingwei had taken Zhang Min, Qin Xiaojia, and 2 male combat team members, transporting a box of medicine to the agreed-upon exchange point with Shun Lang's faction. Along the way, Sun Sheng briefed Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng on the situation while continuously calling out Lin Qingwei's name over the walkie-talkie. Yet no one responded. Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng also powered on their newly acquired walkie-talkies, attempting to communicate, and after a few seconds, their voices crackled through Sun Sheng's device. An hour later, night had fully descended, and the three arrived at the designated trading spot. They noticed the vehicle Lin Qingwei and her group had driven was parked at the roadside. The surrounding barricades were slightly dented, and the ground was littered with scattered shell casings. A swift inspection revealed the vehicle was empty, its cargo area bare, and there was a bullet lodged in the left rear door. Lin Cheng turned to Sun Shang and asked, "Is something wrong? What should we do if we can't find them?" Sun Shang furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. "I'll try to contact Tian Jun to ascertain the situation." Tian Jun was Xin Lang's subordinate and second in command of the Xin family's logistics park, a former military professional who had previously served as a company commander in the guard unit. He adjusted the walkie-talkie to the Xin family's communication channel and called out, Tian Jun, this is Sun Shang from Gate 1. Please respond if you can hear me." Only static greeted him, as the signal seemed to be down. Lin Cheng, growing impatient, urged, "Still no response? Let's just go in and ask around." Zhao Chongqing remained silent, looking to Sun Shang for direction. Sun Shang shook his head, saying, "Given the current tensions between the three factions, entering directly could put us in the line of fire." He paced back and forth, glancing at the 3-meter-wide activity gate that had been left ajar. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and shouted into the gate, "Brothers from the Shen family, we're looking for General Lin. Have you seen them?" Minutes passed with no reply, prompting Zhao Chongqing to assert, "We can't wait any longer. Let's go in and grab someone to get some information. But keep your guns lowered." The three approached the activity gate, with Zhao Chongqing and Lin Cheng climbing over and entering the Shun family's controlled area, turning to instruct Sun Shang to wait outside. And no sooner had they stepped inside than a red light suddenly blinked on a 5-meter-high lamp post to their left, quickly followed by a series of red lights illuminating along the nearby roads. The sound of revving engines filled the air. Zhao Chongqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed to Lin Cheng, "This doesn't look good. We might be walking into an ambush. Let's split up and find cover." Without hesitation, he and Lin Cheng dashed forward, taking refuge behind the walls of 2 large warehouses. Just as they concealed themselves, 4 military jeeps barreled through the entrance. After witnessing the vehicles pass, Zhao Chongqing heard a whooshing sound. He focused intently and noticed 2 individuals over 100 meters away, hoisting an RPG aimed directly at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chongqing activated his blood heat ability, his skin flushed red, muscles bulging, and pupils dilating. He leaped forward 5 meters in an instant. With a deafening boom, the spot where he had been standing erupted in an explosion, creating a crater nearly a meter deep and half a meter wide, while the adjacent warehouse wall was severely damaged. Without pausing, Zhao Chongqing crouched and charged towards the 2 assailants, covering the distance of 100 meters in just 2 or 3 seconds. The attackers, still stunned by the blast, were oblivious to his approach, their smoke-laden vision clouding their judgment, believing they had struck their target. Just then, the intended target stood less than 2 meters away from them, and they hurried to draw their handguns, but their hands barely grazed the grips. Zhao Chongqing, gripping his dagger in reverse, leaped high, swiftly slicing through the necks of both men with a glimmering arc. The 2 raised their arms slightly, their eyes widening in shock as they felt a chill at their throats before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, gunfire erupted almost simultaneously from Lin Cheng's position, the rapid crack of bullets striking the concrete floor and walls reverberating through the air. Lin Cheng, using the wall for cover, rolled forward to evade the hail of bullets, sustaining hits to his legs and right arm. Finally, he sidestepped around the wall, drawing his weapon to return fire, At that moment, a burly man wearing a beret and green combat gear, sporting a bushy beard, shouted from one of the jeeps, well, 2 more evolvers. That filthy woman Lin Qingwei has fled. Let's see if you can escape too. Zhao Chongqing, piecing together the situation from the man's words, recognized him as Tianjun, the burly figure described by Sun Shang. Surmising that he too must be an evolver. Given his ability to discern the duo's forms and quickly assess their identities, it was evident he was well versed in the nature of evolvers. Zhao Chongqing refrained from replying, instead bolting towards the nearest warehouse wall while assessing Lin Cheng's condition from a distance. He pondered, realizing that this group's combat prowess far surpassed that of the Wu family's security personnel. As they appeared to be seasoned soldiers, adept in maneuvering as a cohesive unit and equipped with formidable weaponry like the RPG. Resources not typically accessible to ordinary factions. Today, the two of them had unwittingly stumbled into peril. He noted Tianjun's taunts, confirming that Lin Qingwei had indeed escaped. His immediate plan was to retreat and attempt to contact her to clarify the situation before formulating a new strategy. He gestured to Lin Cheng to withdraw, then swiftly dashed out, leveraging his burst of speed to draw enemy fire while shooting back at intervals, ducking and weaving among several warehouses, accurately taking down 6 or 7 adversaries. Lin Cheng, catching on to Zhao Chongqing's intent, felt the pressure lessen significantly under Zhao's cover fire and began to sprint towards the exit while returning fire. Meanwhile, Sun Shang had already summoned a dozen fully armed allies through the walkie-talkie. Preparing to breach the Shen family's controlled zone, as the crowd witnessed Lin Cheng sprinting from a distance, they simultaneously shouted loudly for several individuals to provide cover. Instantly, a dozen people formed a semicircular formation, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the jeep and the 5 or 6 individuals fleeing on foot behind Lin Cheng. The bullets from over 10 automatic rifles rained down like a torrential downpour, instantly transforming the 5 men outside the vehicle into mere targets. The military vehicle, modified for combat, emitted a cacophony of metallic clangs as bullets struck its surface, leaving behind a plethora of pockmarks and scratches. Yet miraculously, it did not explode. The driver swiftly turned the steering wheel to the left, maneuvering the vehicle out of the fire zone, allowing the 4 occupants inside to narrowly escape disaster. As Lin Cheng approached the entrance, the gates had been breached and flung open. He propelled himself forward, leaping out with his left foot pushing off the ground. At that moment, Tianjun, stationed further back, noticed Lin Cheng about to burst through. He swiftly turned, grasped his sniper rifle, bent his left arm to form a makeshift rest, and with his right hand firmly gripping the gun, took aim and pulled the trigger. A deafening gunshot reverberated through the air. Zhao Chongqing, realizing the impending danger as Tianjun aimed at Lin Cheng, rapidly dashed towards his jeep, shouting, "Chengzi, there's a sniper, be careful." Upon hearing Zhao Chongqing's warning, Lin Cheng managed to slightly pivot his body, only to hear a resounding bang as a visibly lethal bullet pierced through his right chest, erupting in a spray of crimson mist. The immense force propelled Lin Cheng's body out through the doorway. Chapter 47. Injured escape. With eyes reddened, Zhao Chongqing watched Lin Cheng being shot by Tianjun's sniper rifle and sent flying. He increased his speed, swiftly reaching the side of Tianjun's jeep. With a fierce yell of "Die!" Zhao Chongqing forcefully stomped the ground, leaving distinct footprints in the hard concrete, accompanied by shattered debris around them. In an explosive motion, he launched himself toward the passenger door where Tianjun sat. Extending his left leg to deliver a powerful kick, a thunderous crash echoed as Zhao Chongqing's foot met the door, causing the entire jeep to lift off the ground by over 20 centimeters as it was propelled away. After rolling over 3 or 4 times on the ground, the vehicle finally came to a halt. Inside, the driver was rendered unconscious, while Tianjun slumped against his seat, hands clutching his head. The modified military jeep sustained only minor deformities. And although the passenger door was deeply dented, the vehicle did not explode, sparing the occupants from immediate death. At this moment, 3 vehicles from behind had already surrounded them, and a dozen individuals disembarked, unleashing a frenzied and precise gunfire towards Zhao Chongqing. The rapid sequence of events left the soldiers momentarily stunned, yet their extensive training and experience prevented them from panicking. Instead, they quickly regrouped and began firing. Just as Zhao Chongqing regained his footing, the tremendous recoil left him feeling dizzy, and he sensed his body issuing warnings. His condition was deteriorating, the adrenaline was waning, and weakness was imminent. He chose not to pursue Tianjun for a finishing blow, but instead dashed towards the side wall. During his escape, several bullets struck his body, but he expertly evaded critical hits, causing the bullets to merely graze his skin, resulting in superficial wounds. As he maneuvered around the wall, 6 armed soldiers continued their pursuit, while others went to assess Tianjun's situation. Zhao Chongqing exchanged fire with the 6 assailants while rapidly advancing toward the entrance. Meanwhile, Sun Shang had already led his team into the entrance, advancing forward to meet Zhao Chongqing as he returned. Inside the jeep, Tianjun was slowly regaining consciousness. He pushed open the door, one hand shielding his forehead, the other gripping his pistol, his gaze fixed on Zhao Chongqing's retreating figure as he commanded his companions. "Pursue him. We must eliminate this person." Inwardly, he pondered the formidable strength of this individual. As a fellow evolved being, he realized he was far from being a match for him. Perhaps Ngu could contend with him. He took aim at Zhao Chongqing and fired. Tianjun's marksmanship was impeccable, and at a distance of less than 100 meters, he rarely missed. He fired 3 shots in quick succession. 2 were evaded by Zhao Chongqing in an uncanny manner, while the final shot struck Zhao Chongqing in the back. Tianjun clearly observed the bullet graze the skin, tearing through the outer layer of clothing before veering off course. Witnessing this, Tianjun's murderous intent intensified. The speed, strength, and resilience of this young man were truly monstrous. Today, their ambush on Lin Qingwei had not only failed to capture her, but had also revealed yet another formidable opponent. If they could not eliminate him, they would face endless troubles. Immediately, he stowed his pistol and swiftly returned to the vehicle to retrieve his sniper rifle, preparing to take down Zhao Chongqing. At this moment, Zhao Chongqing was less than 200 meters from the entrance, pursued by 2 military jeeps and several infantrymen, all relentlessly firing at him. With gritted teeth, Zhao Chongqing surged towards the doorway, propelled by the remnants of his adrenaline. Sun Shang and his team had already emerged, forming a line about 50 meters away. Upon spotting Zhao Chongqing, they immediately opened fire on the pursuers, providing crucial cover. The vehicles and infantry trailing behind Zhao Chongqing began to slow down under the heavy suppressive fire from Sun Shang and his team. Taking shelter behind their jeep, they transitioned into a defensive position, returning fire. In mere seconds, both sides suffered casualties. Meanwhile, Tianjun stood at the rear, aiming at Zhao Chongqing. His sniper rifle was trained on the back of Zhao Chongqing's head, and as he squeezed the trigger, a sniper round raced towards its target. Sensing imminent danger, Zhao Chongqing instinctively crouched and executed a forward roll, narrowly evading the deadly shot. After dodging the lethal bullet, Zhao Chongqing reached the safety of Sun Shang's team. He glanced back at Tianjun and his men, who were still maintaining their formation and slowly advancing, clearly outnumbering them. Moreover, he could feel his strength waning. Decisively, he turned to Sun Shang and said, "Let us go, Shanggu, we need to retreat." With a momentary daze, Sun Shang stepped forward to support him. Tianjun, momentarily stunned, regarded his sniper rifle in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a man could possess such speed. Evading his shot from less than 500 meters away, he quickly redirected his gaze to the entrance, where Sun Shang and his men were now in a standoff with his subordinates. They had underestimated their opponents, discovering that 3 evolved beings were present, with both Lin Qingwei and Zhao Chongqing striking a significant blow to his confidence. Realizing that further pursuit was futile, he ordered through the intercom for his subordinates to cease the chase. Under his direction, his team began to clear the battlefield while Sun Shang successfully led Zhao Chongqing out through the entrance. Once outside, Sun Shang assisted Zhao Chongqing into a vehicle, while Zhao, feeling weak, urgently inquired about Lin Cheng's condition. Sun Shang replied that the situation was dire, but Lin Cheng still had a pulse. Lin Cheng had already been sent back to their headquarters for medical attention. Sun Shang's team boarded 3 business vehicles, which promptly started, and they departed from the confines of the Shen family territory. Zhao Chongqing succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber within the vehicle. Tianjun, witnessing Sun Shang's departure, began to organize his return, reinforcing the gates before driving back. This ambush had cost Tianjun dearly, losing a total of 10 men, while his intended targets had escaped. He silently replayed the ambush in his mind, driving towards the compound where Shun Lang was located. 40 minutes later, Zhao Chongqing was carefully laid on a bed in a lounge within the logistics park's office. Transported by Sun Shang and his team on a stretcher, medical personnel were summoned to assess his condition. At that moment, Zhang Hao and Wang Xiaoxiao were already waiting at the office building's entrance. Having seen the blood-soaked Lin Chang carried inside 20 minutes prior, currently undergoing urgent medical treatment. Now, they witnessed Zhao Chongqing being brought in unconscious, heightening their concern about the gravity of the situation. Both were acutely aware of the strength of Lin Cheng and Zhao Chongqing. If even they had sustained such severe injuries, what manner of adversary had they faced? Just then, a magnetic yet slightly weakened female voice called out, "You two, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 48. First encounter with Lin Qingwei. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao turned and walked into the building, soon arriving at the security office. After knocking and receiving permission, they entered. The speaker was none other than Lin Qingwei, who sat gracefully in a swivel chair, her left leg gently resting on her right. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her seated posture accentuated her alluring figure. Her short hair framed her face elegantly, exuding an undeniable air of confidence. Despite appearing slightly fatigued, her delicate features were exquisitely defined, with a softly rounded chin, slightly parted lips, and a prominent nose that complemented her bright, deep-set eyes. Her willow-like brows were gently furrowed as she straightened up upon hearing footsteps, offering a faint smile as she looked towards the entrance. As the door swung open, Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao stepped inside. Lin Qingwei gestured towards two nearby chairs, softly inviting, "Please, take a seat." She then resumed her position in the swivel chair. Having encountered Lin Qingwei before, Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao felt an innate sense of comfort and reassurance in the presence of this elegant, beautiful, and confident woman. Lin Qingwei had returned alone, sustaining injuries to her waist and thigh, with her clothes bearing signs of damage, clearly indicating that she had also endured a fierce battle. Having tended to her wounds and changed into fresh attire, she awaited the return of Sun Shang and his team. Lin Qingwei gazed at Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao with her clear, bright eyes and said, "We have just met, so allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Lin Qingwei. You are also evolutionists, aren't you?" As Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao met her gaze, they felt as though their very souls were being perceived, and they instinctively nodded in acknowledgement of their status as evolutionists. Lin Qingwei continued, "I have assessed the conditions of Lin Cheng and Zhao Chongqing. Lin Cheng's injuries are quite severe. His recovery may require at least 2 weeks. Zhao Chongqing is your captain, correct? His condition is more stable. He seems to have simply exhausted himself and should regain consciousness by tomorrow." Sensing the concern that Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao held for their companions, she first reassured them about Lin Cheng and Zhao Chongqing's situations, allowing them to breathe easier. After conversing with Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao for approximately 10 minutes, Lin Qingwei excused herself to go rest. The two then proceeded to visit the unconscious Lin Cheng and Zhao Chongqing before returning to rest themselves. Through her dialogue with them, Lin Qingwei had learned that this team comprised 4 evolutionists, led by Zhao Chongqing, so she resolved to wait until Zhao Chongqing awoke to discuss the next steps. This was particularly pressing as Zhang Min, Qin Xiaojia, and a male member of the combat team had been abducted by members of the Shin family. The following morning, Zhao Chongqing awoke, feeling as if every muscle in his body had been thoroughly strained, as if he had indulged in excessive drinking. His limbs felt weak and unresponsive. After sitting up and sipping some water, he took a considerable time to regain a semblance of normalcy. He first went to check on Lin Cheng, whose wounds had been meticulously treated. The medical staff informed him that Lin Cheng was no longer in critical danger, but the multiple gunshot wounds to his thigh and arms, along with a coin-sized penetrating injury to his chest, rendered him exceedingly feeble. He remained in a deep unconscious state, nearly swathed in bandages. After confirming that Lin Cheng was stable, Zhao Chongqing exited the medical room to meet Lin Qingwei. Upon awakening, Sun Shang had already informed Lin Qingwei that he had returned to the office building before their arrival and had been waiting for Zhao Chongqing to regain consciousness. Zhao Chongqing approached the door of the innermost office on the first floor and knocked several times. A clear, melodious female voice from within gently invited him in. Upon entering, he was met with Lin Qingwei's presence. Their eyes locked, and for a moment, it felt as if time had stood still. Zhao Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. He recalled having seen Lin Qingwei from afar during a special operations team conference, where he had listened to her address the assembly. Now, standing so close, he could finally appreciate her beauty, and while he felt a sense of awe, a twinge of melancholy also struck his heart. Noticing Zhao Chongqing, who stood at the door, momentarily entranced with one hand still gripping the doorknob, Lin Qingwei stepped forward, extended her hand, and smiled. Mr. Zhao Chongqing, greetings. I wonder, have we met before? Zhao Chongqing, regaining his composure, shook her hand with a bashful smile, reflecting to himself that it was no surprise she had noticed his unusual demeanor. Yes, they sat across from one another on the sofa. 2 cups of tea that Lin Qingwei had prepared sat on the coffee table before them. She gestured for Zhao Chongqing to partake in the tea. After taking a sip herself, she looked at Zhao Chongqing and began. I know you have many questions for me, and I too have inquiries for you. However, let me speak first, if you will. Zhao Chongqing nodded in agreement, prompting Lin Qingwei to recount the events of the previous day. She had led Zhang Min, Qin Xiaojia, and Li Tianwang Nan to a designated location to negotiate a supply exchange with the Shin family. Everything had proceeded smoothly until the moment of transaction. When Tianjun insisted on inspecting the goods, they sent someone to open several packages of medicine for examination. This was where the trouble began. Upon inspection, they discovered the packages were empty. Following this, they opened several boxes, all of which were found to be devoid of contents. The opposing inspectors expressed their dissatisfaction, approaching Qin Xiaojia and Zhang Min with accusations and insults. Engaging in provocative behavior, Qin Xiaojia retaliated by slapping one of them. Suddenly, one of the individuals nearby drew a gun and shot Qin Xiaojia, igniting chaos as both sides exchanged fire. Amidst the gunfire, the 4 or 5 of them fought their way back, but 2 jeeps suddenly surrounded them, ambushing their retreat. Li Tian was killed on the spot, while Wang Nan, Qin Xiaojia, and Zhang Min were captured. Lin Qingwei had contacted Shen Lang the previous day, but his response was resolute, stating that they had initially breached trust and would not easily release their captives unless she considered bringing everyone into Shen Lang's faction or exchanged 100-fold in medicine. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongqing grasped the situation but, upon reflection, identified an issue. Just as he was about to inquire further, Lin Qingwei interrupted him. After returning yesterday, I investigated and discovered the source of the problem. Wang Nan has likely betrayed us. His father, Wang Shujing, also vanished on the day of the incident, suggesting a premeditated scheme to swap out the medicine, which led to the complications during the transaction. This also provided the Shen family with a justification for their violent response. The 2 of them have allied with the Shen family. Zhao Chongqing nodded. What shall we do next? We must rescue them. Lin Qingwei locked her gaze onto Zhao Chongqing's eyes, her own sparkling with clarity as if capable of piercing through to the soul. Rather than immediately answering his question, she stated, I believe you are aware of the predicament we currently face. Let me first address another of your inquiries, the reason I do not choose to align with the Shin family or the Li family. Understanding this may help you decide whether you wish to continue on this path with us. Chapter 49. Heartfelt Conversations and Confrontations. Zhao Chongqing silently regarded Lin Qingwei, waiting for her to continue. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly began to speak. Shen Lang is the only son of the second son of Old Master Shen in the Southern Province Military District. He has an older cousin, and I believe you encountered his men today, thus gaining insight into their overall caliber. Shen Lang's current team consists almost entirely of professional soldiers. Zhao Chongqing nodded faintly, having experienced their capabilities firsthand during the previous day's skirmish. Lin Qingwei continued, Shen Lang has approached me several times about joining his ranks. He candidly stated that his family's military has already been stationed at Dragon Country's Base No. 2, where the situation is quite complex. His grandfather sent him here to take control and develop this location into a military production base for the Shin family. Survivors from Luoqing and the southern province would be sent to Base No. 2 or assigned relevant work in the logistics park, ensuring their safety. However, they currently have no plans to incorporate other survivors. They almost exclusively take in the elderly and children. Lin Qingwei had yet to agree to Shen Lang's proposal, as her conscience forbade her from abandoning the survivors who had been with her throughout this ordeal. The situation with the Li family was even graver. They had a voracious appetite for survivors, but they were merely a band of ruthless ground dwellers. Within the Li family's jurisdiction, the philosophy of survival of the fittest prevailed, with Li family members maintaining absolute authority and brutally exploiting those who wished to join. They showed a flagrant disregard for life and were cold-hearted, which starkly contradicted Lin Qingwei's initial intentions. She then shared her own aspirations. Being a native of Luoqing, she regarded it as her greatest stronghold prior to the apocalypse. Many employees had followed her to this point, and she wished to protect them, striving to create a place where they could survive in this new world. Listening to Lin Qingwei's words, Zhao Chongqing gained a comprehensive understanding of the intricate dynamics among the three factions. While he felt a sense of internal conflict, he also developed a deeper respect for Lin Qingwei. Given the current power dynamics, it was evident that the challenges she faced in maintaining her position would be formidable. Yet, if she wished to, she could secure a bright future by aligning with any of the factions. Zhao Chongqing gazed earnestly at Lin Qingwei and stated, "I am of your kind. I wish to master my own destiny and protect those dear to me. I will not concern myself with the fates of other survivors. But I will take responsibility for those who choose to stand beside me. For anyone I deem worthy, I am prepared to fight for them, regardless of good or evil, life or death." Lin Qingwei, upon hearing this, regarded Zhao Chongqing intently, admiration and appreciation shimmering in her eyes. She sighed, "You truly are so unencumbered. We are barely holding on here, and the conflict with the Shun family indicates they have begun to employ force. With our current strength, should they launch an all-out assault, few of us would survive. However, I have an idea that may be worth the risk. I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me in this endeavor?" Zhao Chongqing met Lin Qingwei's clear gaze and succinctly replied, "I will." Taken aback by his immediate agreement before she had even revealed her plan, Lin Qingwei noted that there was something peculiar in his gaze, as if he had known her for a long time. Choosing not to inquire further, she simply nodded in acknowledgement. The two then began to discuss the secrets of evolution. Zhao Chongqing sought to uncover the extraordinary abilities Lin Qingwei possessed. Knowing that such a renowned figure in the post-apocalyptic world must wield considerable power, he also candidly shared the circumstances of the 4 evolutionists within his team, recognizing that Lin Qingwei, revered as the goddess of wisdom, might offer invaluable insights for his companions. In response to his inquiries, Lin Qingwei led Zhao Chongqing to an open area in the square, indicating for him to launch an attack against her. 2 individuals stood face to face at a distance of approximately 3 meters. Zhao Chongqing uttered a cautionary remark, "Be careful," before launching a punch aimed at Lin Qingwei's right shoulder. He exerted half of his strength. Yet as he initiated the attack, Lin Qingwei simultaneously shifted her body to the left, lifting her right leg high and delivering a graceful front kick that struck Zhao Chongqing's wrist, deftly evading his assault. Zhao Chongqing was taken aback by Lin Qingwei's ability to effortlessly counter his offensive. His half-strength strike already exceeded the typical strength of most evolved beings. Subsequently, the two began exchanging blows with increasing frequency. Zhao Chongqing gradually ramped up his intensity, moving from 6 to 7, 8, and finally 9/10 of his strength. Lin Qingwei felt the mounting pressure, acutely aware of her own capabilities and unique attributes, which only deepened her admiration for Zhao Chongqing's prowess. At this juncture, Zhao Chongqing unleashed his full strength, and Lin Qingwei found herself increasingly overwhelmed, her counterattacks dwindling as she focused on evasion. Desperately striving to maintain a semblance of balance between offense and defense, Zhao Chongqing then discerned an anomaly. Despite his speed and strength vastly surpassing Lin Qingwei's, she seemed to anticipate his every move, responding with either perfect evasion or precise counterattacks. Confronted with this peculiar situation, Zhao Chongqing became thoroughly earnest, eager to comprehend the full extent of the abilities and peculiarities of the woman known as the Goddess of Wisdom, and to ascertain whether he could indeed defeat her. His eyes began to glimmer with a faint crimson hue, and his muscles swelled, activating a state of fervor. In an instant, his speed, strength, and overall physical intensity doubled. And with a mighty shout, he launched a kick toward Lin Qingwei's thigh. Lin Qingwei sensed that Zhao Chongqing's speed and strength were continually escalating with their engagement. What had seemed an apparent peak suddenly surged to new heights. She exerted herself to the utmost, still capable of discerning Zhao Chongqing's next attack trajectory, yet her body struggled to keep pace. After narrowly dodging a few strikes, she quickly retreated several meters and called out to Zhao Chongqing to halt. Upon hearing her plea, Zhao Chongqing immediately ceased his assault and voluntarily dissipated his fervor, feeling slightly disoriented as he turned his gaze toward Lin Qingwei. At that moment, a faint flush crept onto Lin Qingwei's fair visage due to their recent vigorous sparring, and a fine sheen of perspiration appeared on her smooth forehead. She gently raised her hand to wipe her brow and approached Zhao Chongqing, slightly out of breath, saying, "You are formidable. I am no match for you. Was that your limit just now?" Zhao Chongqing nodded, and the two began to converse as they walked across the plaza, with Lin Qingwei elaborating on her circumstances. She revealed that she had unexpectedly discovered an energy stone last month, which had enabled her to become an evolved being, granting her a peculiar ability: the capacity to sense the goodwill and malice of those around her, alongside a tangible sense of danger. Much like their recent sparring, Lin Qingwei could intuitively perceive Zhao Chongqing's forthcoming moves and attack vectors, allowing her to preemptively evade or counter. However, the intensity Zhao Chongqing ultimately displayed was beyond her capacity for retaliation, forcing her to merely dodge as it began to exceed her limits. Chapter 50. The tiger devours the wolf. After their sparring session concluded, they returned to the office within the logistics park, where Lin Qingwei summoned Sun Shang to bring Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao. Upon learning about Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Hao's abilities, Lin Qingwei gained a more vivid understanding of Zhao Chongqing's team. On one hand, she marveled at the strength of Zhao Chongqing's companions at this stage. On the other, she adjusted her subsequent plans. She provided several suggestions for enhancing their individual combat capabilities, advising Zhang how to practice with a cold weapon to bolster his close-quarters combat skills, which he chose to pursue with a staff. She encouraged Wang Xiaoxiao to experiment with using mental energy to manipulate objects, as it might serve as an effective means of surprise in combat. Regarding Lin Cheng, she believed his enhancement direction should align with Zhang Hao's, as the greatest advantage for evolved beings at this stage lay in their close combat prowess. However, since Lin Cheng remained unconscious, she chose not to mention him. Lastly, when discussing Zhao Chongqing, she expressed a sense of helplessness, acknowledging that his current strength was overwhelmingly formidable. After a period of contemplation, she concluded that the only path to improvement lay in his endeavor to refine his fighting techniques, seeking to maximize his combat power prior to entering a fervent state. The individuals present, having listened to Lin Qingwei's counsel, felt greatly enlightened and regarded her with newfound respect. Lin Qingwei then outlined their forthcoming rescue plan. Currently, Zhang Min, Jian Xiaojia, and Li Tian had been confirmed to be captured by Xin Lang's men. Although Xin Lang's faction was powerful, they adhered to a certain code of conduct due to their military connections. As long as Xin Lang did not issue a directive, his men would refrain from harming the three captives. While the trio might endure some hardship, their lives would not be in jeopardy. If they were to attempt a rescue now, not only would the chances of success be slim, but they could also jeopardize their own safety. Thus, they needed to devise an alternative strategy, Lin Qingwei continued. Initially, I considered the possibility of ultimately joining Xin Lang's side. My resistance was merely an effort to secure survival space for the weaker survivors. However, upon meeting you, especially after learning about your abilities, I believe we have a chance to take a risk. The plan is quite simple. We shall drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Zhao Chongqing and the others listened intently to Lin Qingwei's exposition. Nodding in agreement, Lin Qingwei proceeded to detail the plan, delineating clear roles for the three and Sun Shang. All four expressed their commitment to executing Lin Qingwei's strategy. Upon concluding her presentation, Lin Qingwei picked up the intercom, adjusting the channel to Xin Lang's frequency, and announced, "This is Lin Qingwei, seeking an audience with young Master Shan." Once again contacting Xin Lang, Lin Qingwei succinctly informed him of her desire to negotiate the return of their captured personnel. Xin Lang's response was equally straightforward, demanding either all of her medical supplies or the allegiance of her faction. Lin Qingwei informed Xin Lang that she would require 10 days to deliberate and to convince her team, insisting that during this period, Xin Lang's faction must not harm the three captives. Xin Lang acquiesced to Lin Qingwei's request. Thus, the first step of the plan was accomplished, and 10 days provided ample time to undertake numerous tasks. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao set out, driving a jeep straight towards the location of the fourth gate controlled by the Li family. Lin Qingwei's second phase involved sending her most powerful combatants, Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao, to feign allegiance to the Li family. She was well aware of the Li family's circumstances and had learned through her interactions that they ardently desired evolved beings. Presently, they had only one evolved individual, whose strength was comparable to Zhang Hao's. The arrival of two such formidable evolved beings would undoubtedly capture the Li family's attention, and Lin Qingwei was confident that a few days would suffice for them to earn the Li family's trust, subsequently igniting a conflict between the Li family and Xin Lang's faction. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a gradual halt at the entrance of the fourth gate, where the sentries immediately ordered Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao to stop. Their automatic rifles trained on the pair. A middle-aged man called out from within, inquiring about their origins and intentions. As Zhao Chongqing and his companion disembarked and raised their hands, he declared, "We seek Li Gua. We have very important news to convey." The man instructed them to remain in place before turning and hastily entering the logistics park. A few minutes later, a young man clad in a gray suit, with a black shirt underneath and shiny leather shoes, emerged, flanked by 4 fully armed personnel. As the door opened, the 5 approached slowly. The 4 armed guards maintained their stance, their weapons aimed at Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao. Halting 5 meters away, the young man, whose eyes were filled with aggression, scrutinized Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao without immediately speaking. Suddenly, he chuckled lightly. "Are you Lin Qingwei's people? Here to see my uncle? Just tell me what you want. I'm Li Lin." Zhao Chongqing recognized Li Lin from Lin Qingwei's previous introductions. Li Gua was currently the head of the Li family, with a brother and a sister, and a son named Li Tang. Li Lin was his brother's only child, known for his arrogance and ruthless demeanor. Presently, Li Lin and his father, Li Shan, wielded considerable influence within the Li family, commanding over 40 armed personnel, almost half of the family's forces, and Li Shan was the only evolved being in the family. Zhao Chongqing politely shook his head, saying, "Young Master Li Lin, I am not one of Lin Qingwei's people. My friend previously resided with her, and we just arrived at the logistics park yesterday, having encountered some matters. My purpose here is straightforward. I wish to lend a hand to Li Gua and secure a favorable future for myself and my companions." Li Lin erupted into laughter, his deranged demeanor causing the surrounding security personnel to frown. After a few chuckles, his expression suddenly hardened, and he menacingly stated, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to seek fortune with the Li family? Do you believe I want to order my men to shoot you dead?" Zhao Chongqing smiled. "I advise you not to act recklessly. Your men pose no threat to us." In response, Li Lin laughed maniacally, and the 4 armed personnel began to move, raising their weapons to aim at Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao's heads, their fingers poised to pull the trigger. Suddenly, Li Lin bellowed, "Open fire, kill them." Zhao Chongqing remained rooted in place, unperturbed, while Wang Xiaoxiao focused intently on the 4 assailants, utilizing his mental energy to control them in an instant. The 4 men appeared dazed, their hands losing control as they gradually released their grips. Their weapons clattering to the ground. Li Lin, still exuding an air of arrogance, found himself rendered voiceless, though his eyes remained wide with disbelief. At that moment, Zhao Chongqing sprang into action. In a mere 2 strides across the 5-meter distance, he transformed his hand into a blade, executing a series of swift strikes to the necks of the 4 armed personnel, his movements flowing seamlessly. As Wang Xiaoxiao retracted her mental energy, all 4 armed men lay unconscious on the ground. Zhao Chongqing now stood before Li Lin, their faces mere centimeters apart. With a smile playing on his lips, he leaned in closer to Li Lin's ear and said, with a hint of amusement, "Young Master Li, did I not advise you against reckless behavior? Now, I pose a question. Do you wish for life or death?" Chapter 51. Dominance. Big brother, please remain calm. My father is Li Shan, the younger brother of the family head. Please, spare me. I will do anything you ask, Li Lin pleaded, his lips trembling. "Oh, allow me to reiterate. I wish to see Li Gua. Are you able to lead the way now?" Zhao Chongqing continued calmly. Li Lin nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and shouted towards the 2 astonished sentinels at the entrance, "For heaven's sake, open the door quickly." The gate swung open immediately, and Li Lin bowed respectfully as he led the way, guiding Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao into the logistics park through gate number 4. Upon entering, they were met with a row of large warehouses, each marked with cold chain indicators. To the right, a plethora of packages lay piled high, and as they advanced further, they soon spotted the delivery zone sign. The area occupied by the Li family was approximately 4 to 5 times larger than that of Lin Qingwei, comprising 4 2-story office buildings, nearly 100 warehouses, and vast stretches of open land. As the trio continued their journey, the sound of an engine echoed from ahead. 2 business vans approached from less than 500 meters away, and at the sight of them, Li Lin appeared as if he had found salvation, sprinting towards the oncoming vehicles. Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao, however, remained stationary, their gazes fixed on the vans. The 2 vans came to a halt, and from the first vehicle emerged a middle-aged man with a crew cut, clad in a black Zhongshan suit and black cotton shoes. At a height of about 1.7 meters, he possessed a well-proportioned physique, his face clean-shaven except for a 3-centimeter scar on his chin. With a broad nose and thick eyebrows, his appearance radiated vigor and vitality. though the graying at his temples hinted at his advancing age. As he stepped out, he approached Li Lin, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao whispered to Zhao Chongqing, "He is an evolver." Zhao Chongqing understood immediately. This man was Li Lin's father, Li Shan, and according to Lin Qingwei, he was the only evolver in the Li family. The two could not discern the extent of his abilities merely by observing his stature and gait. At that moment, the second business van also stopped, from which 6 well-built men in camouflage uniforms, each wielding automatic rifles, disembarked. They promptly formed 2 rows, falling in line behind the middle-aged man. By now, Li Lin had reached his father. Standing approximately 10 meters away from Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao, both parties halting in their tracks, Li Lin animatedly relayed something to the middle-aged man, and with their acute hearing, Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao could easily make out the gist of his words, which essentially implored his father to deal with the two of them. Throughout this exchange, Li Shan's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao, and finally, growing impatient with his son's incessant chatter, he interjected, "Get in the car first. I will handle things after I gather the facts." Li Shan was well aware of his son's character. Before the apocalypse, he was a spoiled rich kid, aimlessly indulging in a life of excess. After the collapse of civilization, he had not changed, but rather leveraged his influence to become even more brazen. Just yesterday, he had brazenly assaulted a young couple who had sought refuge in the Li family, committing unspeakable acts in front of the husband, who was subsequently killed in the altercation. This incident sparked outrage among the other survivors, causing quite a stir. The family head, mindful of Li Shan's standing, merely cautioned him to keep his son in check. Thus, he had relocated Li Lin from the survivor management area to the entrance, hoping to prevent further trouble. With a soft sigh, Li Shan approached Zhao Chongqing and Wang Xiaoxiao. The 6 armed men quickly following in his wake, Li Shan greeted Zhao Chongqing politely, "My friend, I am Li Shan. My wayward son has just offended you both. I ask for your forgiveness. I hear you are seeking refuge. Is that true?" Zhao Chongqing met Li Shan's gaze with calm confidence, replying, "Indeed, my brother and I have come to seek a favorable future with Li Guo." Upon hearing this, Li Shan's brow furrowed, his displeasure evident. "The family head is quite busy. As his younger brother, I can handle most matters. If you have any requests, feel free to direct them to me." At this moment, Li Shan's irritation simmered beneath the surface, for he sensed the contempt in Zhao Chongqing's words. Since the apocalypse, his elder brother had delegated most responsibilities to him, and after becoming an evolver, he had risen to the position of the Li family's second-in-command. Now, wielding considerable power, he found himself increasingly intolerant of provocation and disrespect, even from his own brother, who spoke to him with utmost courtesy. The words of the man before him clearly ignited his anger. Zhao Chongqing, with a hint of mischief, responded, "While you may have the authority to handle ordinary matters, our situation is anything but ordinary. I suggest you take me to see Li Guo." Zhao Chongqing perceived the shift in Li Shan's demeanor. The displeasure etched across his face. The familial resemblance was unmistakable. Both father and son shared an impulsive temperament. Yet this was precisely what Zhao Chongqing sought, to assert dominance over the evolver Li Shan, to instill fear in Li Guo and the Li family, thereby garnering the attention and respect of the entire family, and in due time, securing greater power. Li Shan was momentarily taken aback, but a sardonic smile soon crept across his face as he gritted his teeth. "You re quite audacious, aren't you? How about a little sparring match with me? I'm curious to see what grounds your arrogance." With that, he advanced a step, his gaze burning with intensity, muscles subtly tensing. Zhao Chongqing chuckled lightly, "By all means, I welcome it. Remember this name well, Zhao Chongqing." With that, he beckoned Li Shan with a finger, adopting a provocative stance. Seeing Zhao Chongqing's gesture, Li Shan ceased his words. Lunging forward with remarkable speed, he planted his left foot and propelled himself into the air, achieving an impressive height that belied his age, an undeniable testament to his status as an evolver. As Li Shan soared over 2 meters high, his right leg extended straight while the left bent, he descended like a tiger pouncing down a mountain, aiming a kick directly at Zhao Chongqing's face. Zhao Chongqing regarded the descending leg with calm composure, casually placing his hands behind his back. Using his left foot as a pivot, he shifted his right foot slightly to the side, maintaining his stance, and deftly evaded Li Shan's assault. Li Shan landed and immediately transitioned into a crouch, continuing his onslaught with a sweeping kick aimed at Zhao Chongqing. Zhao Chongqing sprang into the air, performing an elegant flip that allowed him to dodge once more, landing gracefully 2 meters away from Li Shan. Impressed, Li Shan called out, "Good move." Yet he did not hesitate, springing into action again, his right foot half bent against the ground as he propelled himself forward, his right hand extending to unleash a powerful punch toward Zhao Chongqing's face. Zhao Chongqing slowly drew his right hand from behind him, his legs slightly apart. With a sudden surge of power from his core, he unleashed a punch that collided with Li Shan's fist. The impact produced a resounding thud, yet Zhao Chongqing remained unfazed, while Li Shan staggered back, his arm tingling with a sudden ache. As he regained his footing, a gust of wind swept through, and with another loud thud, Zhao Chongqing delivered a kick to Li Shan's chest. The force sent Li Shan flying 3 to 4 meters away before he came to a halt. Struggling to rise, a clear imprint of a hiking boot was left on the chest of his black Zhongshan suit. Zhao Chongqing stood firm, calm and composed, and said, "Do I possess the right to be arrogant?"